bond yields well behaved, and allowing the Fed to cut without causing real problems in markets. But when they look for a successor, they'll want someone who has hawkish credibility, but then has that credibility to cut in the way that they would be
Krishna
hoping.
is sending out his wish list to the administration. This is what the markets are hoping for. Please listen closely.
It's also letting Jay Powell, he's making his own bed. If it does, if they are late, Trump can say, hey, I tried, and I let him stay and everything else. It's tough. It's tough.
Kristen, thank you. Great to see you.
Coming up, the government giving a thumbs up to a mega financial deal. Bring you details on the Capital One Discover combination. As we head to break, check out the shares of Apple, Moffett-Nathanson, cutting its price target from $184 to $141. Moffett-Nathanson, and it's at $194. Squawk Box will be right back.
AI meeting agent.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We've got some exciting news for you this morning. We want to take this opportunity to introduce you to our new subscription streaming product, CNBC Plus. Now, take a look at this. What you're seeing right now on your screen is our right now is our CNBC Plus data feed. It's got all these enhanced headlines on the sides, the enhanced data along the bottom with it too. It all comes during our live business news coverage lineup. You can stream Squawk Box and any of your other favorite CNBC shows anywhere, anytime, and there's a lot of data on the screen, a lot of information. That's pretty cool.
And we can still see you fine, really.
Well, you got to talk if you want to see you.
And I'll tell you something.
that's what I did.
Something even cooler.
Tell me.
What?
You get the news while the commercials are on,
Yes, but you don't get the.
which is
Right.
There's a
valuable.
blank.
There's no, it's just, what does it say? There's not, the commercials are running still?
Commercial. I don't even know if you get the full commercial or not. But
No,
I'm
it
saying
says
what
it's-
you.
it's the
I'm saying
programming
what
is
you,
paused
I'm saying
for
what you
commercial.
get though, which is great, is you still get all the
Yeah,
headlines
right,
on the
it's still
ticker,
there.
and you get the ticker live.
do that-
throughout the whole day.
They do
you get
that
that
on-
on TV too. But
Yeah,
you don't
on
get all the
golf,
headlines.
on golf coverage now.
Yeah.
It's like they call it playing through or something.
Oh wait, now we're a box within. Okay, I'm looking at our CNBC Stream Live, or the CNBC
No,
Plus Live,
stay
and it's a
over there.
box within a box.
No, stay over there.
Rest.
Right.
But it's pretty cool, and it's something that you can get for your phone, you can get for your TV. Just check it out on the CNBC app. It's part of it, or you can go to CNBC.com and check it out too for the subscription on it. All right, some corporate news from the long weekend. Capital One Financial's bid to acquire Discover Financial Services and a $35 billion all-stock deal getting official approval by the Federal Reserve and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. In a joint statement, the company said that they expect to close that deal on May 18th, according to a release from last year. After the deal closes, Capital One shareholders will hold 60% of the combined company, with Discover shareholders owning the rest.
Tesla is delaying the launch of a US-made stripped-down version of its best-selling electric SUV, the Model Y. That's according to Reuters, which says US production of the vehicle will commence at least a few months later than outlined in Tesla's public plan. Could come as late as early next year. Tesla investors have been hoping the company releases a more affordable car in order to boost sales. The company is scheduled to report first quarter results tomorrow.
Coming up, NVIDIA in focus once again as investors prepare for a new week on Wall Street. Shares of the chip giant down in the pre-market. There's a report that Huawei now may be stepping in to try to fill the gap that NVIDIA is leaving in China now that the Trump administration is restricting chip shipments. We'll talk about that and so much more. Do not go anywhere. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC, and yes, on CNBC Plus if you go out and pick it up on your phone or your Apple TV.
Let's join Jim.
All right, we're watching shares of NVIDIA this morning. A Reuters report says that Huawei is planning to begin mass shipments of its new AI chip to China as early as next month. That chip, which combines two processors into a single package, would provide an alternative to NVIDIA's H20 chip that now faces restrictions in China from the Trump administration. Joining us right now is an analyst who covers the industry closely. Matthew Bryson is Wedbush Securities semiconductor analyst. And Matt, what do you think of this latest news? We know it's already a big blow for NVIDIA to the tune of $5.5 billion in this next quarter that they're going to take the write-off. Is this a market that they're going to be frozen out of?
I think that's the concern, right? So demand from China was actually picking up. It sounded like they potentially were working to enable AI on smartphones, which would have been really interesting. And yes, if you push NVIDIA out of the H20 or the NVIDIA's H20 out of China and Huawei fills the void, then potentially NVIDIA loses that market.
What's the alternative scenario? Because this is something that the Biden administration was working on before the Trump administration. It's a bipartisan issue in Washington. No one wants to see this, and industry can push back and say that freezing America out isn't going to stop the progress there. But what's the alternative situation? I don't think this comes as a huge surprise, even though the timing may have caught people a little off guard.
Yeah, well, I mean, the alternative is to continue doing what we're doing, where the H20 was a less performant chip, well less performant than what NVIDIA is shipping to the rest of the world. But Chinese companies were still taking it because they liked NVIDIA software. And so you continue to give NVIDIA a foothold. And again, with the current administration, you don't know if this is a bargaining chip. So they come back and they offer China access to some NVIDIA technology as part of a trade deal, or whether it's something permanent.
So what do you do with the stock in the meantime?
I think with or without China, that NVIDIA, in part because of their dominance with CUDA, they will be the dominant supplier of AI in 2025, 2026, 2027. And so I think it certainly hurts if they can't sell it to China. But at the same time, I also really believe in AI. And I think that NVIDIA is going to be the primary beneficiary on the hardware side of eventually AI getting used for everything.
What do you think about Taiwan Semiconductor? Because last week that company said that no problems here, even with the tariffs, that they are going to be able to continue to meet the supply and expectations of the market at this point. This morning in Taiwan, the entire market was lower. It was led lower by Taiwan Semiconductor and concerns about that. Investors not necessarily buying into that entire picture. Do you?
Yeah, so I think you have the same problem that you do with NVIDIA, right? So AI has been driving Taiwan Semi over the last couple of years, or at least it's been driving a significant portion of the additional growth they've been seeing. And so structurally, we have this question of if we have a more difficult economy, if spending gets cut back, then do you see AI suffer? Or do you see things like Apple handsets suffer? And that weighs on TSM's near-term results. At the same time, we're seeing AI in particular drive demand for high-end semis, and Taiwan Semi dominates that space. And so I think next year after, again, they are going to be the leader, and they will sell lots of advanced chips. And so could there be a blip in growth? Certainly, if things get worse from a macro perspective, there could be, but I don't think it changes where Taiwan Semi is 2 years, 3 years from now.
Okay. Matt, thank you for your time this morning.
It is just past 7 a.m. right now on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. Got a lot of news for you this morning. Our top story, the Vatican announcing that Pope Francis died earlier this morning. He was a reformer from Argentina who rattled the Catholic Church's traditionalists. He championed the rights of immigrants and the poor. Pope Francis was 88 years old, and we're going to get a live report from the Vatican later this hour.
Among today's other top stories, shares of Netflix are higher as the markets digest the company's latest quarterly results, which were released Thursday after the closing bell. Earnings and revenue both beat estimates, and the company affirmed its full-year revenue outlook. This is the first time that Netflix did not disclose quarterly subscriber data, as it shifts its strategy to focus on revenue and other financial metrics. And overnight, China warning that it will retaliate against countries that cooperate with the U.S. in ways that compromise Beijing's interests. That warning comes amid reports that President Trump is planning to use tariff negotiations to pressure U.S. partners to limit their dealings with China.
New results from the All-America Economic Survey on tariffs, just in time, I'd say, because just sports is quiet. We're in between a lot of things. I mean, it's the NBA playoffs, but
after the Masters, what is left?
after the good golf tournament, yes, they have opportunity.
What's the next one I should watch?
PGA.
When is that?
Quail Hollow, a couple of weeks
Thanks.
in June. But we're going to do a little find out what the athletes think about
This
tariffs.
right,
Do they know what
just,
tariffs are?
Just so people understand the 20-year, 22-year running joke. Well, we've been doing the survey for 17 years, but
These are not all Americans.
these are all Americans. This is
Economists.
no, 1,000
Everybody in
people.
America.
Okay, so it's all Americans.
It's all. Can you get a picture of Joe understanding the revelation,
No.
please?
It's all
Look at that. It's all Americans. A plurality of Americans think across the board tariffs are a bad idea, with most believing they will hurt jobs and be worse for inflation. And the public's having a hard time believing there's payoff at the end of the process. 49% of respondents said the CNBC All-America Economic Survey say across the board tariffs are a bad idea. You can see that with 45% feeling pretty strongly about it, 35% support them, 15% undecided. So there is some opening for the president to convince Americans. The most negative on tariffs were Democrats, Black Americans, young people 18 to 34, and urban dwellers. Most positive, the GOP, rural Americans, income greater than 100,000, and men 50 plus. Majorities think tariffs hurt importers, the cost of everyday goods, the overall economy, and workers. But by 51 to 37, Americans think they help companies producing in the U.S. The public also has not embraced the president's concern about our allies representing an economic threat to the country. Mexico, Japan, Canada, the EU, and the UK, all overwhelmingly seen by the public as more of an economic opportunity than an economic threat. Only China seen by more Americans as a threat, but by a modest 44 to 35% margin. Remains to be seen whether it matters if the president is out of step with the broad public on tariffs and trade. The president's base backs him on tariffs by about 20 points less than otherwise. Their support is, as I said, 20 points below his overall support. Democrats overwhelmingly disapprove, guys, and independents don't like tariffs by a 2-to-1 margin.
Does it surprise you? Some of this is surprising.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think sort of tariffs are a bad idea, so it wasn't weird for me to see that. It was interesting to see, look, his base is not abandoning him on the tariff issue. When we ask, do you think his policies will have an effect over time, Republicans are likely to say yes, it'll take a year or longer. So Republicans are giving him time, Democrats and independents not. What surprised me about the poll overall was that Democrats and independents looked like they were willing to give the president a shot in December the way Americans always do. Mm-hmm. They always do a little bit of rallying behind. But the numbers, and it was our Republican pollster who was like, I didn't think the Democratic numbers could get any worse. They're like 90% against, and they brought a lot of independents with them.
Is it 100 days today? I mean,
is today 100 days?
I don't know.
No, I think
in a week.
not yet.
it's
in a week from now.
I think there are things the president is doing that can be done in a way that has broader public support.
So did you see this?
Is that is that a crazy idea?
No.
Did you see this?
No. What is that?
Cover of New York Magazine.
What does it say?
And it's a picture of all these guys on Wall Street with MAGA hats on the floor, with their hair on fire. Basically, everybody's hair on fire. And it says, "I did not think for 1 second he was going to go this crazy," meaning all the Wall Street guys on the tariff issue. That's basically what the article is. It's fascinating.
Well, I think it's kind of almost pedestrian. Yeah.
At this point, I mean, and now I don't know what to think about this Fed thing, which
Nightmare on Wall Street. That's the.
Right.
That's the story.
Remember the bidding on the Fed thing? The president said, I can't wait till he's terminated. We talked about that Thursday. And then Megan Casella reported she was told by a White House official that they weren't considering removing him. And then Hassett over the weekend,
Did he
you
say
guys saw
terminated
that,
or
right?
term ended?
Huh?
Did he say terminated or term ended?
No, he said terminated. The president said terminated.
Right.
And then Hassett, who is a guy you got to take seriously, right?
Yeah.
Says, we're thinking about this.
Oh.
Now, I was able to confirm over the weekend that, among others, Kevin Warsh was trying to dissuade the president from this. I thought that was reasonably good news, and I think...
I think that he can now say, I warned him that he should have cut rates in case things do slow
think
down.
it's just
he
a-
leaves him in. He made his bed. I tried. Jay Powell, and I can't imagine that they're really
I don't
gonna
think
fire.
I don't think the Fed is beyond persuasion.
Right.
I think if you know,
Might
Powell might
eventually
say,
happen.
okay, Mr. President, show me your numbers.
Right.
What do you got? How do you make a call here that I don't have to worry about inflation? That
Right.
I should just address
hard
the
to-
other side.
It's hard to look forward instead of backward. That's the Fed's problem.
Well, is it really its problem?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it was back when it didn't think
back
inflation.
when are you talking about?
When we were
Right.
transitory, and
Right.
it wasn't
Right.
transitory.
Which was the middle of a pandemic.
I know.
Right?
I know, but have you ever seen a perfect? It just seems like a lot
They
of
were
times.
about to stick a landing.
But I know, but
They were about to stick a soft
by
landing.
definition, it's hard for the Fed to react to anything other than
Yes, but
backward-looking data.
an independent Fed is a big difference. If you look at countries that have them, countries that don't.
I'm just
what
saying
happens
that
to
it's
them.
hard. I'm not saying anything about independent. I'm just saying it's hard to
Yeah, they're
to
not
look
perfect.
to look forward versus looking.
I don't want to
backward.
create more worry than it's worth.
Predicting the
but
future
we
is
are
hard.
weaker this
Yeah.
morning.
Predictions
Right.
are hard, especially about the future.
We're weaker this morning on the dollar against the euro,
Yeah.
against the yen.
And the dollar's been down 4 weeks
can
in
I-
a row. It's for the year. I think it's if it's
You said 7.5% earlier. this morning.
7.5%, right?
And as you
I think
said,
they
it
show
starts
right
to
here.
add up.
For the 1 year.
And by the way, it's going the opposite way of what the theory would tell us would happen when you put tariffs on. So it adds to and exacerbates the inflationary impulse from the tariffs.
Right.
Right? It was the idea. I had done a story a couple months ago. Oh, the tariffs, we have the dollar strengthening, so maybe it won't be so bad.
Yeah, a
Well,
weaker
now it's
dollar
worse.
it exasperates the pain that Americans feel when they're trying to buy goods.
Exacerbates.
Exacerbates.
Yeah.
There's one more piece of this we're going to come back to.
Okay, good.
Um,
For a
The
rule of
athletes.
thumb for you, so the PGA is not June, it's May. So there's 4 majors, one in
Okay.
April, May, June, and July.
I watch the Masters
They moved the
every year.
PGA. They moved the PGA.
Right.
It used to be the last
I
tournament.
have
Now
a
it's
whole
May.
bunch of ideas to how to produce it better.
Okay,
But
now
I
it's
should do
May.
this.
I thought it was pretty good this year. Now it's May, and then
Who's it
U.S.
better?
Open. U.S. Open's in May 15th. U.S.
they're gonna
Open
hate me,
June
Joe, for getting
12th.
you started on golf. They don't want me to do that.
Yep.
In the back, they asked me to keep you.
I
in
heard
it.
from someone that I want to. I heard from someone that I want to please about this.
About
That's
this.
what. Yes.
Well, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
All right, so you can tell the people.
My
in the
wife
back,
told me I could golf or fish. so
they
I
can
chose
shove
fish.
it. And who was it in the back that told you?
No. Just in general, they say keep Joe away from golf. That's what they say. Among other things, keep Joe away from other things.
Okay. Do you have names?
I don't have names.
You keeping a list
Off the
of
record.
party stuff?
I'm hearing from the supervising producer that it wasn't him,
It wasn't him.
and his voice was like 3 octaves.
Everybody
high.
will deny it.
Thanks, Steve.
Keep
We'll
Joe
see you
golf.
in Quail Hollow, PGA.
Thank you.
You know, Ryder Cup is the
Keep Joe away from golf.
We'll see you. We will see you in the 8 o'clock hour
Yes.
for an interview with Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee, which should be interesting. Goolsbee, I don't know. Is he dovish? Is he dovish? You told me he long term does. Futures have improved a little. We were down 350. We're now down 286. A Nasdaq less than 200. Well, never mind. And the S&P down just under 50. Join us now, Evan Brown, UBS Asset Management, head of multi-asset strategy. I said off camera that a lot of the things that you're positing here are similar to what Tom Lee just said. Maybe you didn't see him, but maybe we've seen peak volatility, but uncertainty still reigns supreme at this point.
Yeah, I think the days of big spikes to 60 and 5% daily moves are probably behind us after Liberation Day, and I think we're now in a de-escalation mode when it comes to the tariffs and such.
That's the part that I thought was very interesting. You think that de-escalation, even with China, you say the Trump administration appears to recognize tariffs are unsustainable, and he's paying attention. He's more sensitive to the state of the bond market. So you think he hears this stuff? He hears the murmurs.
He hears it. I mean, this is what he said when he backed down on Liberation Day. Is he said the bond market was getting a little bit jittery, and then it was a beautiful bond market after he changed policy. I think. We've talked about what the put is for the administration, and it's not on the S&P. I think it is on the bond market. They are conscious that they want to lower the cost of living. And they know politically that if you have mortgage rates start spiking even above where they are, if we're getting to 7.5, 8%, because the long bond is moving, that is a big problem politically with them across the spectrum.
So, I mean, that would be the weirdest method then we talked about method to the man. I'm glad Shakespeare lived, because we use a lot of his expressions. But if he were to slow the economy, which causes rates to come down and inflation to be lower than anticipated, and then back off on the tariffs, is that an even trade to have a suboptimal GDP number or even a recession to affect those other goals? But is that what he's doing?
It's a good question. I mean, if you want to get, before we had all the tariffs coming in, we did have bond yields coming in lower, just on the idea
below
that
4%.
on the idea that organically the U.S. was going to be cooling down. You had DOGE, you had government job cuts, you had immigration slowing down, and so they were getting there. The challenge is that with the tariffs, which have increased inflation risk, as well as on some level alienating some of the major foreign buyers of long-term treasury bonds, that's created an issue for him, and I think that's one that the administration is and has to be sensitive to going forward.
You think that Jay Powell finally cuts rates sooner than people thought, or more than people thought? Is he going to have to?
He will have to cut rates, but I think he has to be hawkish before he gets dovish. I think he needs to show we're on top of inflation expectations. We're going to be, over the coming months, annualizing inflation, above 3%, potentially above 4% because of the tariffs. And so, it's hard as a Fed chair to say, hey, we're cutting rates, and by the way, we have 4% inflation right now, double the target. So they will, even amidst that inflation, cut rates only when they start to see real weakness in the real economy, and we have not seen that yet.
What about?
You really think that that's the choice they'll make? If that inflation is not going to be the primary focus, that in the end it's the jobs market that wins out?
I do. In the end, yeah, because the traditional way that the academic way of looking at these things is the tariffs are a negative supply shock, so they boost inflation, they reduce growth, but that inflation hike is a one-off. It's a temporary rise in the price level, as long as inflation expectations don't get out of control. And so if they manage inflation expectations by sounding hawkish at first, and then they've managed that, and then they see the growth weakness, then they can go ahead and cut rates.
So this actually is good news for Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
Because you'd want to look like you're hawkish and then be dovish.
That's right.
If you're suggesting that's what he's going to be.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the worst case scenario is the Fed the economy just looks okay, looks resilient, and then inflation, spikes to 4% or so, and then the Fed's cutting rates in that scenario. That is a very bad situation. That's where you get those kind of medium-term stagflationary concerns a la the 70s, where the big problem there was inflation expectations really just getting out of control, and you need that to get contained.
Earnings have been okay, but the outlook's murky, I guess. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we're out of time. So just say yes.
Yes, Q1 earnings solid, but obviously very murky going forward.
Okay. Evan, thanks. All right, Evan Brown, UBS. Take care of my money. Would you?
I will do my
got
best.
some
Yes.
over there. It goes all the way back to, what's it go back to? Kidder Peabody, I think.
That was before my time with GE.
Yeah, Jack Welch, Kidder Peabody, turned into UBS. You? No.
No, that's it.
No. So,
Just keep it under my mattress.
but I think it's cool. I have like a Swiss bank account. You know what I mean?
You have to write that off
Yeah,
every time you pay
exactly.
some taxes, right?
Yes.
Thanks for coming in, Evan.
Thank you.
When we come back, we've got a live report from the Vatican as tributes pour in from world leaders following the death of Pope Francis. Squawk Box, we'll be right back. The Vatican announcing earlier this morning that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. Claudia Lavanga joins us right now with more on that developing story. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Well, that's right. We heard the news. The news was announced at 7:45 in the morning, Rome time here, and it came a bit of as a shock to everyone. We know that Pope Francis was not well. He was 88, but at the same time, this news came after 24 hours after he appeared here in St. Peter's Square during the Easter celebration just yesterday. Man, I was here with tens of thousands of faithful, and he made this sudden surprise appearance on the main balcony there in St. Peter's Basilica. He looked frail, as he's done for the past few months, but at the same time, there were some signs that his health was improving. He wasn't wearing those oxygen tubes in his nose. He took a tour of St. Peter's Square on the Pope Mobile to greet the crowds. That was the first time he's done that since he left hospital more than a month ago. And then, less than 24 hours later, the shocking news of his death. Now, about an hour ago, the Vatican has invited pilgrims to come here to St. Peter's Square to recite a rosary in memory of Pope Francis. The bells were ringing for a long time. That was a moving moment. Then the Vatican just announced that later today at 8 p.m. Rome time, that's 2 p.m. Eastern time, an American cardinal, Cardinal Kevin Farrell, will preside over the rite of certification of death of Pope Francis, and also the deposition of his body into a coffin. Then the coffin with the body will be exposed in St. Peter's Basilica from tomorrow to allow the pilgrims to to give his last respects. We do expect very, very long lines of pilgrims here in Rome wanting to do just that. And then from 4 to 6 days from now, a funeral will be held here in St. Peter's Square for the Pope, and then in 15 to 20 days, a conclave, where, of course, the cardinals are expected and they're called to decide who the next pope will be, Becky.
Claudio, thank you very much. Again, Pope Francis, dead at the age of 88.
Coming up, we're going to talk about the big tech companies facing antitrust cases after last week's ruling against Google. Jonathan Cantor is going to join us next. He was the DOJ's top antitrust official during the Biden administration. We're coming right back after this. Last week, a court ruled that Google has an illegal monopoly in the advertising industry. Meantime, Meta is still in the midst of its own antitrust case with the FTC. Joining us right now for more on this administration's regulation, Jonathan Cantor, former Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division under President Biden, is also a CNBC contributor, and we welcome him to the show this morning. Before we get into the Meta case, I'm curious what your reaction was to the Google scenario. I imagine you're happy about it, but are you? I'm curious if you were surprised in terms of the fact that this administration continued with that case, and what you think the ramifications are now going to be in terms of what they're going to ask for.
Yes. Hi, Andrew. Yes, I'm happy. No, I'm not surprised. And so this was a big victory for the Department of Justice and Antitrust Enforcement. I brought this case to break up Google's ad tech monopoly. These are the pipes and plumbing that sell ads everywhere on the internet. And it was a decisive victory for the DOJ. And in terms of the administration, there are a few things in Washington right now that can bring people together. Antitrust enforcement happens to be one of them, and antitrust enforcement against big tech happens to be perhaps the only thing in Washington that Democrats and Republicans can agree on.
In terms of what you think the remedy in the Google case will be, not should be, but will be.
Yeah, so I think there are two Google cases. There's the ad tech case and the search case. On the ad tech case, the one that we just won, that was about Google competing on the buy side, the sell side, owning the exchange in the middle, and then buying and selling on its own exchange. The only remedy that I can see is forcing Google to divest one side or the other at least, and then getting out of the exchange business. I think that's what we asked for in the case. I think that's what ultimately. Do you
see a bigger breakup? The reason I'm going to this is, do you see a bigger breakup happening in tech under this administration? Meaning, if the search case continues the way it's going to, do you see a moment where all of a sudden Google gets broken up and Meta gets broken up? Because that's what we're really talking about here.
Yeah, I think it's a realistic possibility that we're going to have our AT&T moment for big tech and antitrust. You have 3 cases now and 2 others in the pipeline, all that have breakups as a possibility. But to be very clear about it, breakups aren't necessarily bad for the businesses. To the extent they have to divest a few pieces here and there, it actually may unlock a lot of value, and I think be very good for our economy. I mean, some of these companies, we could see the Mag 7 become the Mag 8 overnight if they divested significant assets.
What do you make of the Meta case? And I'm curious also what you make and what you know about what we heard about in that Wall Street Journal article last week about Mark Zuckerberg's efforts to try to settle that case with Trump in advance.
I'm glad that the case was not settled at the White House. These are law enforcement actions. They should be handled with the appropriate degree of independence by the agencies. In terms of what I make of the case, I think the FTC's exceeded expectations thus far. The case is ultimately going to come down to whether you view social graphs and friends and family networks as competitive with performance and content graphs like TikTok and YouTube.
If in fact both of these companies are effectively established as monopolies and whatnot, how much influence does this administration and the White House have on what the DOJ does to effort remedies?
Yeah, so in our administration, those efforts of law enforcement would be handled independent of the White House. Law enforcement, there was a very significant wall up between the DOJ and the White House. I think those walls have come down in this administration. So potentially there will be influence, but thus far it appears that the administration is keeping hands off.
I ask, look, they're pardoning Carlos Watson. So I ask because I can't imagine, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll turn it to be vastly wrong. But the idea that both Google and Meta will get broken up during the Trump administration, I think would be a big surprise to a lot of people.
Well, it very well might be a surprise, but that's the path it's going down. I mean, the FTC is bringing this case to break up Meta, and DOJ is heading into court to force Google to divest its Chrome browser. So all systems are go.
Do you have any concern or worry that these cases are so backward-looking and that the future is so very different, and that when you look at the competitive landscape today, it is nothing like what it was a decade ago or even 5 years ago, and that when you think about AI and you think about TikTok and you think about all the other companies that that are out there, the Chinese companies that are competing in these spaces, and just the relevance of these companies, that somehow we're missing the boat here?
Antitrust enforcement is most important at times of inflection points in technology. And so what you want is you want the incumbents having to compete their way into the next generation of technologies, not to use their heft and dominance to block new competitors. The fact of the matter is Google search is still dominant, notwithstanding ChatGPT, and Google search advertising is still super dominant in the US and worldwide. The remedies need to be forward-looking. They need to make sure that new AI companies, new advertising companies, new businesses have the opportunity to unseat Google, Meta, Apple, Amazon, and others. And that's what these cases are about. The remedies, if they're going to be effective, have to be forward-looking and preserve the next generation of technologies.
Okay, 2 more quick questions. One is tariffs changes the competitive landscape, potentially. I wonder whether you think it changes the sort of market at which you'd start to look at some of these companies.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we are in a world of industrial policy now, and we are more isolationist. And so making sure that we have resilient supply domestically is more important than ever. And so absolutely, I think that only reinforces the need to make sure that we have competition domestically. We are at our best when we are more like the US and less like China. And we are more like the US when we have a competitive economy with opportunity rather than having national champions with command and control.
And then finally, big law. It is the topic du jour here in New York about the Trump administration's settlements with some of these firms, and now new concerns inside these firms just about what they're going to have to do to make good on whatever those settlements were. And then, of course, obviously, there's a whole number of firms that haven't settled. When you sort of play out the dominoes of this, and if a firm decided, if Paul Weiss decided, look, we're actually not going to help the administration work on XYZ, and then somehow the Trump administration would take on these law firms, or to try to put them in a position where they can't represent folks against the government in the future in certain kinds of cases. How do you think the courts would play that out? What do you think the Supreme Court would do, and how would it all work?
Yeah, let me just say, I think it's terrifying that you have the administration trying to nationalize our nation's law firms and put them to work for the nation. Law firms are supposed to defend the government from overreach, not contribute to it. And so this is for all lawyers, this should be a very terrifying moment. And it is for me, certainly. Ultimately, how do I think this plays out in the courts? I don't think the executive order targeting law firms without any investigation or any proof of violating the law will hold up at the Supreme Court. And so I think these law firms would be wise to defend themselves, defend the rule of law, and defend the principle that they are there, in fact, to defend Americans, private citizens, and companies from government overreach.
So, but if the Supreme Court rules that the executive orders are not, in fact, legal, does that undo the settlements that the Skaddens and Simpson Thatchers and Paul Weisses and others made?
It very well might not, and that's why they shouldn't have done it, because they should have waited for this to play out in the courts. Most of the law firms that are fighting, I think all of them, have now received temporary restraining orders, meaning the executive orders are not in effect, and they have the ability to fight this out. There's going to be a question about whether the settlements are binding contracts, and that will withstand Supreme Court scrutiny. And so, yeah, I think the law firms folded too soon and too much, and the consequences will be significant for them. And I think future law firms in the future should hold tight.
Do you think, though, gentlemen, I know we got to go, but there's one thought on this. My view is some of these firms, a Paul Weiss, a Simpson Thatcher, Skadden, most of their work is corporate. I mean, the litigators are furious, obviously, inside, but a lot of their work, the real money, is corporate work. And so the question is, yes, if you are a company in the future, even that uses those firms, but in a litigation context, I imagine in the future you say, sure, I'm not going to use them, and I'll have them do my merger, I'll have them do my corporate work. But if I have to go up against the government and I'm not trying to settle with the government or this administration, I'll use Wilmer Hale or somebody else who actually has a backbone. No?
Well, that's certainly a consequence. But one area where the law firms miscalculated is they figured that the pro bono work would fall into the litigation departments. That's not necessarily what's happening. The administration's saying, hey, you're now my law firms, you have to do work for free, and I want you to negotiate and paper up my trade deals. They want these corporate departments to go out and do work for the president. That is a very significant difference from what I think the law firms thought they were signing up for.
But I also assume if you look at the contract, whatever the contract is, it doesn't. Yeah, I imagine it doesn't say that unless you think it's just so expansive they can ask them to do anything.
I think the administration's going to take the view that it's that expansive.
Jonathan, thank you. It's fascinating. We'll
Thank
keep
you.
our eyes on it.
All right, still to come this morning, reports say that layoffs at the FDA are delaying drug development. We will ask former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb about that next. Right now, though, as we head to a break, check out the price of gold. It closed at an all-time high on Thursday. It's up another 2.5% this morning. That's $83. The last tick, $3,411.10 an ounce. That is up 29% year to date. In the meantime, the stock futures taking another leg down. In fact, right now you're looking at the Dow futures off by more than 425 points. S&P futures down by 67. The NASDAQ indicated off by about 265. Squawk Box will be right back.
Now.
Mass layoffs at the FDA are causing major delays in drug development as biotech companies face setbacks in clinical trials and approvals, ultimately slowing the delivery of new treatments to patients. Joining us right now is Dr. Scott Gottlieb, former FDA commissioner and a CNBC contributor. He's also a Pfizer and Illumina board member. And Doctor, thank you for being with us this morning. Is it your understanding, these were reports that we had been reading last week, that things are slowing down because of staff layoffs? You think that's the case?
Well, look, what we're seeing, if you talk to biotech companies, what you're seeing is they're not getting the same level of interaction with the agency that they previously expected. So if companies that are asking for meetings or asking for teleconferences with the agencies are getting written responses only, WROs. That's not good for small biotech companies that need that engagement with the agency, that have complex development pathways or not as much experience, and that's starting to impact development programs. You're hearing that refrain from biotech companies. It's hard to measure right now because it's happening in real time, but if you look at the first quarter, there are only 9 drug approvals by the FDA. That's an all-time, that's a low since the COVID lows of 2022. Now there's about 75 drugs that are slated for approval this year, so it's a rich pipeline this year, and it could be a record. But so far, you're seeing the agency fall behind on some of that work. Finally, look, there's a lot of resiliency built into the agency. So I think that they're going to find ways to try to work more efficiently. And again, by not having the meetings and as much engagement, focusing more on the review activities. But there's 2 things on the horizon that I think really tip the balance here. There's about 600 people, about 25% of the review staff is currently recused, according to what I'm hearing off the agency. These are people who are looking. They're looking to leave the agency. So there's an expectation that there's going to be a lot of voluntary departures from the agency over the course of the summer. The other thing is that the leadership's pushing a reorganization plan that would consolidate all the medical product and scientific centers into one big review function. So the Office of Medical Devices, the Office of Biologics, the Office of Drugs, the Office of Tobacco Products, the Office of Veterinary Medicine would all be consolidated into one single center as a way to try to reduce headcount. I think that will have a very dramatic impact on the agency if they go forward with that.
Did you say traumatic or dramatic?
Dramatic and traumatic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love bureaucracy. You don't like to see the repeating of similar instances, of the similar functions being repeated. But in this case, I think it's a pretty unique and necessary function. It's very different to get approval for any of these different things. And as you were pointing out, for a small company, for a biologic in particular, you need guidance on what the agency will accept and what they won't, so that you do your trials properly in a way that the FDA wants to see that data put out.
That's right. And look, the reorganization plan, so they're looking to separate things like the compliance function from the scientific review function, thinking that if they just consolidate these things in separate centers, they can reduce headcount along each function. There's very good reasons why you want the compliance function, for example, closely integrated with the scientific review staff, because the scientific review staff understands the sort of nature of a problem that arises in a post-market setting, say a drug side effect, and they can direct the compliance function to take appropriate action. So you don't want to separate those 2 scientific functions. It might look like redundancies to have a compliance and a review team within each center.
I mean, this is a situation where a little extra headcount, I think, cuts down on the bureaucratic red tape and the bureaucratic red tape that would cause these companies to have to go back and reapply and reapply and reapply. And I think some small companies would never get through the process that way.
Yeah, look, it makes, I think, the review function more efficient.
Yeah.
Moving on from the new drug approval process, the biggest impact of the recent reductions is going to be on generic drugs. They eliminated the office that wrote all the guidance documents to lay out the pathway for first-in-class generics to be approved. So this is an office that basically, when a new generic gets approved, a complex formulation, so when we approved EpiPen, a generic EpiPen, for example, we had to lay out in guidance how we intended to do that, what the scientific parameters were that we were going to use to evaluate that generic drug. And you have to do that for every new generic drug that gets approved. They eliminated the entire group. So
You were the head of the FDA in the last Trump administration. Has anybody asked you about any of these things? Have you offered your opinions and advice to what they're doing there?
Well, these things are happening very quickly. So DOJ, from my understanding, DOJ is prescribing the level of headcount reductions that they want to achieve, and then the leadership of the different agencies is actually implementing the plan to achieve that. So DOJ isn't actually directing that this office should be eliminated, or this office should be eliminated. Now, the office I'm talking about within generic drugs had a policy in its title. So the presumption is that they eliminated any office that had policy in its title, thinking it was redundant. Now, maybe it was misnamed, but it wasn't a policy office. It was a review function office. I don't know how they're going to approve new generic drugs, first-in-class generic drugs, without the function of that office. That office has developed 3,000 product-specific guidances delineating the pathway for the approval of new generic drugs. And this was a singular achievement of the first Trump administration. We had approved 970 generic drugs in 2018, a record, and then beat that record the following year with 1,170 approvals. And the president actually touted it in the State of the Union address. So this was something the administration was very focused on. Now, I believe the White House doesn't know that this office was eliminated and what the implication's going to be. They're not dealing at that level. But this will have profound implications on access
Because
to
it
generics.
gets generic drugs, cheaper drugs to into Americans' homes and
That's right.
their abilities to bring down costs.
Right. Over one 18-month period, we did an economic analysis to get it into the President's State of the Union address. And so we estimated that there were $26 billion in savings between 2018 and 2019 from all the generic approvals that were happening. And this office actually was created or was grown during the Trump administration with this explicit purpose, the first Trump administration, and they've eliminated it. So I think there's impacts on the new drug side, but the impacts on the generic drug approval process may be far more profound.
What happened at United Healthcare last week? The hell was that?
With respect to the...
Down 100 points, the stock. What did they say that was... Was it such a shocker in terms of utilization?
Well, look, I think there was, I'm not a United Healthcare analyst, but it looked like they missed across the board in the different business units. But the main
thing
thing was
Medicare,
medical, right. So they
Medicare
miscalculated, yeah, right. So Medicare patients were seeking more care than what they had estimated. There still may be
Were
some...
they doing it on purpose, or were they being told to seek more care by the Medicare Advantage? There's supposedly... You can game those Medicare Advantage if you run one of those.
Yeah, look, I haven't dug into it. My hunch is they just miscalculated what utilization would be, because utilization's been up across the board in multiple companies. I think United Healthcare probably didn't estimate appropriately the rise in utilization that we're seeing in the healthcare space, but I haven't looked deeply into it.
It was like 800 Dow points. Because it was
it's a lot.
7 times whatever it was. That day we were up 350 points. United Healthcare reported we were down 400 in the next instant. Bizarre. Okay, so you'd have nothing. It wasn't that it wasn't the bad PR. It wasn't.
I don't have anything you haven't heard.
It wasn't that they've been pressured to cover more because of the bad
Pressured
PR.
to say no to fewer things.
Yeah,
to people who were actually coming with claims that should have been covered.
Exactly.
Potentially.
Look, they're under scrutiny and they're being more careful, but it looked like the miss was on miscalculated utilization.
Scott, thank you. We really appreciate it, and let us know as you continue to watch what you're seeing at the FDA and beyond. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I don't need to worry about fungus turning me into a zombie, right?
They're just in the movies.
They didn't hear that was in the commercial break before.
No.
You were asking about
I know. Well, I'm just asking him this.
No, but the movie.
The movie, Last of Us. Toe fungus turns.
It wasn't toe fungus, was it?
Oh, was it?
No.
Coming up, this. Welcome back. We want to take this opportunity to introduce you to our new subscription streaming platform, CNBC Plus. What you're currently experiencing right now on our air is our CNBC Plus data feed, which displays an enhanced data view and the latest headlines during our live business news lineup. You can stream Squawk Box and any of your other favorite CNBC shows anytime, anywhere. It's pretty good. I'm not supposed to ad-lib, but I think it looks pretty good.
Good.
So do I.
Lovely.
Put us all on camera.
Smile. Among the stories that we're watching today, New York City's congestion pricing remains in effect despite the federal government's deadline yesterday to scrap that program. I feel dirty that I like it, Andrew.
Because it's easier to get around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I took a stand.
Traffic is down 13%.
I took a stand that I care about people.
Yeah.
If you
And
care about people,
yeah.
then you're good
No.
to go. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so keep it.
It is not a black and white situation where
It
you are
is.
on the side of right.
I feel bad liking it
I
because
know
I
you
don't have
think
to
you're
worry
right. The rest of
about
us
it.
are all wrong.
Other people need to worry about it. I don't need to worry about it, but I like it.
Right.
And
If you
Right.
worry about people who can't afford
but you're
it.
saying it helps buses and subways or something.
I'm saying that it helps effectively 94% of the people who travel in New York City. So yes, if you care about the people, like all of the people,
So I
yes,
can
it
have my
helps
cake and
immensely.
eat it too. Then.
Yes.
Wow, they just killed the whole rest of that story.
Anyway, it's going to court. We're going to see how it works out. The governor's still standing behind it.
Coming up, crude prices lower this morning. We're going to talk about the major catalyst for oil next. After this.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Some breaking news this morning. The Vatican announcing Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. He was the first Latin American pontiff and the first Jesuit as well. Yesterday, Easter Sunday, the Pope blessed thousands of people in St. Peter's Square in Vatican City and made a surprise drive through the square in the Pope-mobile. The Pope also met with Vice President J.D. Vance yesterday. Tributes from world leaders have been flowing in this morning. Francis's successor will be chosen in a gathering of cardinals that's known as a conclave. Again, Pope Francis dead at the age of 88.
You know, we were talking about this in the 6 o'clock hour. I thought I'd add some color to it with some names, because you had asked about some of the names of folks, and we had mentioned 6 o'clock hour. I had gone and visited with the Pope back in 2019 because so many CEOs across this country were going to visit with him. There's a picture of it. So many CEOs were going to visit with him to talk about all their ESG efforts. And I was arguing that at the time, these were actually not necessarily efforts that were considered sort of marketing or gimmicks. They were actually going because they wanted his approval and blessing. And I think one of you had asked about, what their religion was. And
Yeah, the candidate came out, was it sponsored by the Pope?
So Tim Cook had gone to visit with him. Eric Schmidt had gone to visit with him. Steve Schwartzman, who's Jewish, had gone to visit with him. Again, people who are not necessarily all ESG, even focused people. Brian Moynihan, a Catholic. But there have been a number of trips. Reid Hoffman had done a separate trip. There were lots of different trips of people. And I would say this was I would say the majority of those trips were back in 2018, 19, but this was all pre-pandemic. So there was just a whole bunch of people who were going to visit with him to talk about what they were doing, both around climate, which was something that he cared a lot about, and a lot of their DEI efforts, actually, very interestingly, were something that they were talking about with him, and other kinds of things. There were different organizations that did, but also some of them were going individually, some were going as groups.
But it was more business leaders than had gone to visit popes in the past. This was pilgrimages. But that's why I couldn't figure out,
which was something that was very new.
Was it outreach from the Vatican?
Well, I think there was two things going on. I think the Vatican was open to this, clearly, given this Pope's views of these things.
Yeah.
And it was very interesting to see that I think a lot of these leaders, business leaders, thought that, and they were moving in this direction, this idea of inclusive capitalism.
Marxism.
You can call it Marxism. Other people can call it
No, I
inclusive
think
capitalism.
the Pope was truly from Argentina. He truly had a worldview that was antithetical to a lot of what capitalism stands for. I made my, I'm not going to, he just died. I'm not going to say anything, but I was consistent all along with that. To put out an encyclical on climate change, I'm not sure that a lot of Catholics decided that's what he should be worried about when they had so many other pressing issues that seem to be on the back burner, that are still on the back burner as a Catholic.
Clearly, there were a lot of business leaders who were taking on the climate issue in a meaningful way, and that was one of the things.
Are they taking it? How's that going?
Well, right now, by the way, it sounds like it's not going very well because this president is making
this president. You don't think there's sort of
this administration on climate?
Right. I'm talking. But I think
it's this administration.
So you think it's the administration on DEI and ESG as well, or is it just a societal
on
pushing
climate,
back
I think
against
it's the administration? I
you
think
don't think
on DEI, I think there's there's sort of a wokeism that went too far,
right,
and
I think it's the same thing on climate. I think a lot of I just think there's a pushback on a lot. We're not getting to net zero anytime. Even in Europe, you see that with the elections that have happened, the Greens are on the run.
May not happen. I'm just saying. I think that the efforts were genuine.
Even Klaus is gone.
True.
Your guy.
All true. Want to take a look at energy prices this morning. Join us right now, Dan Jurgen, S&P Global Vice Chairman. Good morning to you. We've been watching WTI crude now down at 63.07. Dan, what do you make of where we are, and what do you think it says about the global economy? Maybe before we get into everything else.
Well, I think the number one thing is the global economy. The IMF this week is already signaling that its meeting later in the week expects lower growth. Lower economic growth means lower demand, lower prices. You've also had OPEC Plus put oil into the market. And the main thing that's hanging over the oil market, like over every other part of the economy, is what's going to happen over this 12-week of tariff pause and what comes out at the other end.
So this is probably not the way you'd want oil prices to come down, at least in the U.S., but it sounds like it will be. What do you think directionally? I mean, we're at 63.19. For the investment community that's thinking about where this goes, where do you think things look in the next 6 months?
Well, I think we've got to get through the next 12 weeks. But basically, I think the consensus in the industry had been that it was a price range was in a $70 to $85 range. Now it's looking at 60 to 70. The Dallas Federal Reserve just finished its quarterly survey and showed a lot of uncertainty in the industry. And once you get down under $60, you're starting to put real pressure on U.S. production, because companies have a social contract to return money to investors. You've just mentioned investors. They also have to reinvest to keep up production, and that gets harder as you go below $60 a barrel. So we're kind of on the edge right now, and it is this kind of strange interregnum, this very volatile interregnum that we're in right now.
How does it also change just the thinking around investing in other forms of energy?
Well, I think that the big thing that's on the issue, and really probably the preoccupation of the administration, is electricity.
Right.
That all the signs are we simply do not have the electricity supply and capacity to meet the AI demand. Currently, data centers are about 4% of U.S. electricity. In 5 years, it could be 12%. So I think if we look at what their National Energy Dominance Council is going to focus on, it's going to be on getting projects approved so that we don't run into a really tight situation on electricity over the next few years. So I think that's where the biggest focus is right now.
In terms of the geopolitical situation between the Middle East, in terms of Russia and everything else, how does it change that dynamic in terms of either our strength or not?
Well, what's happening, Andrew, is really the end of the second age of globalization. Before the Russia invaded Ukraine, the U.S. was importing 600,000 barrels a day of oil. Until recently, we were exporting almost 600,000 barrels of petroleum liquids to China, LNG. All that stopped. So we're really seeing a kind of a breakdown in the globalization that we've known for the last 3.5 decades. And that's affecting this industry like every other industry, trying to sort out what will be the new structure of world trade when we get to the other side, whenever we get there.
But in terms of oil flow, obviously India is still buying from Russia. There are others. What does the price of oil need to be to keep their economy going? I mean, those are some big questions.
Well, for India, of course, they like low oil prices because they import 85% of their oil. But I think that what we're seeing other countries, whether they're European, whether they're other Asian countries, are saying, and when they're coming to do their trade negotiations here in Washington, D.C., will be saying, one of the things they'll say is, we can take more energy. That will help change the trade balance. And that's where LNG, the U.S. is the world's largest exporter of LNG right now. That will be very much on the table. And that also goes for liquids. Another issue will be will the Asian countries step forward to put money into this big potential Alaskan LNG project, which the president really, in his address to Congress, singled out. And I know that Japanese, the Koreans are going to be looking at that more carefully as well.
Can I call you the legendary Dan Yergin? The legendary Dan Yergin. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Well, let's get to Contessa. I imagine that's Contessa Brewer. They stuck Contessa.
Is there any other? Do you? You're the one and only. I want to know this. Do you know any other Contessa?
The one and only Contessa. There was. What am I thinking of? The something Contessa.
I don't know. The barefoot Contessa.
Yes, barefoot Contessa. Are you wearing shoes?
I am today, but if you say the word, Joe, and I'll change that.
Really?
Or tomorrow it'll be the bare-faced Contessa. Let's check on stocks. You want to do that? Okay. Netflix first. Shares now up about 1.5% this morning. These are continuing the gains from last week. The streaming giant's first quarter results beat expectations. And now we're getting in some Wall Street reaction. Analysts at JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Piper Sandler all increasing their price target on the stock. Several analysts are specifically pointing out the company's relative insulation from tariffs and the trade war fallout. Now let's go with key analyst notes this morning. D.A. Davidson is downgrading Salesforce from neutral to underperform. And as you can see, those shares down 1.3% right now. Analysts said that they believe the company is neglecting its core business to pursue what they called a premature AI opportunity. The firm also reduced its price target on that stock to $200. It's down from $247. Amazon also lower this morning, shares down about 2% after Raymond James downgraded that stock from a strong buy to outperform, lowered its price target from $275 to $195. Analysts are looking at the uneven macro environment, the tariffs, steepening investment intensity, and they believe the street is just underestimating the company's earnings pressures in 2025 and 2026. We're starting to see a lot of those analyst notes, even in industries that aren't seen as defensive, which companies could be defensive within those industries, guys.
All right, Contessa, thank you. When we come back, Jeremy Siegel on what investors can expect this week as earnings kick into high gear, plus a number of key economic data points that we'll be getting ahead. And then the Fed in focus right now as President Trump's frustration grows with Chairman Jerome Powell. We will hear from Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee in just a little bit. Squawk Box, we'll be right back. Well, it's Monday morning and the markets are down. Dow futures off by about 373 points. NASDAQ down by 260. The S&P down by just over 60 points. Let's talk about all of this right now with Jeremy Siegel. He is Professor Emeritus of Finance at University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. He's also Chief Economist at Wisdom Tree. Jeremy, what do you think, just in terms of where we are headed this morning, how the world is reacting to the trade war that's kicked off primarily between the United States and China at this point?
Yes, good morning, Becky. Listen, I've looked at the data, and I do believe there are persuasive economic reasons for the Fed to aggressively lower interest rates right now. I know that Steve just a little while ago saying, show me some evidence, data that shows this. Well, one of the Fed's favorite indicators for long-term inflationary expectations is called the five-year forward rate of inflation. I know that sounds technical, but it really isn't a complicated issue. By looking at long-term inflation contracts, 10-year and 5-year, you can extract out the near term and look at those long-term. And these are market-based contracts. We know we're going to get a increase in inflation in the short term from the Trump tariffs. I call that the Trump bump. We're going to get there. But what we need to wonder about is that getting into long-term inflationary expectations. That's exactly the topic that Jay Powell was worried about last week. Is that getting into it? The answer is definitively no. Actually, I've been looking at those long-term inflationary expectations, and they've actually been going down.
Jeremy, you yourself a week ago on Wisdom Tree, you wrote, while the Fed has cover to ease, the mixed signals from the bond market complicate the picture. You said that with the yield curve no longer inverted, the case for Fed rate cuts weakens.
Well, you're right, and now it's just about flat. But this is before I looked at the case for these inflationary expectations. And right now, after the next 5 years, the long-term inflation expectations is 2.3%. And that's based on the Consumer Price Index. And the Fed's favorite indicator is the Personal Consumption Deflator Index, the PCE index. And that's about 0.3% below that. So really, on the PCE, the long-term inflationary expectation that the Fed itself uses, that Chair Powell has talked about, they've used this for over 20 years, is now at 2%. So, on that standpoint, I think there's a lot of it. And by the way,
so forget about the bond market. It's a week later. We're feeling good about things, and we should go ahead.
Well, the bond market is. I think the bond market's being disturbed by a lot of things going on. And things about the independence of the Fed and all sorts of other situations. And in fact, I think the Dow would improve actually if Jay Powell actually lowered that rate. Another factor is that money and credit are just not growing fast enough. Over the last year, the M2 money supply has grown less than 4%. For a healthy economy, you need between 5 and 6% money growth. It's actually lower than it was 3 years ago. And the only way for the Fed to actually stimulate loan growth, to stimulate money growth back to a healthy level, is by lowering those interest rates.
So you're concerned about the Fed's independence, because I got 2 points from you. One was that there are good economic reasons for Powell to lower rates. The second is that the threats to Fed independence are real and growing. So you're worried about the Fed independence, but you think he should cut rates.
Yeah, and let me say that, listen, let's face the facts. If he doesn't cut rates and we have a recession because of the tariffs, who is Trump going to blame? Trump is going to blame Powell. And the Republican Congress is not all that friendly toward the Fed to begin with. Don't forget the whole
So you
Federal
basically
Reserve.
think he should cut rates to make sure he keeps the Fed independent. So listen to you, not Trump, but do this to make sure
I
the Fed
actually think
independence
Fed
isn't threatened.
independence is enhanced, the probability, by him cutting rates right now.
You think inflation, Jeremy? You think inflation is?
Doing what he wants.
You believe those recent prints? on
The
inflation.
recent prints on long-term inflationary expectations are down 30 basis points since
Yeah.
Fed took office in January.
So the real
and
risk
that is
is
exactly.
yeah, the real risk is the economy. I agree
Absolutely.
with you.
The real risk right now is the economy. And those inflationary expectations into the long term that Powell said he's concerned about, the actual data is not present at the present.
Because tariffs can cause. I think it's more likely, unfortunately, I think it's more likely tariffs can cause a growth slowdown. And the inflation is sort of a one-shot deal because you don't get, unless it's a trade war with you keep tit for tat and because it's a one-shot deal. It's not the second derivative where inflation keeps the pace of increases keeps rising instead of just the first one. So
absolutely. Yeah. And let's say, Joe, you believe in the poly market and the markets right now. They're saying nearly 60% chance of inflation. All Wall Street firms have raised their rate. So you have red flags there. You have inadequate money and loan supply growth. You have long-term inflationary expectations at the level the Fed wants. Why not? And by the way, if the economy, if things go well, we don't have a slowdown, don't have a recession, then the Fed goes back up. This idea that the Fed is like a battleship that, moves slowly and goes in cycles of years and all that is just not supported by evidence, not supported by theory. They could move back if need be, but right now, the data is flashing red for me to say lower those interest rates.
Is there any call for the Fed to kind of wait and see this out? I mean, you've changed your mind over the course of a week. Maybe they should wait and see what they think over the next month or so.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I'm taking a look at the data that I've seen over the last week and, rethought that, I mean, listen, we were back in inverted territory. We went above because I think all the problems of the dollar. So I think that term structure signal is not as strong. By the way, right now, I think it's virtually flat. And normally you're supposed to have approximately 100 basis point higher on the long rate than the short rate. So right now that argues for a Fed funds rate that's not 4.33%, but 3.33%. And I think, honestly, the Fed should start in May and continue in June. I mean, the European Central Bank has lowered 7 times. And the long-term inflationary expectations are going down. And listen, you're not going to have a sustained inflation with money supply growing at an inadequate amount. That's never happened in history. I mean, we had 34 years between 1986 and the pandemic when the money supply was growing 5.5% a year. And then it exploded under, Powell. He talk about independence. He caved in to Trump and Biden's excessive fiscal spending. So, and that was a case that caused all that inflation back there. Right now, the Fed's favorite indicator of long-term inflation expectations is signaling that he is able to cut interest rates now.
Okay. Professor Siegel, thank you. We'll talk to you again soon.
We'll talk to Austin Goolsbee soon, too.
A couple minutes.
Up next, considered one of the engines behind the United States supply chain, moving a range of industrial products to business partners and customers. CEO of Fastenal is going to join us next to talk tariffs and what they're hearing from clients. And then, the aforementioned Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee is going to join us to discuss the future of the Fed, interest rates, and economic uncertainty. We'll be right back.
CNBC.com.
Business leaders around the world working to navigate trade uncertainty. Our next guest sells industrial and construction supplies. The company just raised prices as part of a new strategy to manage the impact of new tariffs. Joining us, Dan Florness, Fastenal CEO. In a nutshell, Dan, explain to us and our viewers exactly the situation that your company finds itself in terms of tariffs and what's happening already.
Well, most of the supply chains that come into this country come in from outside, and so we're in a situation where we've been actively engaging with our customer to inform them of what we're seeing when we're seeing it. One of the advantages we have is we provide a pretty good window of time for options to view into the future and see what products are coming in. Our biggest message to our customers: your supply chain has become more expensive, and let's look at options to manage that expense, to reduce that expense, to pivot to different sources. And but as you mentioned in your lead-in, we have raised some prices, and that's in reaction to products that the costs have gone up on in the marketplace.
Give us some examples in across the board, the supply chain and which products, and whether you must have done some stocking up on things over the last few months.
Well, we carry a meaningful amount of inventory. We carry about 4 months of inventory, so that gives us some flexibility. The place where we have adjusted prices initially has been stepping into, as inventory is turning, stepping into on some of the fastener side. On the non-fastener side, we really haven't done anything yet, and fasteners are about a third of our business. So we have raised some costs there. And we've continued the strategy we put in place about 5-6 years ago of moving a lot of our sourcing into a broader range of countries. Whereas when the tariffs came through in the 2017 and 2018 timeframe, we were much more skewed towards China and Taiwan.
Tell me, what kind of moves have you made with Canada and Mexico? How much does that account? And you can ship things directly to customers in Canada and Mexico that would have previously been brought into the States?
Yep, and we started that process months ago of bringing product directly into the country as needed. The challenge you have there is we sell hundreds of thousands of different SKUs, and identifying what you can bring in is a fairly limited exercise. But we've been bringing product into the west coast of Canada and the west coast of Mexico quite extensively in recent months to bypass that. The cost of doing that is it's a little bit more expensive, because logistically it's more expensive than bringing it in with all of our other shipments into the central United States and then moving it out from there. But it's a lot less than a 70% tariff getting added on to fasteners, for example.
And let me ask you just an overall question, because I can feel it already from people like Elizabeth Warren and others. The minute you raise prices in response to tariffs, you're going to hear that you raised them too much, or you're gouging, or you're using it as an opportunity to try to actually increase your margins. What to prevent corporations from taking advantage of the situation and raising prices? Are you unable to do that because of competition, or because of your conscience, or what would prevent you, Fastenal, from adding a couple more percentage points in there on the price increases?
Well, the best counter to that is a robust marketplace. The second counter to that is our customers. We're a supply chain partner, and we have a covenant with our customer. We're going to source you great quality product for your supply chain needs. We're going to give you advance notice and give you options on different things we could do to reduce any type of cost constraints. Over the last decade, think of the things that have happened. Tariffs back in 2017, 2018, COVID and what that did. What we did in every one of those circumstances is we have an open dialogue with our customer of saying, here's things we can do to better manage your supply chain. Recently we held, every April we hold a customer event in Nashville, Tennessee, where we bring in between 3,000 and 3,500 customers in a trade show environment. And what was missing from that conversation? There wasn't a lot of discussion about tariffs. the discussion was all about supply chain and ways to source differently, to be more creative. A lot more discussions about some of the tools we can bring to the customer's table, because the tariffs aren't a surprise to any customer when you have a discussion with them. It's really about what you can do to manage around it.
Right. We're all in that area. It's early still. We'll see whether this is something we're talking about in a year or not. I guess that's why they call it uncertainty. Dan, thanks and good luck managing through all this. See you later. Thank you. Okay.
Coming up next is Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee is going to join us. That's going to happen right after the break. Big conversation about what Jay Powell may do next and whether he'll still have the job. Squawk Box returns after this. It is now time for a very special interview this morning. Steve Leisman is at the table. That is going to be one of the pieces, but we have another component part that may be even bigger.
The more important piece. Austin Goolsbee joins us now, Chicago Federal Reserve President. Austin, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, great to see you, Steve.
So I don't know if you were listening to the last two guests. You got to be listening to Squawk to pay attention to what's going on in the world today. We had Jeremy Siegel on arguing that the market-based surveys of inflation are down or negative, and you can cut all you want. It's not exactly what he said. But then we just had a gentleman on who's making screws and fasteners and all kinds of things, raising his price because of the tariff. So tell me how you balance this as a policymaker, this idea there is not really long-term expectations out of control, but you have people raising prices. What's the right call on policy in that context?
I saw both the segments, and the fastener Dan, he's more like my people out here in the 7th District, which is heart of the Midwest and where the manufacturers are. I think that highlights the dynamic that we've got short-run expectations about inflation going up, and people are expressing fear that we're going back to a kind of a 21 or 22 environment where prices are getting too high and inflation is starting to rage a little out of control. But the core long run expectations not rising, at least in the market variance, I think that's a very important fact. And if you listened closely to what Dan was saying about the fasteners, there was a lot to like about it, in the sense that he was talking about substitutability and adjustment and ways that they could redo the supply chain to get away from some of the worst impacts of the tariff. The more action like that takes place in the private sector, the less impactful tariffs would be on disrupting the supply chain.
So can you cut preemptively to address potential economic weakness?
Look, everything's always on the table. As I say, it's a huge table. But the Fed is supposed to be the steady hand here. What we need to do is look through, get the through line and where are things going to be, let's call it after the 90-day pause and going through the year. Tariffs are one input, they're one shock that happens to the economy, but conditions change all the time. We've got the productivity growth rate has been surprisingly and lovely, in a lovely way, been very strong for a couple of years. I would definitely want us to get a bead on whether tariffs or supply chain disruptions are affecting productivity growth. And we just need to see, most of the US economy is domestically driven, as you know. At the end of the day, imported goods are only 11% of GDP. So unless it jumps out of just its own 11% lane, the impact of tariffs on the macroeconomy could potentially be modest. Now, when I'm out here in the Midwest and we at the Chicago Fed are talking to people, we're the most affected district by tariffs because we're the most manufacturing oriented. And folks have been saying for months that they were nervous about what potential impact would be if the tariffs were too big, that it would kind of throw us back to the 21-22 period or even back to the COVID supply disruptions. I kind of think the through line is we've got to get our way through this. You know, out here, if the storm signal goes off, people know go down in the basement and wait it out. And that's kind of writ large onto the economy. That wait it out impulse is the thing that we just got to get through to figure out what to do.
Austin, the dollar has been a little weaker, bonds a little weaker as well. Does it matter that the president is talking about the potential to terminate the Fed chair?
Look, I'm not going to get into the discussion on that. I know the secretary, I agree with the Secretary of the Treasury when he said Fed independence is a jewel box that we don't want to mess with. All economists, I've been at the Fed for a little over 2 years. Before I was ever at the Fed, I would tell you, economists are basically unanimous that Fed independence is critically important. And to see why, just look at the countries where they don't have Fed independence. Inflation is higher, unemployment is higher, growth is worse. So I think there's a lot of back and forth that is outside the purview of what the Fed, in my opinion, should be doing is following its legal mandate, stabilize prices, maximize employment, and it is the conditions that determine what Fed action are, not anything else.
Mr. President, the recent numbers that if I just were to immediately say, wow, this number matters, it looks to me like inflation is less of a worry right now than a slowdown. Tariffs can cause both. I'm more worried about tariffs causing uncertainty, which becomes self-fulfilling with corporations, and that we really get a possibility of a slowdown. I don't know about a recession. And then on the inflation side, it just seems like a one-shot deal unless there's we get into a tit for tat. It's the second derivative. It's not like the inflation we had 3 years ago. It's not the same. So I think the risks are not equal now for the dual mandate. And that's why I think you believe this in your heart. It'd be nice to preempt the slowdown because these last inflation numbers we got were pretty tame.
I don't know if I didn't have my coffee or what happened. Most of what you said, Joe, I totally agreed with.
That's what I
don't
mean.
know what's happening to me.
Because you're MAGA Austin now.
So look, I agree that if you get into the difficult part of a scenario for a central bank is if both sides of the mandate start going wrong at the same time.
Right.
If
but I think
the inflation side does not start going wrong, then
what's more likely than right now? Seems like the slowdown is a bigger risk to me.
It might be, but then it's also about magnitude. So if you started to see inflation going wrong and unemployment going wrong, let's say, A, you would want to know how long is it going to last, and B, you would want to know, well, how much is it getting out of whack on one versus the other. If it was a theoretically pure tariff, let's call it, one-time increase in the price, no retaliation, no follow-up increases, very little in the way of supply chain disruption, then I agree with you. That's a transitory inflation shock. And I've been saying for a long time, if you could just keep it kind of in its lane, most of the U.S. economy is domestically driven, is not dependent on tariffs. I think our uncertainties at this moment, and why for me personally, when I hear Jeremy saying preemptive cuts, we're getting announced retaliation. We're talking about revisiting the tariffs in 90 days, and we don't know what the impact on the supply chain is going to be. So I think we want to be a little more the steady hand and trying to figure out the through line before we're jumping to action.
Austin, you point out that your district is the one that is the manufacturing hub of the United States. You feel these things more deeply. Do you think that the tariffs can do what the president has laid out as a goal, which is to reinvigorate manufacturing, particularly in the Midwest? Do you see that happening?
That's a longer run effort, and I applaud the effort that if we're going to increase manufacturing, it partly depends how this negotiation chain with other countries is going to go. You saw the Secretary of the Treasury say that he thought, and when this period was over, it was going to reintroduce, he called it the golden age of global trade. If on the back end of this we got new agreements and the productivity growth remained high, I think you could see a rebound of manufacturing for sure. In the short run...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to give the example of steel, where we put in tariffs on steel, which you would think would be fostering the domestic production of steel, but you've seen a series of domestic steel producers actually start some layoffs because the demand is not there, because the tariffs are hurting their customers more than they're helping their cost side.
Austin, I wanted to ask you a separate question. You referenced Scott Bessent a couple of times now, once talking about the independence of the Fed, another in the context now of tariffs. But a different reference would be prior to President Trump's election, he talked about putting in place effectively a shadow Fed chair, or at least nominating somebody, naming somebody early, and that this idea that somehow the market would look through it. This was his proposal, not somebody else's. Of course, now he has to deal with Jay Powell every
he's
week.
Kind of backed off it, right?
I know he's backed off of it, but he's the one who introduced it. And so the question, though, now is, given that the president is back to the idea of terminating the Fed chair, whether you think there's a possibility that you would nominate or that he could nominate somebody early, and what do you think that does in terms of the way the bond market behaves?
It sounds like you're asking for political scenario analysis from a guy with an econ PhD.
No, it's not a political scenario. No. It's let's say there was somebody that was announced in the fall, and that person was sort of known to be dovish, if that's what the president wanted. Do you think that it's possible that the bond market or bond investors would, quote unquote, look through whoever is there in the interim to somehow get to the other side? That's what it's not a political question.
I would ask you know far more about what bondholders and investors' sentiment is than I do. I'm just down here trying to fulfill the dual mandate, voting on stabilizing prices and maximizing employment. I don't want to get into all the machinations that you're describing. Jay Powell is a Fed chair. I'm a strong supporter of the FOMC. As sitting at the table, I can tell you it's my opinion that is now the world's greatest deliberative
So also
body.
one just real quick follow-up, which is how important is the Fed chair themselves to the conversations you have at that table? Meaning if somebody walks in the door and is extremely dovish or is extremely hawkish and they are running that meeting, that ultimately would be the outcome.
Well, I mean, it's a vote, but the chair is by far the most important person sitting around the table, and their opinion carries a lot of weight. I think that's been hard earned from Volcker forward. You've seen the chairs express their opinion and maintain credibility. So whoever is the Fed chair, I imagine, is going to be a strong name and somebody that will carry weight for sure.
Right. But Austin, I wonder if it might be worth to look at the real reasons for Fed independence, which nothing to do really with the short-term call you make, because you guys, you get it right sometimes and you get it wrong sometimes, and maybe the president knows exactly what the right interest rate ought to be right now. But isn't there a long-term issue here in terms of how Fed independence underpins the value of the dollar and the value of the whole bond market, in that if you get it wrong, you're going to correct yourself either way. Whereas if you are subservient to an administration, and this is not theoretical because we went through these bouts in the 70s where the Fed got it wrong and didn't correct itself until somebody else was appointed and came in. So isn't that really the issue, is the long-term credibility of the Fed, not the way it operates within a cycle?
Yeah, probably. I mean, for the most part, and I think that's a different way of saying of explaining why we tend to look at long-run inflation expectations, and the fact that when short-run inflation was almost double digits a few years ago, but the long-run expectations that the Fed would get inflation back down to the 2% target were critically important. Fed independence is critically important for that. As you know, Paul Volcker was a dear friend of mine, and his widow, when he died, gave me that original 2x4 that they mailed to him that says, please lower these insane interest rates. And I keep that on the shelf right next to my desk to remind me, A, when we go to the FOMC meeting, it affects the real economy, but B, sometimes the Fed has to do the hard job. And that's, if you look around the world, the reason why in countries where there is not Fed independence or central bank independence, the inflation rate is higher, is because when there is interference over the long run, it's going to mean higher inflation, it's going to mean worse growth and higher unemployment, because there's just going to be a little less willingness to step up and do the hard things when the moment is tough.
Austin, do you like the new Austin? I mean, is it a better place not talking? I mean, we used to talk politics all the time, and you loved it, and you loved it, and you were so ready.
I grudgingly accepted your terms, Joe.
When you stop doing what you're doing now, are you going back to the old, or are you like St. Paul? Are you different? Did you get knocked off a horse, and you just are just totally?
Did Joe just say I'm like a saint? Joe just said I was like a saint. I'm impressed, Joe.
You know that story? I think he was Saul before.
Yeah, I know that. Hey, just real quick, Austin, you had said before
he didn't answer.
That, hey, I know, I'm bailing him out, I guess. Austin, real quick, you
I
had
think he
said
likes the new Austin better.
That you think that rates 12 to 18 months from now will be lower from where they are today. Are you sticking with that?
I still think that, because I think we're going to get through. There's a lot of noise, a lot of dust in the air. But at the fundamentally coming into April, we had unemployment right around 4%, which is pretty much stable full employment, and inflation was in the mid 2s and coming down. And if we can just get back on that path, I think that the long run settling point for rates, you can see in the dot plot, is well below where we are today. So I think we're going to get through the noise and can get back on that.
Austin, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys again.
Austin
Mr. President.
Meantime, we're excited to tell you about a moment where you're going to see right now CNBC's newest subscription streaming product. It's called CNBC Plus, and you're currently watching it as we speak. You're seeing CNBC Plus with a data feed, which shows enhanced data and the latest headlines during our live programming throughout the day. You can also stream this show and any shows on CNBC. You can do it anywhere, on your phone, on an iPad, on an app, and it's all on demand. And I will also say another cool thing for those of you, I know with Squawk you keep the volume on because you want to hear us.
Yep.
But you know, there are a lot of offices in the country that during the day keep it on without the volume on. And one of the things this does, obviously, is give you now a whole new set of data and headlines and other information. So if you don't have the volume on, you get even a greater benefit from the product. This morning, investors getting a chance, though, separately now to react to Netflix's quarterly results, which were out after the bell Thursday. Netflix said that revenue grew 13% during the first quarter and attributed the bump to better than forecast subscription and advertising dollars. This quarter's results mark that. Now, the first time that Netflix did not disclose quarterly subscriber data as it shifts its strategy and focus on revenue and other financial metrics. You're seeing a lot of other things now on the screen. A reminder that you can stream Squawk Box, as we said before, on CNBC Plus right now, and you can do that and check it out. You can just hit that QR code on the screen to experience it if you want to see what is going on. This is the future of TV, folks. There you go.
CNBC Plus is.
Future of television.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Writ large. Really. Up next, the demand for big tech stocks slowing down. We're going to talk about chips, AI, and much more. Squawk Box returns.
The tech sector under some pressure right now, largely driven by the tariff uncertainty. Joining us right now with more on that is Doug Clinton. He's the founder and CEO of Intelligent Alpha. Good morning to you. So we do have, by the way, we have lawsuits, antitrust cases. Maybe we're going to break up these tech companies. You got the NVIDIA story, you got the Apple story. Is there any tech you like right now?
Andrew, it feels like nothing can really go right for big tech right now. It's all going against them all year. That's been the case. But in terms of big tech, what we like at Intelligent Alpha, where we do use AI to do our portfolio creation, NVIDIA is still our top AI pick. And I know that that is probably at this point exhausting to hear. The stock has not worked this year. It really hasn't worked the last 6 months. But I think if you look at the bottom line, 21 times forward earnings, I think those earnings are pretty solid. We've de-risked the China issue now with the H20 ban. And I don't think that the hyperscalers, no matter what happens in the economy, are going to stop spending on NVIDIA chips. So that is still the name that our models are sticking with.
And you still think that NVIDIA, I mean, one of the things, though, that we've been talking about for months now, by the way, including Andy Jassy, who was on the broadcast just last week, talking about how ultimately the price of these chips has to come down. Like, this whole thing doesn't really work unless the price comes down. And who would eat that price? NVIDIA more than anybody else.
I think you'll see over time, and this happens always in tech, right? Prices come down and the ability of whether it's software or hardware improves over time. That's the story of technology. But I think the other side of the AI bull market is really what is the consumer side, what is the enterprise side for demand for these products. And what we're seeing over the last 3 months, and I don't think this is being reflected in stocks at all, is that there is huge demand for these products. And I think it's increasing and even accelerating with the O3 model launched last week from OpenAI. You have Grok from xAI, you have Gemini's new model from Google. All three of them have said they have capacity constraints in terms of what they can serve to customers right now. I think the demand will be there to force more chip buying, even if prices do come down.
Is there anybody you like? Is there? I mean, so you like NVIDIA a little bit, but what about where do you land on Apple, for example?
We don't own Apple, so NVIDIA is actually the only mega cap tech stock that we own in our Livermore ETF LIVR. And earlier this year, our models, our AI models that do the picking for that portfolio, shifted out of big tech except for NVIDIA. And ironically, about 2 weeks ago, the biggest contrarian bet the models want to make is into gold. And so what we have right now in our model is sort of this barbell approach where we have AI stocks like NVIDIA, we have Micron, TSM, and then we have a pretty heavy position in gold and gold miners. And so that's kind of how AI is viewing the world right now in terms of managing the risk and opportunity in the markets.
What would you tell the investor class that's sitting here watching us saying that owns an Apple, that owns an Alphabet, that owns a Meta? Would you say you don't want to be owning these things at all? I mean, if you were a hedge fund, would you be shorting these things?
I wouldn't short them at all, no. I think if I owned them, and I do own some of those stocks personally, I would say you hold on to them. And the way that we saw this kind of play out in 2023, I'll go rewind 2 years ago when we started thinking there could be a recession. In fact, I think it was consensus we would get a recession in 23. One of the plays that point in time was you just own the mega cap tech stocks because they're offensive and defensive at the same time. They have the upside of AI, and they have really strong balance sheets and products that consumers can't live without. If you did get the recession, that narrative might be relevant again here. If we do go into recessionary times, I think the big cap tech stocks are good to own.
Doug, I want to thank you. Appreciate it very, very much.
Thanks, Andrew.
That does it for us today. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Check out CNBC Plus in between. The Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures starting out the week in the red as investors await word of any potential trade deal progress. A big week of industrial and tech earnings. Dollar index below 98, even though the 10-year yield rises to 440. A roadmap begins with 3 negative weeks in 4. Investors remain skittish on tariffs and now Fed independence.
Plus tech troubles. Tesla is among the biggest laggards. That's pre-market, of course. Other mega cap tech names, though, such as Apple, NVIDIA, Meta, they're also under pressure this morning. And Alphabet's back in court today with earnings on deck later this week. The Justice Department is set to make its case to break the company apart.
Just hours ago, the Vatican announcing that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88, one day after he delivered the Easter blessing on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica and met with Vice President Vance. We'll have more on the Pope throughout the morning. 88 years old, of course. Jim suffered with the bout of bronchitis and double pneumonia just a few weeks ago.
I know. When I went to see him with my wife, it was a kind of an historic day. We didn't expect usually to have a prayer in the morning, and it was about how if you have someone who is gay in your family, you should not discriminate against them. And we were kind of shocked. We didn't think that there was going to be anything that was just other than traditional, and I think it was kind of emblematic of what you expected from the Pope. David, I don't know if you ever got to listen to him, but it's very obviously he speaks in many languages. They translate it on the spot. But you could expect something quite different from what you expected when you went to hear him.
Yes, he was, well, certainly he was a man of peace. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. And I think that he'll be missed. I saw that Vice President Vance was with him.
Yes. Yes, and he did appear, of course, at Easter Mass. First non-European pontiff. Right. I had to check this since the year 741.
I know. And by the way, you sports fan, and I don't know. We went to just because we heard that he was joyous and upbeat, and we got that. I mean, he was. I mean, he was funny and joyous. And you were sitting there thinking, "Wow, this is such a learning experience." And I don't know. We've thought about it a lot, and we thought that maybe this was going to be the beginning of a kind of a brand new, open-minded Pope, and we had just seen him. We went soon after the conclave.
Yeah. We'll get a moment of silence in honor of the Pope in a few minutes here at the NYSE. Meantime, here in the U.S., markets on track for a lower open today after that holiday-shortened trading week, Jim. There's a lot going on, and certainly not a big macro week, but a ton of earnings headed our way.
So, look, I think that you expect the market to be down now. You wake up and you just figure out, okay, how much is it going to be down? You know that when the president takes aim at a man who a lot of us feel has done a very good job trying to steer the ship, Chairman Powell, you're just not used to it. And at all times, David, I don't know whether you feel this way as I do, but the turmoil that you're hearing about, or that they're going to close all of the African embassies in the State Department, or that the Defense Department is in chaos. All of these things come together to make you feel, well, how can I own stocks? But they don't necessarily impact earnings, but they impact the futures.
Yeah, they all do. I mean, I think, though, more than anything else, it's just the hope is going into a weekend at this point that you're going to get some headlines around a potential deal, whether it's a deal, whether it is some sort of rapprochement with China, at least something that leads to a deal, or whether it's an actual deal with Japan or South Korea. But you got nothing.
Right.
You got nothing this weekend. And in fact, China, things seem to only actually be going the other way. It's obviously urging other companies, retaliation potentially if you do try and isolate us, if you're another country. They cut off their LNG purchases. For example, of our liquid natural gas. And so that's not the kind of headlines that I think investors are hoping for as they head into a new trading week. All still on watch, though, for that kind of a headline that I just referenced that could immediately take the market in an upward direction if you were to see it. I haven't seen it yet.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because, I mean, there was a piece of research out today with UBS just saying, okay, listen, we're on the cusp of the bull case. And I think the bull case has just killed people. The idea that this can't continue, that it's got to be okay, that we're in a situation where it's just any day now we're going to wake up and it's going to be better, has kept people in. Here, UBS, what do Trump's tariffs mean for markets? And it's got the bull case, the House view. Trump announced a pause on reciprocal tariffs. Incremental news flow is likely to improve. All right, so I'm sitting here and I read this and I'm saying, oh, really? Could it really improve? Because right now, if Peter Navarro bumps into the president, then I know that Korea's in trouble. But if Besson sees him, then maybe Korea's okay. This is unbelievable.
You're referencing the Journal piece over the weekend, which reported that Besson and Lutnick waited for Navarro to have a meeting in another part of the White House. And that's when they zoomed in to the Oval and tried to get Trump, actually did apparently get Trump to sign off on a pause.
It's not supposed to come out till 4 years when the book comes out. What are you doing, like, at real time? Hide this stuff, for heaven's sake. Oh, and, like, well, the president likes Navarro because he went to prison for it. Okay, hey, how about saving that for, like, the Bob Woodward book that comes out, like, 3 years from now? David, I don't want this in real time. I don't want to be in the kitchen shelf corner. I don't want this.
Well, you're going to get it. That's
hands.
We need hands on 5.
Hands.
Yeah,
I mean, come on. I don't want to see how it's made.
Right. I hear you. But I think you can expect more of the same.
But it's not a restaurant.
And by the way, speaking of which, were you guys surprised? I mean, was there any surprise at the lack of reaction, perhaps, on Thursday when we started to really focus on Powell?
Yeah.
And I think a number of people I spoke to, God, there really wasn't. I mean, are they not taking it seriously? Is the bond market not taking seriously the possibility?
I think the S&P is
that
going to
the
take it
president
seriously.
will move on Powell?
I want to
think
downgrade our debt if this happens. Why not?
Been nothing new on that, I don't believe, really, over the weekend. Nothing per se.
Okay, so what happens? The Federal Reserve has lawyers, and they go to the Supreme Court and try to get a stay. The Justice Department is somewhat, let's say, in league with the president. Is that fair?
We don't know. It would be uncharted.
But maybe
it would
Paul
be
Weiss
uncharted
takes the case
territory.
and-
Don't forget, there is a Supreme Court case in terms of the ability of the executive, that being the president, to fire heads of independent agencies. And so that might give them, but that's going to be a while until we get any
But
resolution.
how about if we just wake up one day and, Warsh is trying to walk in at the same time, maybe he's got a badge as Pal, and he tells Pal, hey, listen, bud, why don't you go home? I got this one.
I mean,
what do
you
we do? We
mentioned
have, like,
Warsh, of course, that's
guards?
Kevin Warsh, who's often mentioned
we have guards?
on the
What
short on the short list to be a Fed chair. That said, if you're looking for somebody to lower interest rates, he may not be your man either. So I don't know.
We need a hack. We got to get a damn hack in there. Like someone who has no sense of what to do. We need a marionette. Give me a marionette. Got any marionettes? Navarro.
Navarro for Fed chair.
Why not?
Well, guys, the long bond is at a 3-month high, right?
I know.
We mentioned the dollar index. Deutsche over the weekend writes that the Chinese are starting to actually hold back on some private equity, moving out of the dollar into gold, into Europe. Gold 3,400 first time today.
Gold is just every day you get an Agnico Eagle. It's like doubled, and you can buy back. You can buy back over 20. It's still cheap, but I sit here and I just say, okay, how much of the bond's going to be down? I mean, I was comparing this to 2011 for a thing where it was down every day, but that was when the 10-year went to 1.7. Now we have like everything going wrong. We've got the 10-year going wrong. We've got big cap rolling over. We got the semis just awful. We got Coca-Cola being the only stock that I see up. Maybe Coca-Cola raising numbers.
Coca-Cola, man. Yep.
Yeah.
Coca-Cola Company of America.
Exactly right.
Yes, sir. Don't mess with them.
Yes, well, yeah. There's 499 others that are suspect.
Yes.
But Coca-Cola.
So I'm just thinking again
Killing it.
of a reference we make often to Strangelove.
Yeah.
The Coke machine. Remember?
That's right.
Yes.
Well, right.
Peter Sellers is trying to get
Sterling Hayden. I think remember Sterling Hayden in front of the house. You can Google that one.
I don't remember where we were now because I'm thinking about Strangelove, but Coca-Cola's fine, but a lot of other things may not be, including Nvidia, which once again is under some pressure here. Although it feels as though we knew about a Huawei chip that was competitor to the H20.
Right.
There is some reporting, I believe, from Reuters saying it's a new chip. Although I absolutely remember the research from Thursday morning referencing. Remember, I read all those definitions of it. So not, Jim, perhaps knew the idea that Huawei is making great inroads in terms of coming up with various technologies that compete at least at a certain level with NVIDIA. Obviously, the lower level, the H20 not being what the H200 is, not being anywhere near what some of the Blackwell chips are.
Look, I put out a piece last Monday saying, listen, you got to sell it, Dave.
I know.
Gotta sell something.
I don't think we've made enough of that, by the way.
And then I reiterated on Wednesday, look, I can't sell it because of the stupid rules I have, but you please,
Carl,
you got to sell it.
This is a man, I mean, this is NVIDIA we're talking about.
The stock dropped huge.
NVIDIA.
Look at the lower highs and lower lows.
The stock dropped huge last week, and I said, look, I can't sell it until Monday, but please do it.
Wow.
And it got crushed, and I walked in this morning, I said, well, this is just typical. Like, I couldn't sell it. And Jeff Mark said to me, no, it's not for you, Jim. It was for the club members. You got the club members that much higher. We sold it twice. We sold it once at the top. We sold it last week. Well, we didn't sell it, the club did. But it is just hideous.
Man, that's the end of a
my
beautiful
God.
friendship, you and NVIDIA.
My friendship is me and the viewers and the readers, and to the people who subscribe to Plus.
Yes, absolutely. Plus. We're all about plus.
We are. You'll hear more about that in a second. In the meantime, take a look at the pre-market. We'll get to Google and some news on Capital One. Calls today on CRM and Disley and Tesla in a minute. Taking the opportunity this morning to introduce you to CNBC's newest subscription streaming product, CNBC Plus. What you're currently experiencing on our air right now is our CNBC Plus data feed, which displays, as you can see, an enhanced data view, latest headlines during our live business news lineup. You can stream Squawk on the Street, any of your other favorite CNBC programs, anytime, anywhere, now on the go, and now also on demand. Jim, this is a lot of on-screen information.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, not all of us are here, or else we're going. I have a considerable amount of time where I'm in transit, okay, and I really don't know what's going on. And then we get this, and I feel like, well, you know what? I'm connected. It does matter to me because I got a show in the evening, but also because, you know, stuff happens all day, and I'm not aware of it. I come back. All of us want it. Anyone who wants to be aware
these
of
days,
it.
to your point, you need to be aware of every headline every minute.
Well,
And they can
it's
obviously
changed.
it can move the market in a heartbeat. One post on Truth Social from the president certainly can do that, and has, and will continue to. So it's not the worst environment, by the way, to launch this.
No.
Streaming,
Great.
I mean, it's a new, obviously very new. You know, it's the early days. I'm kidding. Sorry, guys. It's a joke.
No. Well,
I can't help myself. You know.
I knew you couldn't.
I know.
So discuss that.
There are a lot of challenges, though, when you are an incumbent. You have obviously benefited enormously from the cable ecosystem for the last 25 years to actually launching an independent streaming service. It takes a while to get there. Think ESPN, for example. Now, obviously, many years we've been sitting here talking about it. We'll talk about Netflix in a bit.
Right.
The giant when it comes to entertainment streaming, but news and sports is sort of the last realm in terms of keeping that ecosystem together. But here we are.
Look, if you're an active trader, you know, how could you not take it? If you're actually thinking about what to do right now, think that maybe you want to buy Alphabet because you heard that the trial didn't go well. Well, you got it.
Yeah, take a look. Use the QR code on your screen, cnbc.com/plus. Still to come this morning, Kramer's Mad Dash and the opening bell in just a minute. The New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ each about to observe a moment of silence in remembrance of Pope Francis, who died this morning at the age of 88. Raised in Buenos Aires in a pretty modest upbringing, remembered today as the first Jesuit pontiff, the first from Latin America, one who consistently elevated the causes of migrants and the disenfranchised. Here's that moment of silence.
All right, welcome back. We got a mad dash. We got an opening bell a little more than 5 minutes from now as we get started with trading here at the New York Stock Exchange for a new week. We are looking for a lower open. Obviously, we'll also be getting a Netflix, which reported after the bell on Thursday. But right now, we'll talk a little energy.
Yeah, no, energy, obviously oil has just been a one of these things that just can't seem to find its footing. And Michael Sembles, who's a friend of ours, excellent strategist at JP Morgan. His conference is about to begin, the Scottsdale Energy Conference, and he's got Jamie Dimon's going to be speaking, probably make some headlines. This is the Wednesday part, April 23rd. But Bill Gates will be talking, and then Chris Wright, who's making a lot of news, U.S. Secretary of Energy. The reason I pointed out is that typically this conference has been private, and Michael Sembles has been a little bit more open about what he's saying, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see some headlines out of Jamie. Just saying, look, Jamie's been, I think, one of the great constants in our world where we don't have any. And maybe he's asked about the Fed, maybe he's just asked about energy, but I find him kind of a beacon in that I don't find him, he's not ruffled.
No, but I do believe it's fair to say that a lot of corporate leaders, and certainly I can judge this myself, having spoken to some of them on the phone privately, and then when I hear them, if they even speak publicly at all, they are more reticent in well, reticent's not the word, that's reluctant to speak. They are certainly more guarded in their commentary.
Right.
Don't you think that's true,
Oh
Jim?
my God, yes. I mean, people who have historically been on the record will talk with me and say, look, I've got to talk off the record. I can't really talk on the record. I'll say, why? Obvious reasons. No one even wants to say why, but this conference could be good. And now, by the way, Mr. Secretary Wright has been incredibly forthcoming, and the Energy Secretary is incredibly powerful. We've not had, that's historically been a sinecure. A guy comes along, he's from a fracking enterprise, and the company's not doing that well right now, but no,
I'm here.
But I think we all will enjoy a little more public Michael Sembles.
Although, we should always point out, the Energy Department was originally
here.
created to oversee the nuclear stockpile as a result, of course, after the Manhattan Project, and that was the focus.
And then,
Not energy in the sense of the way we describe it.
No, but Jimmy Carter tried to use it as a way to be able to have the Saudi Arabia of coal, which is interesting because I think our president now embraces coal as a bit of a Saudi Arabia situation, right?
Yes.
And, wow, coal. Welcome back.
Yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of USOs going negative. Remember that?
Yes.
That was a good time.
Yes. Well, look, I think energy's been something that's crucial to the president's inflation strategy, and I think he would say, get ready. If oil breaks to the 50s, we're going to hear that what is Powell doing? What's he called? He's got some funny name for him, but
it's down because there's a belief that we may have a recession. It's not, right? It's not down because we're drilling a lot more, is it?
No, we're not drilling more. Not at all. As a matter of fact, we arguably are drilling equal or less. And the lands that they opened up are expensive lands. They work at 70, they work at 80.
Right.
You don't just work at, federal rule. It doesn't like you get a federal opening. It's got to be economic. It's not economic.
That is very helpful, though, for overall.
No, I think that if we don't acknowledge that, then I think we're being biased against the president. This is a big win for the president because we all recognize at the pump, I got a pump. My wife says, yeah, go pump. And it's like, oh, wow, look at that. It's kind of in your face versus when you go to the supermarket, which is really in your face.
Yeah, it's going to be all going to feed into inflation data in the coming weeks. Jim, meanwhile, on Thursday, haven't had a chance yet to respond to Netflix and their quarter, but record profit, even without the sub data now.
Oh, my. The conference, I urge everyone to get to watch the conference wherever you can watch it. If only, I'll tell you, if only just to see what might be good. This counterattack, Mexico, never knew about it. Learned it on the conference call. Counterattack. Did a lot of views. In other words, this is a conference call to end all conference calls because they're just like, here's what we're doing, here's what we're doing. And they don't do what the other guys do. They
have more time than that.
Incredible content out of Korea, incredible content out of Mexico. And younger people have discovered titles, they like titles. It's like, they're not deaf, they just like titles.
Shut up. Netflix. We had a pretty good pullback here. I'm going to be looking at calls, I think. Good morning, retail traders. A lot of crap going on out there, they say. There's a whole lot of crap going on in the world, yay. Give me time to take off my shoes. I got the St. Louis blues. Yeah. Looks like we got a head and shoulders here. Inverse head and shoulders. Straight across. We'll just do a double bottom right there. Oh. Come on. Do you know who I am? I'm Washboardjim. Well, I'll tell you, you son of a gun. Okay, get ready. This is the end. 5:23, my friend. Damn it, that didn't let me in. That was a big fast spike. So give me another chance here. These are the 523s at 177. There it is, 171. I'll take it. I'll take it here. The 523s. At 1.65. Gotta hold this here or I get right back out. Three black crows with a hammer. Oh.
Well, gone as chair.
Supreme Court declines to hear Minnesota's appeal defending state age minimum of 21 to carry handguns in public. Jimmy's at 165. This thing ain't cooperating. They brought that down real fast. Very strange. A lot of volatility, huge swings this morning. like, come on, baby. It's just not looking too hot. Oppenheimer just United Healthcare to 600 from 640. Okay, we got a double bottom here. That one right there, pretty big. At 122, we're at 15. $136 average. Whoop. $146. I'm going to take my profit just to kind of let things cool off here. Before I get into another downturn. Big bounce on PLTR, huh? A What's that? Yeah, be careful today. Don't think the market's. Where's my pot stocks? Huh. What are you doing over here? There's a lot of volatility in this price right now. IWM is down. SPX, I got 5,000. Just using an imaginary number, 5,500 on the SPY eventually. We got a double bottom on IWM, ready to open here. Could be a triple bottom. POTR looking hot. Now it's pulled back. Dean evaluation Ashaw dodge and warns buying the dip, aching at catching a falling knife. No particular news for the pop. QQQ new low. We're getting there. Double bottom on the SPY. I mean on the IWM. Meta's under 500 now. This is where I liked it last week. Mister's up 4. It's pulled back to 317. Oh, 321. Oxy at 39. Nike down a buck. What's TSM doing? I sold some of it. I'm still in it. But I'm really kind of worried here. There we go. I'd get out even if you can, if you're in it. I ain't trusting this market. There's a lot of heavy volatility in it. Thinking about selling here. I got an average of 136. I made some money on it, $100. Right about now, I'd get out of it. If you think it's going to break the VWAP, if we break the VWAP, we get up here to a triple top, but 135, 136. Are you in, Richard? Did you get out green? Tiny loss. Yeah, we got to give it a little bit of time here. I'm going to go get my house slippers. I got 5 contracts left. at 122. Really at 136. Well, CNBC is hard to listen to. They're so negative. They're bringing all them liberals on there, and that ain't helping. Wall Street's full of liberals. So that's a fact. Liberal billionaires and millionaires. So we'll switch this over to Schwab. See what they're is bad.
She's very, she's kind of, and she just wanted to have a BMW, but she didn't even look at the Tesla. And I think there's a lot of people now, along with what's happening with stuff around Doge, I think a lot of people are going to start to look at other EVs if they are inclined to do EVs versus just looking at Tesla. Most of the time, people, when they were talking about EVs, just talked about Tesla. It was kind of just an automatic, like you think about tissues, you think about Kleenex. When you think about EVs, you think about Tesla. Now you think about EVs, you think about Mercedes, BMWs, Audis. And
yeah, if you want to pay out your ass.
There's a lot of other competition out there, and the battery length is going to be expanded by some of these others. I think Lucid has a terrific battery that competes very strongly with Tesla. So I think competition is going to catch up to them, and I think the amount of money they're going to make per unit is going to be dropping. So I think
106
compression on everything related to Tesla.
Right.
And I don't believe that
I want to ask you about Elon Musk. Elon Musk, and there were people buying Tesla stock years ago because they thought Elon Musk was a visionary. He was the Einstein of our generation, etc. People really liked Elon Musk and his vision, and he was a leader. Do you think, and what do you want to hear from Elon Musk on this call? And if he stepped down from leading Tesla, do you think Tesla would do better or worse? And so what do you want to hear from him? And can you imagine Tesla without Elon Musk?
Well, I'll tell you, there are a lot of people who are fanatics about Elon Musk and only own Tesla because of Elon Musk. So I believe that him stepping down would be a negative initially. But then if they bring in somebody who's a real business leader and a real thought leader and a real businessman, not just a visionary, because I don't believe Elon Musk is a great business person. I think he's a great visionary. And I believe that over time, if they can get in there and really, kind of scrub the numbers and figure out the best and most competitive way to grow Tesla, because they have a great infrastructure and they're a leader. But now I think they're starting to hurt quite a bit because of some of the distractions that Elon Musk has brought into the picture.
I don't think so, fat ass.
Understood. All right. Ed Batowski, great to see you. Have a good, successful, productive week. Kaplan Investments, great to see you, Ed. Thank you. So it's time to trade Tesla, and we have Tom White, host of Fast Market, with us. And you have two example trades for Tesla. So first, let's start, Tom, with your more neutral trade.
Yeah, implied volatility levels, Nicole, are elevated going into this report. The option market pricing in about a plus or minus $20 move either way in the shares, roughly about 8.5% at this point. So we expect some movement post earnings on this name. You mentioned it's down over 50% from those all-time highs that we saw just last December. So I looked at something a little bit more conservative. Maybe if you want to take that bearish directional bias to it, well, there's ways to use the option market to kind of give yourself a cushion, even if you're wrong on this type of strategy. So going out to the April 25th weekly options that expire in just 4 days, we're going to sell a call vertical. That's out of the money.
We'll watch. In fact, I might even trade it.
250 strike call and then against it because we want to stay risk defying, especially going into earnings on a name like this. Buy the 260 strike call, so a short $10 wide, neutral to bearish call vertical. You're going to collect roughly, I've got about a $2.20 credit here. It's probably trading closer to $2 right now. The stock has continued to move lower with the overall market here. But if you collect the 220 credit on it, it takes your break even all the way up to 250, 220 over the next 4 days. So you're giving yourself that cushion of about 9.5%, 10% above the current share price in there before you start getting hurt on this. Now, you're only collecting 220 with $780 at risk. But
well, earnings steer the stock into the ditch.
With, using the option market because you're giving yourself that better probability of success, over a 70% probability that short 250 strike's going to be out of the money at expiration, and you profit in 3 out of 4 scenarios on a trade like this. It can go lower.
We got a gap right here.
It can go higher. Just remain below 250, 220, and you're going to be profitable in this type of position.
Okay, and then you have a more bearish trade that you're going to share with us. This is we're waiting on Tesla numbers. We've already heard about them delaying the more affordable vehicle. A lot of folks were waiting for. Tell us about the bearish trade that you have.
Well, I think you're looking at implied volatility levels. They're elevated in the near-term options, and I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of vol dispersion on this one. If you're bearish on Tesla, where you think it's going to go lower, not much expected to the upside on these earnings results, this strategy takes advantage of it. But you need to move to the downside. So I looked at a bearish put diagonal here, where I'm going to buy something slightly in the money in the May 2nd weekly options that expire in 11 days. Buy the 230 strike put, and then against it in the April 25th weekly options that expire in just 4 days with that higher implied volatility, sell the 215 strike put. So a bearish $15 wide put diagonal to the downside. You're paying roughly, I've got an 880 debit for it. It might be closer to $9 right now because the stock has moved lower. But if you're paying 880 debit for it, that's going to be your risk. You're paying nearly half the width of this put diagonal to the downside for this type of position. Now, why is it lower price entry point than the width of the $15 put diagonal? Well, it's because of that vol dispersion that I'm talking about, where you're buying about 114% implied volatility on aggregate in those May 2nd weekly 230 strike puts, selling in the April 25th options, that 215 put, you're selling about 143%. So that vol dispersion lowers the price entry point for this bearish position. Now, where do you start to profit on a trade like this? Well, you need some downside move. Anything below, at or near the 225 level is going to be profitability on this one. So you only have one break even, but you do need the stock to move a little bit lower. Implied volatility levels post earnings will get crushed.
Yeah, be careful today.
The implied volatility levels on the options that you sold in the April 25th option series a lot quicker than the ones that you own in the May 2nd weekly options here. So maybe you put diagonal if you're more bearish on this name, taking advantage of that vol dispersion.
Nice to have these trades. Thank you, Tom. I was talking to Jenny Horn earlier, and when I pulled up Tesla, I saw something looking at some of the technicals, and it had the MACD, just showing the trend to the downside, and that further downside was likely or more potential for that. And then you have the relative strength index, which was pointing to some oversold indicators. Yeah. And it sort of gave this conflict, if you're an investor in Tesla and we're waiting for the earnings. So, sometimes there's no real clear direction on a given day. So thank you for both of those trades. Tom White, nice to see you.
We'll lead SPX.
Up next, it's the morning trade, and we will have a preview of GE Aerospace. The earnings are due out tomorrow morning. And so we'll explain, we'll have an example trade for you. Right now the Dow's down 610 and the S&P is down 1.7%. We'll be right back.
Will the SPX hold 5,000 this week's the question.
Market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Get something to drink and I'll be right back. Be careful. I'm gonna let the trades come to me.
Welcome back, friends. So glad you're with us here on Schwab Network Morning Trade Live. It's Monday. We're kicking off a new week. Friday markets were closed, of course, for the Good Friday holiday.
Sure was.
Here on Wall Street, so people are back in action. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with us. You are seeing down arrows across the board. And as far as sectors are going, I mean, technology, consumer discretionary, communication services, energy, mostly red across the board. The Mag 7 all looking to the downside. Big picture, pretty much a majority of the S&P 500 names have down arrows. Now, you do have some winners, of course, and that's on deal-making names like Discover and Capital One. Dollar General is a winner. Those are some of the names. Here's a look. The S&P's at 5,182. And that's down 1.9%. The Dow down 675 points. The NASDAQ down 2.2%. The Russell down 1.5%. The dollar at the lowest level since 2022. Oil's at 62.80 as gold gains and hit some records. In fact, that I just blinked. I can't believe it's up $106 today. So gold is making just some really big moves, and everybody's been betting on gold, and so it's a crowded trade. Joining me now, Jeff Pierce, Senior Manager, Derivatives Trading, Charles Schwab. Thank you so much for being here. You see everybody running to the safe haven of gold. And it was interesting because, George, we were talking about the dollar, and Mike, I think it was Michael Purvis who was noting that it's not just that the dollar is lower, but the circumstances under which the dollar is lower, and that is what's making people a little bit nervous. What are you watching?
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, you've got to be watching the dollar sliding in a day, lowest level since 2022 as investors start to worry about those tariffs, the trade, and of course the issues now between the Fed and the White House, which I think is something we're going to be watching unfold more as the weeks go on. Then you've got yields on the 10-year rising again, a lot of the same reasons the dollar is falling. We've got the president believes the Fed should be cutting rates, and we've seen commentary from last week from the Fed as well as the White House about kind of a little bit of where they're not exactly in line. And you mentioned gold futures. We're seeing those higher as investors are really looking for safety in this uncertain market. Gold futures have climbed almost 30% since the start of the year, while we're seeing the S&P down by about 10%. We look back to last week, we saw that daily gain on Wednesday in gold that we haven't seen a gain like that since early 2022 during the pandemic, or excuse me, 2020 during the pandemic. I think as we go into this week, we're of course going to be looking for any additional discussion around the Fed. We saw over the weekend Austin Goolsbee said that the tariffs could lead to the U.S. economic activity to fall off by the summer. We saw commentary out of Powell last week. And then, of course, we've got China, which I think is going to be continue to be the big story, right? It kind of begins and ends with them on around tariffs. And on Monday, they said that they would retaliate against countries that cooperate with the U.S. on trade deals that hurt China's interests. So that's going to be a major part. I'm going to be watching tech. I'm going to be watching chips, especially as we saw the drop in NVIDIA that brought down a lot of that chip trade last week.
Jenny said, look, we'd have to be, the amount of gloom and doom that's going on, is sort of reminiscent of the Lehman Brothers days and what transpired at that time. And that maybe, this could be somewhat of a contrarian indicator, but you shouldn't write off 2025. Are people being too gloomy? At the same time, you see what's been going on. We've had the volatility, and there was concerns in the bond market. There's been concerns pretty much everywhere.
No, I agree that I don't think you should write off 2025. I think the gloom we're seeing is uncertainty, right? And that can change very quickly. We've seen that happen news story by news story, whether it is the 90-day pause, whether it is, potential negotiations between Japan, even hearing some rumblings of discussions with China. All of these things have had a positive impact. Right now, the problem is that the uncertainty continues to mount, right? We start with tariffs. What are they going to be? Who are they going to affect? We get that information. They're a little bit more than what I think most investors expected. Now we're seeing kind of this struggle between the White House and the Fed, and all of these things are really adding on
there
to
it is.
more
Get close.
uncertainty for investors. That's why they're looking at gold. That's why even some are looking at cryptocurrency. We're watching Bitcoin go up, and sometimes Bitcoin is looked at as kind of a hedge against currency devaluation. At the same time, the VIX is rising. So I don't think you write off 2025, but I think you've got investors that need a lot more clarity. And every time they get a little bit of it, it seems like there's another issue that pops up that starts to kind of push that uncertainty a little further.
It has been argued that the Fed should lower rates. In fact, that maybe they're 50 basis points behind.
I think they should. I think Powell's behind the curve.
And you do see the rhetoric of President Trump towards Jay Powell today, our Fed chair, being pretty tough and saying lower the rates already. I'm paraphrasing, but saying that Powell doesn't necessarily understand the situation and that it should be lower at this time. Some of your thoughts on yields overall and what may or may not happen here when you look at the bond market.
I agree.
And what, in your opinion, do you see something like the 2-year bond yield as an indicator that rates should be maybe a little bit lower, or no?
That's a great question. It's really tough to tell whether or not that should be a clear indicator for it. I think what I'm focusing on, a lot of it right now, the chances for May are extremely low. They're somewhere around 10% last checked. Of course, June odds are higher, but have been declining a little bit last week. I think if we look at some of the inflation data, inflation is showing some progress, but of course there's a lot of worries from the Fed, as there should be, about what these tariffs are going to do or not do. Right now, the labor market looks relatively strong.
It does.
And that is certainly an area where I think if we're seeing some decent inflation data, if we're seeing a strong labor market, then that certainly points to a possibility for rate cuts being a good answer. At the same time, we've got a lot of soft data that's coming in that's saying the consumer is worried.
Well, the options on the SPX are expensive.
Not necessarily seeing that come through
the calls.
But also we have to keep in mind that a lot of that hard data is people getting ahead of these tariffs.
The 5250s are way out of the money.
Last few weeks, a lot of that has been there. I think this week we're going to see some more economic data that might point us in the right direction of whether or not
IWM's reversing.
Consumer concerns are in line with what we're seeing in the hard data.
All right, Jeff Pierce, great to see you. Thank you very much. We continue to follow names in the news, and GE Aerospace will report its earnings tomorrow morning, so we're getting ready for that. Caroline Woods is joining us, senior markets correspondent, to take a look at this name that went from 214 down, and now we've recovered a bit to 179. Certainly has been volatile lately.
Yeah,
Yummy.
especially over the past month. That being said, if you zoom out on the chart a little bit and take a look, it's actually up 7% year to date, which is pretty impressive given that this is, the overall market is in negative territory during that time. It's outperforming in terms
She's
of
wearing her
actually
green
taking a
pants.
One-year chart up about 17%, but to your point, down about 16% from the 52-week highs. In terms of what we're expecting tomorrow morning, you can see shares under a little bit of pressure today ahead of that report. Adjusted EPS is expected to come in at $1.26. That's up more than 50% from the year ago period. Revenue, meanwhile, is expected to fall to $8.97 billion. We'll, of course, be looking for any updates in terms of the outlook as it relates to tariffs. I've seen some analysts point out that defense companies like GE have little exposure to tariffs. Others have pointed to cost and margin pressures because of imports from places like Canada and Mexico. I think it's also important to pay attention to any commentary on the impact of U.S.-China relations, because we did see that China reportedly asked airlines to pause deliveries of Boeings, which could have an impact on GE because GE manufactures engines for Boeing planes. In terms of what we already know about the outlook, CEO Larry Culp said when they last reported, looking to 2025, we expect double-digit revenue and EPS growth with greater than 100% free cash flow conversion, guided by Flight Deck, their proprietary lean operating model. He says, I'm confident in our ability to accelerate output and deliver for our customers. In terms of what Wall Street's actually looking for the current quarter, EPS of $1.36 on revenue of $9.39 billion. That would represent about 14% year-over-year growth. And then for the full year, EPS of $6.39 on revenue of $44.1 billion. So also double-digit revenue growth there as well. But as we said, shares down about 1.3% right now, really kind of taking part in terms of the overall selling that we're seeing. That being said, certainly outperforming the broader market so far in 2025.
And look, industrial names, there's the macroeconomic concerns overall. I mean, the name just for April alone is down over 10%. At the same time, GE Aerospace
give these
with
a
the
shot.
spinoff, more streamlined. I also think about, some of the contracts they just were
5250s.
recently awarded another subcontract for future long-range assault aircraft. So they've been in a relatively good place overall. I mean, the conference call, tariffs, these are going to be some of the things people are going to focus on in this call, right?
Right, and I think
Do a fast scalp on the
It's also
5250s.
in a good place in terms of how analysts are looking at this name, despite the fact that it has seen this outperformance so far this year. If you take a look at the breakdown, 90% of analysts rate GE as a buy right now. The other 10% are in the hold camp, so no outright sells. And the median price target of 220 implies more than 20% upside from current levels. GE is currently trading around 179 right now. So, I do think that if you take a look at the analyst activity, it's certainly very bullish. That being said, it could mean that the bar is high. We kind of know how that goes. But, outlook certainly will be key, as it is really going to be for this week. More than 100 companies on the S&P 500 report earnings. Will be certainly focused on all of those outlooks, but we'll pay attention to what they have to say, especially in terms of that U.S.-China relations as well.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for that, Caroline Woods. Great to see you. So we'll watch that. We also have a way to look at this stock closely because we have Joel Hawthorne, head of equity research, Retail Trader magazine.
Come on,
looking
baby,
at
break
this
it.
name. I was mentioning how they spun off GE Vernova, which in fact has been a real winner, up more than 300%. As far as the earnings, so that's been its own story. But what about GE Aerospace? How do you think this should be traded? You have an example trade for us.
I do. And I think this is one that, as we kind of see over the year, it's performed very well. That chart looks very strong. Obviously, it's a name that gotten hurt as of late, going back to early April. We saw a 52-week high of roughly about 214 and change. But I'm anticipating a bigger move. The options market is pricing in a little over about a 5% move here for earnings. That's a kind of an implied dollar range of about 170 and change, all the way to 189 in range, 189.30 or so. So for me, I'm kind of looking at putting on a straddle. I'm going to buy the 185 straddle, expiring out until July. That gives me about 88 days until expiration. The cost is roughly about $27. So what I'm anticipating is a bigger move in either direction, either to the upside or downside. My bias is more so to the upside, at some point.
Just
because
new
of
low
what I've
just
seen the
now.
stock do over the past year. But I'm definitely looking for some kind of a bigger move here.
You are.
All right.
Just
and
a big
how about
guy?
the big picture on what's going on in the markets? You ready for this week? What are you going to be looking for specifically?
Shit.
I think right now,
It is the big guy.
A lot of short-term, using baseball
Damn.
analogy, just base hits, seeing some opportunities, kind of mitigating risk, and just really trying to get on base as a short-term trader. I don't think right now there's a lot of confidence for anything long-term here in individual names that I'm watching, at least. I think right now it's just, if you can kind of pick up on some buying, some dips on days where the market seems to be responding to good headlines and good news, or even trying to cover your shorts on days where we have today, where we come down and, we're looking like we're almost down over 2% right now. So this is one of those.
Feel like an amateur.
Coming in with a bias to the short side and maybe trying to kind of pick levels there. But right now it's just about being nimble and using the baseball analogy.
Nimble.
And just getting base hits and kind of take some profit.
Understood. Joel, it's great to see you. Anything on the earnings front that you're going to watch? Are you trading into the names that are in the earnings lineup?
I will be paying close attention to Tesla. I think we all know that Tesla's dominating headlines for so many reasons. I think that's the one that sticks out the most to me.
Not for the right
So
reasons.
that's one I'm going to be glued to. But as of right now,
Not for the right reasons.
Overwhelmingly, there's a lot of stuff going on in the market. I think we all are very glued to the headlines.
Sure. Tesla, Google, Chipotle, IBM, ServiceNow, GE Aerospace, a lot of names. Tesla on your mind. Joel Hawthorne, Retail Trader Magazine. Great to see you, Joel. Thank
Badass.
Thank you.
Coming up, let's take a look at international markets. We've had
Starbucks at 79.
That's still a good place.
Remember they said it was going to break
put some money
110?
to work. Our next guest says now is the time to be bullish on Japan. Morning Trade Live.
Oh, really? Dow Jones down 738 points. Not good. It's 420 on the SPX. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my chocolate, my coffee. Let's have some kind of reversal and get back to normalcy. Well, rest in peace, Pope. We'll have a moment of silence for you in a second. I never have been much of a Pope fan. Especially this last one.
Trading at Schwab.
It's
is
got a
now
little bit
powered
too
by
liberal
Ameritrade,
for me.
giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available
That's right.
anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Let's bring the price down on this thing.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started,
420.
Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for
And
you.
540.
The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden
There's my
your
420
knowledge
right
of
there.
platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and
This doesn't hold, I'm going to get out.
Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest.
Let's do it.
Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk. Our team
We got 3
of passionate
contracts.
traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
That's right.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can...
Nobody follow me in this
Not to
trade.
mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing
Technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. We want to shift our focus for your portfolio abroad to Japan. Masa Takeda is with us, portfolio manager of the Hennessy Japan Fund on the telephone. Glad you're with us, and like Warren Buffett, you're looking to Japan to make some money. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes, that's correct. Warren Buffett just recently doubled down on Japan, so I think it was a good vote of confidence.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, he's noted, and I'm certainly not comparing you and your ideas, but let's, talk about the fact that people who are paying attention think there is real opportunity there. He was buying into a lot of the banks. I think he bought into at least 5. He also was buying Japanese bonds as well. What do you think is most interesting there in Japan for investors?
Well, so Warren Buffett, he's invested in Japanese general trading houses. So these are not banks. These are investment companies. And I think what makes Japan interesting today is that since 2014, 2015, under the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, Japan has embarked on corporate governance reforms. And it's been almost 10 years. The progress has been slow, yet very steady. And I think in the last 2 to 3 years, the world has come to notice that there's something going on in Japan. And there's much more awareness around returns on capital and shareholder-oriented corporate culture. And I think that's a big thing for Japan going forward. Aside from positive signs of the Japanese economy turning around as well.
Right, understood. Tell me more about what you think could work. I mean, these Japanese companies that do remain attractively valued, what would you recommend?
Well, so
there's a lot of negative sentiment out there.
A lot of world-class companies. And so our portfolio is predominantly invested in those companies with significant international growth opportunities, such as Sony, famous for PlayStation franchise, movie and music business. We also own Hitachi, the solution provider for power grid infrastructure. We also have 7&I Holdings, the 7-Eleven convenience store chain operator, which has been making the headlines in the last 12 months or so on the back of Couche-Tard's acquisition proposal. These companies have strong track record and proven business models, and we like the valuations of these companies as well, despite the positive changes.
Plus, they're working with America.
That have been happening in Japan overall. The stock market has yet to reflect this. The P multiple, 10 years ago versus today, we're still trading at low teens. And I think there is a scope for multiple expansion and also long-term earnings growth, steady earnings growth as well. Now that Japan has inflation of about 2%, so the nominal growth rate, corporate profits, should be higher than real growth rate going forward, and shareholder returns, which is about which consists of shareholder share buybacks and dividends. And so all of these things combined, I think Japan can give you 10% plus on an annualized basis for the next several years. Now we are seeing a bit of a short-term turmoil related to the tariffs and so on, but we're willing to look past that short-term tariff-related turmoil currently.
People would love 10% plus over the next decade. They'll take it, I am sure. Why wouldn't they? It's interesting because folks have noticed Japanese bonds and bond yields higher. You mentioned inflation. The currency story is an important one. Tell me more about the yen and where that fits in as well.
So Japan, the Japanese yen is pretty much the only currency with a negative real interest rate. And so for that reason, we continue to expect the Japanese yen to remain weak relative to other currencies around the world. If you have real interest rate that's negative, that should be good for equities as a class. Now, of course, there are a lot of speculation around on the currency market still. So short-term outlook is getting a little bit cloudy. But the fact that the yen remains as sort of the funding currency for carry trades, and from a balance of payments perspective as well, there is no steady structural demand for yen purchase. And so the way we think about our portfolio construction is we try to invest in these world-class companies such that they will benefit from the weak currency. If the yen weakens, it may hurt the dollar-based return on equities, but it actually enhances the international competitiveness of the businesses that we own. And so we believe our portfolio is naturally hedged, and so that's, we're basically currency agnostic and benchmark agnostic.
Yeah, I'm so glad you were with us. As we noted, we saw that there were the 5 houses that Warren Buffett has been investing in and may likely raise some of the stakes there. And you noted some of these trading houses. We have Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, Itochu, and Marubeni. And again, the bet on Japan is a hot one. Masa Takeda, portfolio manager of the Hennessy Japan Fund, HJPNX. Thank you for being with us. Up next, it's the Chart Master, and we will preview 3 big earnings reports in the industrial sector: Lockheed Martin, RTX, 3M. Morning Trade Live. We will be right back. No politics, no noise. From bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hinks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
It's a bad day. Anybody in puts? Do. IWM double bottom.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time for Chartmaster, and Jenny Horn will take us through the fundamentals on three names. Rick Ducat will go through the technicals, looking at these charts of these three big names in the industrial sector, reporting earnings tomorrow morning. So we begin with
take a little nap.
Taking a look here at Lockheed Martin, a name that has come up off the bottom recently of 418, but well off the high. So what's in the news here for this earnings preview?
Yeah, so right now, I will say that while there's such a focus on, I know so we're getting some of the biggest tech names right now in the market this week, and we're also hearing from a name like Tesla tomorrow. There is still a lot to be excited about, especially as Lockheed Martin has announced a new CFO and the transition in which that will entail. So right now, other defense stocks, unfortunately, have seen some pressure because of the ongoing trade war. We also know that this name has seen various attempts to really recover off of its lows of the year, but all things considered, definitely caught up in somewhat of the ongoing shift right now into some of these various government contracts. Like right now, we were just 3 weeks ago signing a $5 billion U.S. Army missile contract, as well as actually losing some ground to some of its competitors, like a Boeing even, as far as some of it's right now defense.
Triple bottom on
contracts.
Starbucks.
So right now, I'm very curious if this what their guidance will entail and what their commentary will really give, because they're obviously so tied to government spending. We know Doge has been pulling back substantially, but also this is
not on Lockheed Martin, you stupid chick.
And also it can be defensive in nature. So earnings not usually seen as the volatility driver, as like tech, for example, but I do think still
548, 558
right now. Price sensitivity that we could see facing the entire space.
Come on, baby.
Okay, Rick Ducat, what do you think about the chart here? Not a pretty one after those highs from October.
Yeah, for sure. Like many charts, we've seen a bit of a drop off here. This one looks a little bit different than many others we've seen, though. For the difference in this one is that the high came much earlier than many others that we've seen here, right around 619. From that point, we are down about 26%.
Great.
Now, our last earnings event was an important area here because it gave us this gap down. From there, we also can see that we never really filled that gap once again. We came close, but we were halted at our purple 252-day exponential moving average. So where the bulls would have wanted to fill at least would have been around 497. Couldn't quite make it there, trailed off once again. Now we have this trend line to watch because it's connected the highs multiple times here. That's about where we failed last week. Now today we are slipping below the confluence of two of our moving averages here, yellow 21-day and orange 63-day exponential moving averages. If we were to move lower, and we can see that RSI is potentially going to cross below that 50 midline to the downside today. If we were to move lower, we have a repeated low point right around here, 419, 420 or so. That could be one area to watch. If we were to add our other studies, standard deviation channels, and volume profile, we can see that the area that I was discussing earlier with our moving averages also is our volume profile point of control quite closely, so around 468. So that would be another important point for today's trading.
Okay. Final thoughts here on Lockheed Martin, because I mean these names overall, and then we're getting to Raytheon RTX now overall, but you know these defense names, industrial names, Jenny.
Yeah, you know, they haven't been the true defensive and in terms of investing nature that we've seen
You're
from
well dressed
a lot
today,
of these
Jenny.
companies in quite some time. I mean, I know that they've always.
She got her business outfit on.
Perhaps the flight to safety in times of volatility, but I mean, like, look at the chart. Like Rich just pointed out, we haven't really seen that fully take effect or fully at least happen yet. Now we're not in a recessionary situation yet, so that still does remain to be seen. But they haven't performed defensively like we have seen historically.
She got 4 rings.
Okay, next up, RTX. Some of your thoughts there.
So RTX is a little bit different, of course, formerly known as Raytheon, which is how I still kind of tend to see it. But following last report, when we saw actually a pretty
420 on my
miss
SPX.
as far as earnings, we saw fourth quarter earnings per share that came in around $1.54.
We broke the 21.
21.6 billion. That was not enough to please the street, as that was seen as a bit of a disappointment. But now
Tesla held up.
Upcoming quarter earnings per share of $1.34 on revenue. It's actually expected to slip slightly
Mister did break
to
resistance.
around 19.7 billion from
The new high.
We saw over 20 billion reported last quarter. So expecting more pain. We haven't seen this name also be a strong earnings performer, and we are lower to start this week. So right now, as far as what the street is concerned about, analysts are saying, hey, we need to know more about the pricing environment going forward, government plans with spending, another stock that's fairly exposed to the government, but many also say right now with shares having pulled back.
Well, Trump, you're not doing too hot.
Now 10% over the last week
You
or
wanna get-
so, and also investors wanting a little bit more from its last earnings call. It doesn't make the argument for all these names. So you could say, hey, you're getting things that are relatively cheaper or discount to what we've seen historically, given the fact that these names, again, have not been our points of strength for not just the last several weeks, but better part of the last year or so.
And you know, these names are so exciting. I mean, RTX, for example, really helps the Marine Corps. They enhance the capabilities with their technology in making decisions in battles. I saw all kinds of sensors and missile defense sensors. Exciting, much needed equipment. Let's see what you think about the chart, Rick.
Yes, so for this one, it's quite a different picture here. So we can see now, more recently, we hit a high point. We were at our 52-week high of 136.17 recently, although we did have a bit of chop. We had some fluctuation and some...
Sure did, a little bit.
News here, but if you were to look back a little bit, you can see that we had a low point that we established there after an earnings gap up.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Again, around that same area, 114 or so. And then that was where we opened.
Good eye,
we
Rick.
Some intraday lows beyond that point, but we recovered above our purple 252
RTX. I don't think I've ever watched it.
So now we are, unfortunately, like our last chart, this is where we have more of a similarity. We are breaking below both of our moving averages there, 21 and 63-day EMAs, which are coming together right around 127 to 129 or so. RSI also faltering here, moving below
we're at
that
450
midline here once again after failing to reassert itself above
Come on,
that
baby.
Crucial midline there. You can also see here 130. We did fill the gap, but now we're backing off once again. So we filled the gap, but we didn't really make any kind of push beyond that level. So gaps can often be pretty important to keep track of.
Yes, they can.
To the upside and the downside, they mark significant price areas.
Yes,
So
they do.
Now, if we were to look at our volume profile and standard deviation channel studies, we can see here that our moving averages line up with this volume node near about 128.
He likes
So
that
the
volume
area
profile.
that we're falling below today looks to be fairly
Looks like it hit
significant
down here, too.
If we were to keep moving lower, the next volume node comes in here near about 125. To the downside, then we have another gap. We have our trend line, and we have our standard deviation channel, our -1 channel here, coming in right around 121. So that could be another important area to the downside.
I agree.
And I saw Wells Fargo maintain the overweight in a 144 target that came out at the end of the week. That's one of the most recent calls I saw from the analysts. And then, Jenny, tomorrow we're watching 3M as well. Tell us about this name.
Yeah, 3M, another interesting of a lot of these industrial stocks, especially as we go into this first quarter report. This is, of course, a company that has some exposure into like the world of tech and some of its AI investments, but also has more of that true industrial type feel, also manufacturing various supplies, and I think also fairly exposed right now to the given pricing unknowns of right now the entire manufacturing state of the U.S. So adjusted earnings per share this quarter expected at around $1.77 a share. We also know that expected revenue just to total just over $5 billion. Right now, we see last quarter actually a pretty mixed picture from 3M. They actually beat earnings estimates. They saw the stock rise. So it did see a lift following that January report. Now, as we go into first quarter, I think a very different tone. Again, I will be willing to bet that most of these companies that report tomorrow morning, especially those that are seen as more of the safe haven, more of that flight to quality, will see pretty strong results in the rearview mirror. But it's a matter of, again, what guidance they're able to give now going forward. Are we anticipating more contracting growth? Are we anticipating more pricing unknowns? Are we seeing guidance with just withdrawn entirely, which has actually been a theme of like Delta reported an entirety of their guidance being pulled. So it's pretty much, I think, all about what happens next, because with all these stocks and 3M in particular, I think that the feeling is that we're going to see a pretty strong report, but are we going to expect that going forward remains to be the big question. So I think
Not doing much trading today.
A difficult right now
I'm just kind of
industrial
letting it
somewhat
be.
macro environment, specifically in this space for quite some time. Now, how they're able to fare in times of uncertainty, it remains the big question. So yeah, I think guidance for 3M will be so critical because we are expecting at least modest top and bottom line growth this quarter, Nicole.
Right. You know, the question is whether or not just the overall market weakness will really weigh on some of these names that have done so incredibly well. Rick, some of your thoughts on the chart for 3M, please.
Yeah, so this one
Good question.
looks quite a bit more range bound. It's the most range bound one of the three here. For a while, we were just between these two boundaries here, to the upside 140, to the downside 125. Excuse me. That 125 level came back into focus again recently. That's about where we opened up and held on for the most part around that level during the tariff-related news flow here. But even though we held on above that level and for the most part above the purple 250 two-day EMA, we never reasserted ourselves above our trend line or our shorter-term moving averages after we topped out near 155, a triple top around that area. And now we are actually moving below our long-term purple 250 two-day EMA. So that 125 level could come back into play again if things continue to deteriorate. RSI continuing also to trend lower. No help there for the bulls. If we were to look at our other studies, we can see that now with today's, the past several sessions of price movement, we've fallen below our volume profile point of control. Now we are right on the threshold of moving out of our major volume area entirely. Here you can see there's quite little volume between about 105 to 125 or so. So there could be fast moving prices in that area if we do fail to hold this rather crucial looking low point here. And then to the upside, 140, we have our high points that we saw here. This was about where we had a gap up and then a low point before that gap down. So that could be another area to watch in the shorter term to the upside.
Okay, great to see you both. Thank you so much, Rick Ducat and Jenny Horn. Looking at the three names to watch tomorrow with earnings in Lockheed Martin, RTX, and 3M. Coming up, right after the break, our market meetup panel is ready. We're going to take a look at some of the names that have been on the move, some of the topics of the week. Certainly, we got you ready for this busy week ahead.
You sure did.
Back as stocks are selling off this morning.
And a good way to start a Monday. Do. I don't know if I want to add to not. I'll be right back. Just kind of wait and see what sets up here until we get a breakout. That's a huge sell-off. I'll be right back. Oak.
I'm Nicole Pedalides, host of Trading 360 and The Watch List, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time for our market meetup panel. Joining me right now, Caroline Woods is with us, as well as Kevin Hinks. So it's already shaping up to be a very busy session. We're seeing most of these sectors all in the red. We're not too far off session lows. Kevin, you and I spoke at the top of the show. Let's get a thought on what Caroline's watching here. Caroline?
Well, it's certainly a market that doesn't like that there's not any progress on the trade talks, and then of course we have President Trump really ramping up his attacks on Fed Chair Powell and via Truth Social, and it seems like that's just kind of causing more selling here. Obviously there's some uncertainty about the Fed's independence now, so just more uncertainty for this market, which we know the market does not like. So we're seeing the major averages add to April losses, deep in the red now. As for what's leading the market lower, basically everything. Every sector is in the red. Discretionary and tech are the worst performing sectors. Staples is faring the best, but that's actually still lower. The Mag 7 is all lower. I know you hit on it at the top of the show, but Tesla leading the way down. One of the worst performers on the S&P 500 today. Earnings, of course, tomorrow. There's the Reuters report about the lower cost car being delayed now by months, not helping sentiment, and then also price target cuts amidst the uncertainty. But if you take a look at the Mag 7, every name is down at least 2%. Nvidia down 5%, bringing all of the other
this market's not happy
with it. Netflix is a notable
not
today,
at all,
of course, after earnings last week. Whereas every sector is lower, there are a few names in positive territory that stand out. Dollar General, Kroger, Kraft Heinz, Coca-Cola, Domino's Pizza, Ulta Beauty, mostly staples there. So definitely
Tesla's still holding that 224.28.
Talked about gold obviously being a bright spot today. One of the biggest winners today, though, is Discover Financial, up 2.6%, the second best performer on the S&P 500. That's after banking regulators in the U.S. approved that $35 billion merger with Capital One. Capital One also a little bit higher today, up about 0.5%. So we'll see if this green light gives hope and boosts sentiment about deals in the financial services space, but we're not seeing it give a boost to the overall sector today. So
SPY about to the 50% pullback.
It's a downbeat way to start
on the Fibonacci's I had this morning.
I just was seeing Apollo, Torsten Stock there was talking about the likelihood of a recession. On the other hand, you had Ed Yardeni who said maybe you shouldn't write off 2025 so fast. But a lot of red, Kevin Hinks, and people are a little tired of it. Some of your thoughts?
I'm tired of it.
Yeah, this is
you got that right, baby.
Driven market, and today the headlines are all the wrong ones. Caroline and Nicole, we're getting headlines on the Trump and Jerome Powell, problem that they're having with their relationship, and we're not getting any headlines on trade negotiations or any news there. And so as we look towards earnings that we're going to get this week,
Dow Jones down 838.
Nothing that we left Friday unresolved is resolved today, and the market doesn't like it. The market seems like it's waiting, it's coiled for some type of an announcement. I think it was Scott Bessent, or it was Kevin Hassett that said, do we release these trade deals one at a time or all in a bunch? Well, choose one and do it, I think is what the market is saying, because the market's growing impatient when the headlines are all the ones that they don't want, like a disruptive fight between the president and the head of the FOMC. Now, those have happened in the past. I told you this morning, Nicole, all presidents want lower interest rates. The discussions or arguments between the Fed chair and the president just haven't been so out in the open like they are now. And
That's
so
right.
that just doesn't do anything to improve the sentiment on this market, guys.
Like they were in Trump 1.0 as well. He was open at that time. I mean, it wasn't, fiscal policy is supposed to be fiscal policy and monetary policy separate. Some of the guys on the floor, and you could talk about politics or no politics, but I will say they felt some frustration last week when Powell really crushed the market with some of his hawkish tone. And I will say that they noted, look, when we had inflation going up, it was 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, and he was stuck on the transitory, and yet they said we're only weeks into the tariffs, and he's being a little negative here. So they are saying that they're a little concerned about that. I don't know.
Well, he was wrong about the transitory inflation the first time around, but he hasn't changed his narrative that he's data dependent, and so he's waiting for the data points to see that inflation has come down to target, and it hasn't. And there's obviously this uncertainty about the inflationary impact of those tariffs,
right.
and it is an independent organization, and he didn't bow to Trump's pressure the first time. Let's see if there's a chance that Trump obviously ousts him, that could also kind of cause a whole different layer of turmoil. But to Kevin's point, in terms of the headline-driven market, this is a market that really only wants trade updates, though, because if you take a look at some of the other headlines, Norwegian Cruise Lines was upgraded to buy. Loop sees 50% upside. Didn't even have to change its price target to that. It's still down 2%. Disney got upgraded to outperform from peer perform with a $112 price target. Said this is Wolf said it's priced like the sky is falling down. Disney down 1.6%. So this is really a market that is decidedly lower, even though there are some positive headlines coming out.
Yeah, and look, we'll have to continue to get the data. I mean, the Fed is supposed to be data dependent. And we'll see. I mean, the argument was made that 2-year bond yields are saying that the Fed should lower by 50 basis points, but that's not necessarily the only element. I mean, you have the wild card of what the tariffs mean for inflation, and we're not necessarily 100% sure. I don't know. I only ask the questions, friends. But in the week ahead, stay nimble, as our friend Art Cashin used to say from UBS. Nice to see you both, Caroline Woods and Kevin Hinks. Thank you for being with us here on Morning Trade Live. I'm Nicole Fedelides. I'm glad you're with us. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch.
Don't leave.
Right here. Trading 360 is next with Diane King Hall.
Trading 360 is next. Damn. Is that necessary?
Schwab Bank Investor Checking.
Netflix is
the checking
ripping.
account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you.
Netflix
With
maintains
unlimited
industrial
ATM
lead as
rebates for
competitors
cash
unlikely to
withdrawals
catch up.
worldwide. No
Says Wed
overdraft
Bush.
fees and enhanced security
Dan
features
Ives.
to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab
some got it
brokerage
going to
account, you
1,200.
can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting.
I'm gonna see if SPY bounces off 514.15.
Money market funds and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Affirmative.
Hey, Dad.
Affirmative.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Oh, God,
Granddad had an
Dad.
account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Good morning, everyone. We're about 90 minutes into the trading day on Wall Street. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. You've got stocks under pressure at this hour. Let's start out with the roadmap. Coming up on today's show for our 360 Spotlight, we'll cover
that's smart.
news of delays in the production of its more affordable EV and ahead of its earnings tomorrow. The disruptor today, Salesforce, after receiving a downgrade to underperform at D.A. Davidson. George Sillis will take us through an example trade. And for our 360 round, we'll discuss the latest antitrust news for several big tech companies and the potential lasting impact of those cases on the tech sector. All right, let's broaden out and take a quick look at exactly where we are in terms of equity trading. We are under some pressure across the board, so we're seeing losses accelerate from earlier in the session. The S&P 500 off by 2.25%. NASDAQ 100 down by more than 2% as well. It is so far the weaker. You've seen a lot of pressure across the Mag 7, NVIDIA under pressure, Meta under pressure. It just runs the gamut when we're looking at the Mag 7, which so far this year has turned into the Mess 7. Dow right now down by more than 2% as well. Small caps are under pressure as well, but not by as much as the rest of the major averages. You're looking at the Russell 2000 off by more than 1.5% right now. Let's take a look at some of the other asset classes that we are watching today. One of the things that we've been paying a lot of attention to is weakness in the dollar that comes amid this kind of tension that you're seeing between Washington, between the White House and the Federal Reserve, and the pressure that President Trump is trying to put on the Fed Chair Jerome Powell to cut rates. You are seeing the dollar weaken right now, down about 1% below 99 against a basket of currencies. You're looking at yields on the 10-year right now tick up 3 basis points right now. Gold continuing to catch a bid as you see this, kind of move out of riskier assets. Gold continues to just shoot higher and higher. Part of that, some would argue, is looking for the safety play, but some would argue some of this is just momentum. You are seeing gold up more than 3% right now. Crude oil under some pressure, down about 2.5% below $63 a barrel, but it's been in this range recently. It's just really been kind of stuck in this narrow range when we're looking at West Texas Intermediate. Bitcoin right now a little bit higher. Interesting to see this one. Bitcoin right now up just shy of 4%. Maybe investors looking for some other options outside of gold here, and some in the crypto community call it the digital gold. We'll see if that thesis holds up. For a look at some of the top moving stocks in today's market, I'm joined by Jenny Horn, co-host of Next Gen Investing here on Schwab Network. All right, Jenny, I know you're taking a look at Amazon. It's under some pressure. Tell us the latest here.
So the latest is Raymond James with a downgrade. I will say that, well, the price target was cut pretty substantially down to 196 from 275. Rating also was cut to outperform from strong buy. Mind you, this is just still a pretty bullish take. It's just getting a bit more grounded, and I think a bit more considerate of the fact that we've seen a massive repricing in Amazon shares. So 195, was also does still imply really a good upside from where we're currently trading. But they said that due to this uneven macro environment that they're right now also considering tariffs, the steepening investment intensity, as well as overall the street, which they feel is underestimating Amazon's earnings pressures now in 2025 as well as 2026. They also went on to say the downgrade of shares does really conclude the potential greater investment by
Okay, SPY hit my support.
So of tariff right now, stickiness, they do see further supply chain as well as some of these logistics diversification efforts creating a drag right now for Amazon shares. They also did say with right now rising earnings risk as well as limited monetization progress, they find it challenging right now to stick with that strong buy rating. So mind you, when you see the headline downgrade, this is all contextual. I think it's important to say that they still do have an outperform. That was actually their downgrade. I still think we have a chance here to still see
to make money.
A lot of prospects for this company, particularly in AI in the long term. Right now, just preferring shares of Meta, Uber, and Mercado Libre to Amazon. Three companies that are very different sizes than Amazon, also have different right now exposure to that cloud and overall infrastructure space. But Amazon, of our Mag 7, has been our middle of the tier performer. We haven't seen a massive repricing like we have in Tesla, but also haven't really caught the same bid to the upside into the elections. This name has fallen about 31% off of its highs at around $240, $250 a share. We're off lows by over 10%, but now still down about 24.5% on the year. And one of the most covered names among the sell side still does skew very optimistically, to a neutral/buy camp of, if you took the overall average. So there's still a lot of conviction in Amazon. Just retail exposure and e-commerce exposure, I think right now is being potentially weighed in by the street, and what that means right now for the impact of Amazon customers going forward, Dan.
Yeah, Jenny, and even it sounds like with this analyst that they are still constructive on Amazon. It's just an adjustment, slightly so bullish, but just not as bullish.
Exactly, and I think that is exactly what important to take away instead of just reading the headlines saying downgrade. Raymond James turns pessimistic.
This is the
That's
end.
absolutely not the case. Again, a price target of $195 a share would still, not be our all-time high, not be.
I took two chances today.
Still imply decent upside from current levels. We are at
I'm not done.
167. Low in this name is 151, which we're still a bit of ways away from touching, but I just think that the story is Amazon. We have earnings for Alphabet and Microsoft coming on the near horizon. We actually get Amazon's in the coming days or weeks, I guess, at this point, as they do release May 1st, so we have about a week there. But all of these companies, it'll be huge to hear. Can we maintain what CapEx had been promised? Can we maintain convictions that have been promised a quarter ago? That is the big question, because I just can't wait to see what these companies...
I don't think we need to panic too much. Why? Because Jimmy last week said we'd bounce and then we'd pull back again and retest. And that's what we're doing. We're still holding above the lowest low we had on these stocks. So there'll be a bounce this week. Just when. SPY just went below that support level. 50%. I want to go back to making good money. I'm just waiting. Got out of these contracts with 120 loss, so bye. I'm setting stop losses today. I ain't taking too much risk. PLTR pulled back from its high, that big bounce it had. Jeez. I didn't see any headlines. Besides, it's overbought. Let me see. I'm going to go to I'll show you here. Put the SPY up and the SPX on the weekly. Erase everything. Clear. Pull up the weekly. See, we can still pull back more. Hit a head and shoulders. Around $500. If $500 holds, I think we're in good shape. Rob says, "What's for belts?" Look at PZZA. Is that Papa John's? Yep. Ooh. See, this here's $50-year monthly. Ooh, that's pretty bad. They got a buy rating on it. Bank of America. Still maintains a hold. Benchmark maintains a buy. Everybody's got a buy on it and a hold. On Papa John's.
They call them dumps, big massive dumps.
China. It's below support. My sister's dog passed away last night, along with the Pope. Papa John's. I'm thinking about going to make me some lunch. I'm not sure what moving average we have to break. It seems bad. Hook.
CEOs in place, the new board's in place. They made some huge missteps that they're getting out of, so their quarter earnings were rough because they took a charge to get out of some green energy products. If you're a chemical company, you just need to lean into who you are and go back to what they were, which was a free cash flow machine.
What were they?
The exact type of company, when you think from a valuation perspective, just long valuation, fundamental valuation you want, they're getting back to that. That's what we're looking for from a long-term perspective, that they can right the ship and get back to free cash flow in a significant way.
And let me ask you one more final question.
Yeah.
What's your message to the nervous Nelly investor? Especially because we had a guest on earlier. Now, their pulse tends to be on the retail investor community. And there was a portion of their demographic that pulled out of the market during Liberation Day, right? It was triggered by that. Now, that was probably an older cohort, which may make sense. However, it might not be, because I've seen anecdotally some stories of young people.
SPX pulled back again.
Nervous Nelly investors.
Just looking for
I
the
got
right
one of those
opportunity.
over the weekend, a text from a client, and so my message
go.
is this: do I think a stock market crash is coming? No, I mean,
What happened
market's
to
already
it?
down a lot to start the year. One of the worst starts to the year we've ever had. And so
Did I
do I
erase
think
it?
there's going to be continued volatility, valuation pressure? For sure. But do I think we're headed towards some 2008, 2009 event that the
That's strange.
sentiment seems to show? Absolutely not. I don't. And so the data's not there. The economy's strong, doing well. And admittedly, nothing's broken, Diane. It's just simply trade policy from the White House that's causing much of this. And so I think a lot of that can be fixed, corrected by year end.
Okay, so it's a possible short-term disruption.
For sure.
All right, that's Jeff McClain, CEO of
You call her,
Solidarity
sir.
Capital, with some broad insight on the market and some stock picks. We've got a lot more to come on Trading 360. Next up is the big three stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat goes through the technicals, and Scott Bauer joins us.
SPX Nilo.
United Health, the Spider Gold ETF, and T-Mobile. That is next on Trading 360.
Market's not that happy. Doo-doo. Do-do-do-do.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Time now for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. And here to take us through the trades, we've got Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. Great to see both of you all. Scott, you again. I know we just talked earlier this morning.
Yes.
All right, first up on your list, you've got United Health. It is lower today, down a little more than 5%. Tell us what your views are on this one.
I mean, what a tough report they had last week and a tough stretch this stock has been coming through. But you know what? We're coming down to a real critical area right around this 430 area or so. So I'm not necessarily looking for the stock to make a roaring comeback. I'm looking for this area to hold as some support here. And I think this is probably, looking at the charts, as good of a place as there is. So based on that, I'm looking to collect some really expensive premium, and I'm selling next week's 430, 420 put spread, collect about $4 for that. I want to buy UNH around 4.25. If it gets there, break even on this is 426. I think this is a decent opportunity here.
Okay, so Rick, Scott made a great point, especially about all that weakness that we saw off of that really difficult report for United Health. Take us through what the chart tells us.
Never a good sign for the bulls when I have to fiddle around with the axis to fix it so you can see how low the price has gotten. Now, I guess I've been watching the
opening
comment here.
5220s.
New lows today, 429.02 is where we're bottoming out so far. Very heavy volume during this major decline that we saw on earnings. RSI interrupted momentum, shifting toward the oversold.
I can get one contract
5200 here, and really we're so far below our moving averages.
Yes, we are. And it's pathetic. Rick. SPX just had a new low. $5,200's at 530, 540. But it's now 1022, 1122. It's really not a good time unless we start to reverse. There's the 530 right there. I gotta go make my lunch. Whoops. That didn't go in. I'll be right back. Oak. Now we're at 510. What do I do? Shut it off? Loudmouth Rick's on.
Right about at the same level as our weekly +3 standard deviation channel. So this one's right around 326. So
God.
that could be lend some greater emphasis even to that area in question.
Okay, shares of GLD higher today.
It's not even worth charting them up, is it, Rick?
Scott, I want to take a look at your final trade. You've got T-Mobile on your list. It's had a banner year, especially when you compare it to the broader market. It's certainly outperformed the S&P 500. Tell us your views on this one, your approach here.
This one really doesn't stand out compared to the rest of the market. And, you know, we have drifted down a little bit towards the 50-day moving average, which, if you look over the last couple of years, that's actually been a big line in the sand, a big area of support for this stock. Earnings are coming out at the end of the week here. I really think that we could see a really nice earnings report. I know, many people are looking for many companies to give awful guidance or cautious guidance. I think T-Mobile is one where we could see a real nice bounce here. So I'm buying next week's 265, 275 call spread. I can do that for about $3, maybe a little bit less here, and looking for a nice pop off of earnings.
Okay, potential pop off of earnings. Rick, let's take a look at this chart for T-Mobile and take us through how you would describe the technical look at it.
Right, pretty much looking for a return to those highs. 276.49 was where we topped out in terms of our intraday price. From there, we've been trending lower, trending downward with our white dashed line here. But it's a chart that's really held up quite a bit better than much of the market. Still up more than 60% off of those lows. And you can see that we held this green line, those old highs, and then our subsequent lows. We did make some intraday fluctuations below it. But 248, for the most part, was where the bulls were able to make a bit of a stand. Now, we can see, though, that after failing to retake that trend line, we are moving below our yellow 21-day EMA today. That level near 259 could be one area to watch here as during a rather tumultuous market day here. RSI also crossing below that 50 midline after failing to make a big push above that red trend line there. So kind of downtrend still in play on both sides here. Nevertheless, though, almost more range bound really than down. This was such a crazy time of price activity here. I almost don't even want to really consider it the same way I would the rest of the price activity here. It does give us some extreme low points to watch here. But notice as well that the lows came in right where we started seeing heavier volume here. So around 240 was a key area. That's about where the bottom came in thus far. So we can see here another volume node here near about 265. Linear regression line lines up with our trend line near about 276. So that's an upside area to watch as well. Quick look at our 5-year chart here. We can see that the heavy trading, the volume profile point of control, all the way down here, very, very far below. So the rise has been swift, and we can see that there's not really a ton of clear nodes to keep track of here near where we are now. But to the upside, our 5-year +2 standard deviation channel comes in just above 282.
Okay, all right, that's a look at the chart for T-Mobile. Shares under some pressure today, but certainly it's had a strong year so far. Our thanks to Scott Bauer, our Prosper Trading Academy, and of course the Duke of Data himself, Rick Duquette. Thank you both. Coming up next, we are going to spotlight Tesla following news of production delays. And keep in mind, we've got earnings on tap due out tomorrow. That and more. That's next on Trading 360. Morning movers Morris brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track
Well,
market
we're
trends
going
with
down
up-to-the-minute
more.
news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trade brilliantly.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast.
I'm going
that's
to catch
right
a reversal
for you.
on this. You watch.
The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Time now to spotlight Tesla. Shares under some pressure ahead of earnings tomorrow. Joining us now for insight and perspective, we've got Seth Goldstein, equity strategist, energy and resources at Morningstar. Seth, thank you so much for joining us today. All right, we know that we're hearing reports of production delays when it comes down to the stripped down Model Y. But before we get into that, I want to hear what your expectation is going into earnings tomorrow.
Oh, earnings tomorrow?
We know deliveries already declined 13%, but then we saw a massive growth in the energy storage deployment. So I'm expecting we see automotive revenue down, likely due to the lower deliveries. We also see higher unit cost. The cost of goods sold would be up versus the fourth quarter. So likely Tesla is going to see lower profits year over year. But I'm more interested in what the outlook is going to be for the rest of the year and what they're going to say as far as the new affordable vehicle, the Model Y refresh, and the autonomous driving testing launch coming up later this year.
You make a great point about looking forward to wanting to hear what the timeline is going to be. Often when Elon Musk comes out, he gives an aggressive timeline for different things, whether it's, vehicle or the AI, robots, et cetera, and then he has to adjust the timeline. How important is the launch of this affordable vehicle and kind of sticking to a timeline, especially if we get to a new timeline?
Well, the closer we get to production, I think the more important it is for Tesla to hit the timeline, or at least give us an updated timeline and explain why the new timeline is going to be hit. When things are years away and it's 2, 3, 4 years out, I think Elon Musk starts to, talk about his long-term, 5, 10-year vision for a new product. But when you're talking about an actual new vehicle that's coming to the market, that's when I think it's more important for Tesla to show that they have a firm date, or at least a general time frame when they're going to launch a new, more affordable vehicle, so that they can offer some clarity on the direction of deliveries, or if it's going to be the robotaxi, a timeline for when that can become a service and not just a product concept anymore.
No, that's a great point. Now, let's say, so we're seeing reports from Reuters that the timeline is now, it's a few months out. And the expectation was this would come the first half of this year. So a few months out puts us a little beyond the first half of the year. What if there are further delays? What does that indicate to you?
Well, it indicates that potentially they're being impacted by the tariffs. For a more affordable Model Y, one of the ways to get the cost down is to import more parts from a market like China, where Tesla already has an operation or has good relationships with key battery suppliers like CATL and BYD. that's a way to reduce their unit costs and offer a more affordable version of the Model Y while maintaining the platform. Perhaps the tariffs announced on Chinese imports would impact that supply chain, so maybe Tesla wants to take a little more time, revamp their production outlook for the vehicle, redesign it, and make sure that maybe they can qualify for the Inflation Reduction Act credits, and they're not going to be paying an abnormally high import costs for key pieces of the vehicle.
We've seen some heavy impact to margins for Tesla recently. Part of that has to do with some of the pricing that it's had to do. Part of it is, just not selling as many vehicles. What do you need to see, or what are you expecting to hear from Tesla in terms of a shift to improve margins?
Well, I think Tesla needs to show their costs to continue, or their plan to continue to reduce unit production costs. They were going to do a new design process. They were going to continue to try to reduce content like rare earth materials, the number of semiconductors in a vehicle, the amount of copper wiring in a vehicle, and these can all slowly reduce the cost to produce a vehicle over time. But I want to hear Tesla's plan, how they're progressing on this, and what their outlook is, and going along with that, how they're going to be impacted by the tariffs, because Tesla has a key decision like many other automakers who are importing pieces or a lot of their vehicle content, and that is, do you raise prices to consumers and potentially sell lower volumes, or do you eat some of the costs, try to win market share, and make up the higher costs through greater sales volume? So I want to hear what Tesla wants to do, and I think Tesla management's plan for how to deal with the tariffs and how to keep lowering their unit production costs will give me better clarity into their margin trajectory going forward.
Let me ask you this. There have been calls for Elon Musk to step away from his political activities because there is, it seems that you could see the case that it's impacting shareholder views on this company.
5200s.
And his political activities are affecting the outlook for the company and the market performance of Tesla.
This is going to be a good bounce.
Continue to influence investor behavior if he continues to have this kind of political role as well?
Well, I think it's going to depend on how Tesla's underlying.
Well, I'm going to go cook me a hamburger. I made a business decision.
The refreshed Model Y that's now available in the 3 key markets, the US,
cottage
Europe,
cheese.
and China, in Q2, if that helps to improve deliveries, then I think
might
we
take
can
another risk
not
here.
worry as much about the political risk to Tesla's brand turning away consumers. We could say, okay, many consumers perhaps delayed the purchase of a vehicle because they wanted a new Model Y, they didn't want the old version. But if we still see Q2 deliveries falling 13, 14, 15%, and we're still seeing, a delayed outlook for the more affordable vehicles, so it doesn't look like deliveries are going to come back anytime soon, then I think we can start to say, maybe Elon Musk's political activities are turning more consumers away from Tesla, and that's creating some brand damage. But I think the second quarter is going to be very telling, because the new refreshed Model Y, the Model Y had not been refreshed since it came out. So having a new version of that, I think, is going to excite many consumers. But, that'll tell us, are consumers staying away from Tesla because of Elon Musk, or were they just waiting for the new vehicle?
All right, that is a good question. All right, right now, shares of Tesla down more than 6% ahead of earnings tomorrow. Seth, great insight. Appreciate your time.
I bet you Musk goes in a good sale price.
Seth Goldstein, equity strategist, energy and resources at
that you
Morningstar.
can't turn down.
Coming up next, we've got the disruptors.
There's 330. Come on, baby.
Downgrade at D.A. Davidson. George Sillis will take us through an example trade. Trading 360. We'll be right back.
We'll see what happens here. I'm going to take a little risk. I got one at 340. Can we bounce and give me a couple $100? Please do. Can we bounce? Yes. Give me a couple $100. High risk. High risk.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more.
And being in the
Best
now.
of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach.
Oh, really?
It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Damn it. Go. And we're at 350 for a moment, yay. Boom, 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 boom. I've met my wife.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Time now for the Disruptors. Joining us now, we've got George Sillis, Senior Markets Correspondent, here with today's company in focus. That's Salesforce. It is under some pressure off the back of a downgrade over at D.A. Davidson. Tell me what you're paying attention to here, George.
Yeah, George.
Well, obviously, if you look at Salesforce, it's a good stock that's just participating in a bad market. The name is down about 36% over the last year, and there are some earnings estimates which are being revised slightly to the downside, and the stock is certainly reflecting that. I think the other thing about Salesforce, which is one of the global leaders in CRM or customer relations management software, there's a lot of expectations regarding their Agentforce AI platform and how they'll integrate that and how much it will cost, and whether or not there will be accretive returns on investments to artificial intelligence. And I think that's perhaps what D.A. Davidson is really looking at with their call today. They actually moved their rating from basically neutral to underperform, and they brought their price target down to $200 from $250. And it just really comes down to this environment that we're in, as well as the aspects of all of the capital investments that Salesforce has made in artificial intelligence. They actually see some declining organic sales growth in their core software business, alongside against the potential challenges in integration of AI. But if you look at other companies in the competitive landscape for the enterprise software space, ServiceNow, Workday, these are a couple other broad names that are down pretty significantly over the last 3 months or so, alongside with Salesforce. And it really comes down, I think, a lot of enterprise IT spending cutbacks, and there's some uncertainty associated with tariffs. And I think that is impacting Salesforce's European business potentially.
Come on.
Because again, about 35% of
Well,
their sales
dipped
are
on me.
overseas, and they've been aggressively pushing towards competition against SAP,
I'll tell you the
which is
three
the
and then
mainstay
stop out.
European rival.
It seems like a big blow, especially since they've taken it off of their best of breed list,
George.
basically for D.A. Davidson, and even the views on the AI arms race. It feels like Salesforce is being caught up with just in the penalty box along with all the AI players, even though it wouldn't necessarily have as much exposure to the tariff risk, it would seem. So, George, let me ask you this. How would you approach an example trade in the context of the pressure that Salesforce has been facing this year?
Yeah, so it hasn't retested the lows from a couple weeks back, but looking at the markets, Diane, there's a possibility that we end up retesting around the 4850 on the S&P, just based on the way the market's behaving as of late. And of course, things can change based on any tweets from the president. But nonetheless, this may be a challenge stock going forward. Volatility is still very high. So
I'm
what
right
we've been
back.
doing in
I'm gonna
this
still watch this.
volatility market is selling credit spreads and call spreads and put spreads. So I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to go out to May monthlies with 25 days to expiration. I'm going to sell the 250 call That's above the current price. Then I'm going to buy the 255 call above that. And we're going to sell it for basically $1.75 per share in credit, or $175 a contract. So in essence, the objective of this trade is that the stock can go higher, but we'd like to see it stay below 250 by expiration of 25
there it goes
days,
under 3.
to which point that premium will erode to 0.
Shit.
Break even is 251.75, so you have to be mindful of that. And then that maximum profit of $1.75 is offset by the max risk of $3.25. So that only occur if the stock hits 255 or higher by expiration. But this is a trade that's got about a 53% return on risk, as well as about a 71% probability of profits, because I'm selling the 250 call, which has an implied delta of around 29. So, 7 out of 10 times, this is kind of trade that would work out for you, but doesn't necessarily mean that any individual trade like this will work.
Okay, and then let me ask you, how does overall market momentum play into an example trade like this? Does it?
Well, look, the markets can turn on a dime just on headlines. So you have to be mindful of that. That's why there's a challenge in taking any directional trades right now for debits, buying calls and puts outright, because those premiums are very expensive and they can effectively evaporate quickly. So in this case, we're playing it. It's a bearish trade, but we do have some flexibility because the stock can go higher to about the 251.75 area, and we're still at break even for this trade. So we have to consider the market we're in. We're selling basically wide credit spreads because that's what the market is giving us. Outside of that, obviously there is a liquidity grab in cash or gold, or intraday trading based on 5-minute charts or even hour charts. But essentially, if you're looking to swing trade, it's a very difficult environment. So you just take what the market's giving you. Your market's giving you high implied volatility in these options.
Okay, work with what's presented in front of you. All right, that's an example trade for Salesforce. Appreciated, George. Shares of Salesforce right now down more than 5%, trading lower along with the broad market momentum. That's George Sillis. Coming up next, time for our 360 round. We'll break down the latest antitrust news for Alphabet, Meta, discuss the long-term impact of these issues on big tech. That's next on Trade 360.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At
Yes.
Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Carl's Way is the best way.
I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes,
Mine used to
and
be.
I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
It's time to look forward
Find the next trend.
from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trade 360, time for our 360 round. For that, I want to bring in our panel to discuss big tech and continuing antitrust issues. On our panel today, we've got John Friedman, co-founder and senior analyst at Ravenswood Partners, and Lance Ulanoff, U.S. editor-in-chief at Tech Radar. It's good to see both of you. Lance, I want to start out with you. Let's talk a little bit about Alphabet Google. You've noted essentially that Google's dominance really stems from outperforming competitors versus buying them. How do you think that distinction impacts perception when it comes to these antitrust challenges that it's facing?
I'm not sure it actually helps them. I mean, the people looking at this case don't necessarily take the long view and understand where we came from in the search space. I've been covering this for decades, and I remember using Alta Vista, Northern Lights, a bunch of other search engines. Google arrived with no market share and built itself into this dominant force. Now, I guess the real question is, say they don't pay attention to how they built their business, and they're really just focused on how they're holding on to it. And I think that's probably what it boils down to. Are they using aggressive measures to hold on to this absolutely dominant market share? And there's no getting around it. Google is the biggest thing in search online.
Google is.
Bing compared to DuckDuckGo, no one else is even close.
All right, and then John, I want to ask you, how should investors and traders interpret these antitrust actions when it comes to both Alphabet Google and Meta, and in particular Alphabet Google, because there is the expectation that they would have a friendlier administration when it came to antitrust issues, and they at least lost part of the battle. What's your view?
Yeah, so it used to be that Facebook, I thought, had more regulatory risk than Alphabet because of the sort of the political nature of these of regulatory risk, right? And the fact that Facebook was, at least according to some, responsible, quote unquote, for Biden's victory in 2020. Whether you think that's true or not is sort of irrelevant. That view has definitely biased, I think, some of the regulators against Facebook versus, and obviously Facebook has a better argument now, though. And the argument is that TikTok is a real competitor and that they are not a monopoly anymore, unlike Google, which, you have to first prove that it's a monopoly before you can take regulatory action. And I think with Facebook, you're with Meta, they've got a good argument there when it comes to the remedy side that Judge Blossberg, I think, has got to take into consideration. So from that perspective, I think Alphabet's actually more of a risk, but I will say this, the breakup value of Alphabet is certainly, I think, above where they are now price-wise. So I think it's fully priced in for Alphabet, maybe not fully priced in for Meta.
So Lance, I want to ask you about long-term impact, especially if you see a shift, for instance, if Google's no longer the default search engine, especially when you think of for Apple users, where do we go then?
You don't change people's habits that quickly. I mean, and Google's dominance can continue for quite a while. But yeah, you're paying Apple, $20 billion a year to be the default engine on the iPhone. That's certainly something they could look at changing. And then, does that help consumers? Are they going to be happy about that? Because then they have to choose. I don't know. They're still going to look for Google because that's what they know. It's going to be quite hard for somebody to come in and change things. We should go back like a year or so ago when Microsoft made a really big splash with Bing being updated with AI. And it was the moment where it could really start to make a difference. And it grew some, but it didn't grow enough to make a difference. And that kind of shows you how hard it's going to be able to change this market dominance. And of course, let's also keep in mind, Google will appeal. This is going to take years to shake out.
Okay, it could take years to shake out. And then, John, I want to get your views on the regulatory implications, because the U.S. and U.K. obviously have very different approaches with how they deal with antitrust issues. And again, we kind of set the stage with expecting that, or the expectation that this would be a more friendlier regulatory climate, especially when it comes to Google Alphabet. What do you think are the differences in terms of impact and how we see these cases playing out, whether we're talking about Meta or Google Alphabet on both sides of the pond?
So the interesting dynamic, I think, now is that, for example, Meta can claim, at least, ostensibly, to, make the case that, hey, Europe is being mean to us. They might fine us as much as 10% of global revenue, and that's like a tariff. And so, it's kind of, that's just being unfair in response to the same tariffs that, and kind of appeal to the Trump administration that's kind of the case. And they even tried to settle their antitrust case, apparently according to the Wall Street Journal, for $1 billion, but the Trump administration wanted $18 billion, according to the article. So that's a huge gap, obviously. And I think there's still, just if I have to look at the two, I still think there's more reg risk as an investor for Meta than there is for Alphabet, because I also believe that the search business is kind of, is pretty solid. It's not growing, but it's very solid, it's hard to, except for really radical government overreach is probably set in place.
All right, we'll have to leave our conversation there. Thank you both. That's John Freeman of Ravenswood Partners and Lance Ulanoff, Tech Radar Editor-in-Chief. Thank you both. Shares of Meta under pressure, also Alphabet. Thank you so much for joining us today on Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Download the free Schwab Network app, available in the Apple App Store, and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stay with us. You've got Fast Market coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Well, it's not going to be my big day.
Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area.
He looks like a crook.
Nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Can we see a goodwill bounce to 51.9804? No. Well, it says it's ready. For what? I'm in the SPX calls. I got two of them.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. We got a great show for you today. We're going to be discussing markets. We're at session lows as we speak, and then we're going to have some option strategies. We're going to cover Amazon, which got downgraded today in bear market territory, and then Like Folio is going to discuss Disney, which was upgraded today, but still off pretty severely so far this year. And then we'll wrap it up with GE Aerospace, actually outperforming the overall market, up about 6% so far this year, into the earnings ahead of the opening bell tomorrow. Now let's get a look at the equity markets and see how they're faring, which isn't good at all. S&P 500, the benchmark, down 2.9%. The Dow Industrial's off nearly 1,100 points, 2.8%. NASDAQ 100 leading to the downside. Big tech getting hit hard today. NASDAQ 100 down 3.1%. And the small caps, the Russell 2000, down 2.5% in today's session. To help me break down all this market action, let's bring in my co-host, and that's Kevin Hinks. Kevin, I think investors, traders, losing a lot of confidence in what's going on from the administration. Some commentary that came out of Trump in the White House today. This isn't good for equity markets or anybody at this point, and it just feels like it's getting worse.
Well, I have no idea about the confidence, but this is a headline-driven market, and the headlines aren't positive, right? There's more headlines about the dispute between Trump and Jerome Powell, which, by the way, a lot of presidents and Fed chairs have disputes. They're just not this public. There's the bigger problem with this. All presidents want lower interest rates. They're just not public. But we're not getting any news, Tom, on trade deals or some type of resolution of some of these trade problems. So we're not getting the good news that the market wants badly, and we're getting more news from the news that the market doesn't want, which is President Trump and Fed Chair reacting to what Jerome Powell said last week at the Economic Club of Chicago, which was something out of the norm for a Fed chair, frankly, to say. But that being said, this is now escalated, and that is the bad news that's overwhelming the market. And Tom, the overwhelming sentiment or headlines over the weekend from mainstream sources and news is overwhelmingly negative. And so investors have to overcome that or take that the way it looks. But Tom, right now you've got from the highs and to Friday's lows, the S&P was down 14%, so now that makes it down around 17%. The NASDAQ was down 17%, that makes it down 20% off the highs. Yeah. That's 22,222 on the NASDAQ, 6147 on the S&P. So we are significantly off the highs. A lot of bad news is already built in. But where do we go from here, Tom? It's a headline-driven market, and right now this market is not getting the headlines it wants.
Yeah, extending those losses from last week. Captain, we've got earnings this week. About 12% of the S&P 500 companies report. Maybe that'll jolt the markets here a little bit. But with the VIX up near the 35 level, up 18%, basically 17%. It's kind of I don't know how to put this, but the trader community, investor community at this point, they want some semblance of stability here. We're not getting it, but it feels like, Kevin, the longer that this goes on without any trade deals announced, and it doesn't feel like we're getting anytime soon, that this is just going to continue to deteriorate the equity market and the outlook, because a lot of corporations right now can't give clear guidance moving forward when the economy is in this type of situation, even though there's no real signs that hard data is starting to wane here a little bit.
Well, Kevin Hassett mentioned one day, just offhanded, in one of his interviews, that we're not sure if we should announce the trade deals one at a time or one big announcement of a trade deal. Well, my suggestion, and this is just me personally, do something.
Yeah.
If you don't have a group, then start doing the individual ones until you get them in bunches. And because this market needs stability, you got to take You got to de-risk the Powell argument. You got to say we normally have disputes. Remember, there was a great interview once with Alan Greenspan. I talked about this on the morning show this morning, where someone asked him, how many presidents have tried to pressure you about lower rates? And Alan Greenspan very quickly said, all of them. All presidents want lower interest rates, but they don't do it so publicly like the Trump administration is doing. And there's the problem that the markets don't like. This is perfectly normal for the administration to want lower rates and the Fed to be doing its job, but it's never been this public. There's the problem. So the headlines that we're getting, Tom, are not what we want. We've got earnings coming up. Boeing's going to be a good one. Tesla obviously will be a massive one. Google Alphabet, they've got several problems, some resolutions with the courts, with Tesla or with Google Alphabet and Meta Platforms would help. So there's a lot of things going on this week, Tom. But will earnings save us?
Yeah.
Earnings and revenue could be
I'm at
great.
320.
But if you don't guide, or if you guide conservatively, that's what happened in the fourth quarter earnings, and that didn't help the market very much. So this is going to start getting interesting here. Good news, Tom. Banks and airlines so far have been nice surprises in terms of earnings. Here comes large cap tech, though, Tom. That's going to be interesting.
Yep. We had Netflix on Thursday after the close, first trading day post earnings. It's up 2% right now, Kevin. Pretty solid report. Maybe a lot of people expected that because they're kind of isolated from the tariff impact, the negative headline impact. But this was a beat on EPS, beat on revenue, raised guidance moving forward. So this is a pretty good report. It's the only major tech name in the green at this point, though.
Yeah, this is remember, we said on the show on Thursday, the comps were tough for Tesla, or for Netflix, sorry. So it was going to be a tough road for them, and yet they still beat it, Tom. That's how good this company, how well they're performing with the different tiers and the crackdowns and international, everything they're doing, getting into more live programming, getting into sports. It's just a really good situation where they are the clear leader in streaming. Remember, streaming 2 years ago was very dicey. A lot of players losing money. You can't say that about Netflix anymore. They are making money and the clear winner in streaming.
Yep. Kevin, you look at the other, or the Mag 7 names here, all deep in the red today. You got Meta down 3.7%, NVIDIA down another 5.3%, Tesla down nearly 7% today. It's just right across the board. All of those stocks are down over 20% in bear market territory from their recent all-time highs. I think maybe if you look at this, it's just the velocity of the pullback that we're seeing. I think that has a lot of people on edge with that VIX near the 35 level at this point. And I don't know how you come back from that. It just doesn't feel like, you mentioned, we're looking for headlines that are positive as far as trade goes and some negotiated deals. But as you mentioned, we need something and something soon because the sentiment continues to get worse. It's like a snowball here, Kevin, where you can't get out of its way at this point. And there's nothing that's going to fix us at this point. At least, maybe not a quick fix.
Be greedy when people are scared, Tom, and be scared when people are greedy. We are one announcement. We are one headline from being up 1% on these markets. And these markets are coiled, but we're not getting them. So the markets continue to coil on the downside. But this is a market desperately needs some good news to turn this around. But I think these markets aren't very liquid right now. So I think we're one headline away from a turn, but it's got to be a good headline. Can't be a bad one. We keep making the wrong headlines right now. Every headline is the Trump and Jerome Powell dispute instead of any good things. And so analysts and people coming on programs, no one's going to take a stand. I heard a Wells Fargo analyst on this morning. He was actually he was one of the first I heard to say that it was time to put money to work and things like that. So this market is searching for some type of good news, but Tom, this market is coiled up. It can move. I'm telling you right now, this market can move 2% more in either direction.
Yeah, it feels like that with the uncertainty out there on this. Kevin, you look at some of the asset classes that are moving today. The dollar hit over 3-year lows today. You've got interest rates rising at this point. Gold hitting another record high on that safety trade here. You know, you look at that and it's starting to get crowded here a little bit. And you mentioned, you know, we've been through these downturns in the market.
Yeah, we have.
We were overbought before this even started
Yep.
with the tariff talk.
Duh.
As far as valuations goes moving forward on a lot of the major companies here. But now you're starting to see, you know, the impact of tariffs and maybe that correction that we needed coming around here at this point. But now you've got people piling into gold even more at these record highs. It feels like it's just one of the only safety trades along with Bitcoin, which is up nearly 4%.
It's overbought.
Yeah, I'm not a gold expert, but gold looks awfully expensive right here from where it's run to, Tom. And think about, and let's give our viewers a little perspective. If you think the dollar is low and you're worried about the descending dollar, look up a 20-year chart of the U.S. dollar. This isn't, the market, the U.S. dollar has spent most of the last 20 years below 100. And even in the 80s and low 90s. And so it's only the last 5 or 6 years where it's spent a significant amount of time over 100. So no one should be worried about a U.S. dollar that's currently, you know, we're 98. That is not anything to be concerned about. And remember, it does make our goods from U.S. multinationals cheaper to foreign buyers. The gold, that's a different story, Tom. Gold looks extremely extended on the upside here. I don't know how that's going to end, but the dollar, that doesn't scare me at all, Tom. Just look at a longer chart of the dollar. It was almost the last 10 years, last 6 or 7 years that have been the outlier, not $98 on the dollar.
Yeah, yeah, you widen out that, get a better perspective when you widen it out that way. Gold, RSI, 81.5, Kevin, on gold. Anything above 70 considered overbought. So yeah, people piling in to, you know, to the safety play right now. Or actually, it's 74. Excuse me, 74 on gold. But typically, it doesn't remain at those levels very long. But that weakening dollar is also lending some support here to gold at the same point, right, Kev?
You're exactly right. Remember, metals trade inversely to the U.S. dollar, right? So the lower dollar is putting upward pressure on gold. I don't know if it should be here, Tom. I'm not, like I said, though, I start every conversation with, I'm not an expert on gold. So remember, gold's a futures market. So who's buying gold? I mean, it's like trading the grains. It's just a different type of market to trade. So I'm not an expert on gold, Tom, but wow, that's a pretty incredible run it's had.
Yeah, it's up 30% year to date so far right now, and it just feels like people just reaching for any bit of safety here in the markets. Maybe it's central bank buying. You know, I think Trump made some comments over the weekend about we're long gold, you know, basically as a country. So we'll continue to watch that play out. Kevin, you look at that move in crude oil down nearly 3%. That should be a benefit. And, you know, Trump made some comments about, hey, inflation is coming down. We saw it from the CPI. We saw it from the PPI. But maybe it's not going to be, you know, as rampant, or it's coming down for the wrong reasons, where, you know, people are scratching their head and saying, hey, maybe I don't want to take that trip. Maybe I don't want to buy that big item. Maybe I don't want to go back into the housing market because interest rates are still kind of firm. And there's a lot of uncertainty out there, even though jobs have not cracked yet, even though continuing claims on a weekly basis continue to rise, Kevin. It still feels like the hard data is there to support, you know, the economy at this point.
Crude oil down 2.9%, Tom. That's the tip of the spear with the Trump administration trying to fight inflation. And it dominated the inflation in CPI and PPI, right? That was the major part that was bringing down overall inflation. And that's one spot, because remember, when we covered inflation on the upside, it was dominated by crude oil. And I got your trade for you, Tom. Sell the gold from Fort Knox, and replenish the SPR. There's the trade for the government to make going forward.
That would be nice. I think our break even on the oil trades in the high 60s, the low 70s at this point. But yeah, that's going to be a bonus as far as inflationary pressures at this point. Kevin, you know, we mentioned the fact that we've got earnings coming up this week. You mentioned some of the big ones: Tesla, Boeing, Google, Alphabet. We got Lam Research, ServiceNow, some other mid-tier names in the tech space, Texas Instruments.
Yeah.
What kind of data are you looking at or focused on this week that could lend some support maybe to equity markets? Because I'm starting to get that a little bit of fear-mongering going on here in the back of my head, even though I've been through this multiple times.
Yeah, durable goods on Thursday morning will be really the number one data point, but the one that'll probably get the most scrutiny is consumer sentiment that comes out Friday. Why do we gotta, and we'll have our same problem, Tom. I'm sure sentiment will go down, inflation expectations will go up even more, as a small data set out of the University of Michigan will move the market some way, but yeah, I think durable goods is the number one data point of the week. Some housing, some regional economic numbers, but durable goods is the only real. It's not a data week. That's for sure, Tom. It's earnings and it's headlines.
Yep.
Those are still going to dominate.
Yep, definitely going to be focused on that. Just looking at the Mag 7 names, they're all just getting battered right now, and hopefully we'll see some semblance of stabilization here. All right, Kev, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Amazon. The cloud and retail stock is in bear market territory, off over 30% from those recent highs, downgraded today. You don't see that too often. Stick around.
Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Calico, Mannequin. The Dow is down 1,000 points. 941. Amazon downgraded. GE earnings preview. Oh.
They call them dumps, big massive dumps.
What's that? Repeat.
They call them dumps, big massive dumps.
Yes, they do. We're at 245. This ain't looking good for Jimbo. I was looking good there. I thought we had a rebound. Well, I've had another red day. I can't do that. I can't deal with it.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Oh, wow.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. We're talking Amazon. As I mentioned, the stock is down over 31% from those all-time highs that we saw just at the beginning of February. It's been a steep drop for Amazon. Kevin, when you look at this name, it seemed like it was Teflon the last couple of years. They were increasing margins on the retail side, on the cloud side. They continue to take the lead there. That's where they make a lot of their money off of the profits from the cloud side of their business in AWS. If you take a look at the advertising, that's become their second largest revenue stream at this point on the advertising side. So it seems like everything's going right. But then Raymond James comes out, downgrades the stock. They put it to it's still a buy in their world, but they took it off a strong buy at this point. So maybe not that big of a downgrade, but we typically don't see downgrades in Amazon. And I know a lot of these analysts have Amazon as their favorite stock for 2025.
Yeah, I look at the chart, Tom. I see the last 3 months stock down 26%. I see a downgrade and I say, here? You're downgrading it here. Not where it was. You're downgrading it now, today, after a 26% move. The quarter after, Tom, they overtake Walmart for the most revenue, $187 billion in revenue. Remember, they're in cloud, right? They're the biggest percentage player in a pie that keeps growing.
That's right.
Dominant e-commerce player with more and more acceptance, more and more people using it. They basically put Walgreens and CVS on the brink of elimination with their e-commerce. They're in streaming, right? They're doing a great job of streaming, and they were ahead of the pack, Tom, because they're getting into live sports early, so they know the benefits. So there's so many good things about this company that what they're doing, but again, you and I talk about this a lot on this show. Stocks like this can't dodge a global sell-off, and that's what you're seeing right now. The Nasdaq down 20%, this stock down about 26% off its recent highs. And Tom, downgraded here? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, this stock at the beginning of February is $242, so Kevin makes a point on that. We always try to bash them up a little bit when they're, downgrading these stocks when, the stock's already fallen, over 30% from those all-time highs in early February. Kevin, but you mentioned they're not immune to the tariff impact. About 25% of their products sold on their platform might have some exposure to China at this point, according to Morgan Stanley. So there is that part of it, slowdown in business. Streaming customers, Kevin, on their platform, Amazon Prime, they've got over 230 million subscribers to Amazon Prime. So I mentioned that advertising revenue, but we've seen a pullback in Meta platforms, Google, Alphabet, so they're not immune from that side of the business either, though, right, Kevin? Because of the fact that, hey, they still rely on advertising.
We haven't seen any hard numbers from advertising dropping off yet. And the migration from linear TV to streaming just keeps going. And so all that favors all these streamers. But remember, Tom, fourth quarter 2024, operating income up 61% year over year. They are just piling up free cash flow. And what they can do in this environment that investors will really like is trim the spending, right? The stock traders that trade this name don't like when they ramp up spending, but then when they back off on spending and allow the net income to come to the front, then this is when this stock gaps. A big, I think, topic for this earnings season is going to be CapEx spending. Because you may be in a softer economy, is your CapEx spending?
Well, they're busy there, yelling.
Or bigger? I think companies have to really navigate or tread very gently on how they approach CapEx spending.
Yeah, that you make a good point, because when Meta releases, when Google Alphabet releases, when Microsoft releases, they've got tens of billions of dollars that they've allocated to the AI infrastructure build-out. Do they start pulling back on some of those numbers coming into this earnings? So we'll continue to watch that. But Kevin, they report earnings on May 1st. So I want to avoid that with this example trade I'm going to look at, the don't be a hero type of strategy in this type of environment, because it's a tough one right now. And I looked at the April 25th weekly options that expire in just 4 days. This week, if you think the stock's going to maybe start to stabilize, maybe turn up and go higher, maybe even go a little bit lower, but not too much. I looked at selling it out of the money put vertical here, kind of close to the current share price of about $166.50. Sell the 162.5 strike put, and then buy the 157.5 strike put. Short $5 wide, neutral to bullish, put vertical. You're collecting roughly, I've got about $1.05 credit here. I think it's trading closer to 115 right now. But if you collect $1.05 credit, that's what you can make, $105 with $395 in risk, but that's below 157.5. So you do have a little bit of a cushion, Kevin. Really short-term positioning here for an example trade.
Yeah, you've got 4 days for this stock to get down to where it is. So what you're doing is saying you're giving Amazon a little more downside. You're selling a put vertical that is risk defined. You're, $1.05, $1.15, somewhere in the middle there. The risk on the trade is the width of the short strikes, in this case $5, minus whatever credit you take in. So wherever you do it, if it's 110, it's $3.90 on the risk. So this is just a high probability short put vertical, a little less high. It's a little aggressive. That's okay if you think that Amazon is at or near the lows. Remember, you do have high implied vol here too, so you're selling a little chunkier premium, but you're high probability, collecting theta every day, and of course risk defined, Tom. So yeah, you're making a passive bet that allows you to be a little bit wrong and still be profitable.
Yeah, Kevin, you bring up a good point, because I think that, like, when you see moves like this and what we saw last week with the markets pulling back, NASDAQ was down over 2.3% last week. Amazon getting hammered another 3.5% today. These are the type of strategies, when you've got implied volatility levels rising, that you should look at if you want to take, a directional bias here on names like this, where, hey, I don't have to buy a call or buy a call vertical. I can sell something to the downside on the put side to take advantage of maybe some stabilization and maybe a rebound. And you still have that cushion to the downside, so you got a little bit of a gap before you start getting hurt on this type of trade. But if you want to take that stand without taking an aggressive stand, these are the type of strategies that take advantage of these type of scenarios, right?
Yeah, you are short about 1.7
1128
Vega on this trade. So if vol were just to come down a little bit, that helps this spread. Now, at the end of the day, at the end of the week, right, you're either in the money or you're out of the money. Right, you're either in between the strikes or lower than the strikes, or if you're here or higher, this trade is profitable, and you should take off the risk when it gets down to a reasonable level, Tom. But this is one of those trades that if nothing happens, you're profitable. You can even be a little bit wrong and be profitable. Anything on the upside, Tom, and this will be profitable relatively quickly.
Yep, you want it to remain above that break even 161.45 over the next 4 days, really short-term positioning. But I think also key, it's risk defined. You know exactly what your downside is, as Kevin mentioned. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be joined by Landon Swan from Mike Folio to look at sentiment data in Disney. The entertainment stock has fallen about 25% in 2025, but was upgraded today. Stick around.
Why? Why would they upgrade Disney? This is a pump. I'll tell you that right now. Because they're Bob Iger.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop.
Never heard of MOSFET?
Including over 400 technical
Nathanson,
studies. Tailor the platform
120 to 140.
with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up to
120 from 140. Buy rating.
Trade brilliantly.
I have to say hogwash. They're probably stuck in it. Wolf upgrades. Walt Disney to outperformed. So all the fat cats are in this one. Good morning, Francesca. Richard Nixon says recession. Good morning, Michelle. Richard Nixon says Great Depression. Oh, well, I was here during the Carter recession. I think about turning on the air. We just had lunch and a coffee. It's one pathetic day. Oh, the prison guy's on.
Right now, unless it's Netflix at this point, Landon. A lot of red across the board today, unfortunately. And it's rainy here in Chicago, and it's rainy in the markets at this point. But Disney getting an upgrade today. That doesn't happen too often anymore. What kind of data do you guys have here on Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, this is a company that's got so many, pots on the stove that you got to kind of look at each one and figure out what's going on because, when we look at, for example, if you just look at ESPN, that's a huge bright spot for them. I mean, they're doing great.
I have 3 green stocks on my thing.
Year over year, their income's up
15%
15% year over year.
SQQQ
They've got
and
a new
VIX.
streaming service launching in the fall. They're going to integrate live sports and betting features in there. I mean, they're really going for the younger demographic. Very bullish on that side.
Always clean.
You go over to the
Retail traders.
side, even though entertainment.
You're on a
is up, revenue's
recorded
up
phone
9%.
call.
Everybody,
live on YouTube. What do you got to say?
Moana
You hung up on me.
Did a great job. Inside Out 2 did a great job. Deadpool Wolverine had good reviews, good revenue. But when you take a classic remake and you fumble it as bad as they did with Snow White, it gets investors just scratching their head. And I think the good news is that Disney sees this. They've paused all their remakes. They're kind of reassessing their strategy, and hopefully they come out of this and make better decisions moving forward. When it comes to the park side of things, it's tough. Or the experience, I'll say experiences side of things. It's a little bit tough. I mean, the revenue's up 3% on a year-over-year basis on experiences overall, but a lot of the data that we've got is showing weakness in the park side of things. We know that just when it comes to the web visits, the parks, the Disneyland and Disney Park are both. Disney World and Disneyland, are both struggling a little bit on a year-over-year basis, but the cruises are killing it. I mean, they're up about 50% on web visits. That we're seeing that, a lot of people are a little bit more concerned with potential recession, inflation, tariffs, all of that. It's got people sort of paused.
Sound real loud for some reason.
Before where, during the COVID lockdowns, there was a lot of pent-up demand, and people were more about living experiences and spending money on experiences and travel and things like that. I think a lot of people check that box, and now they're back to the normal life of, well, that's a little bit expensive to go to Disney World, and so they're booking less. They're a little bit less interested in that. So that's the sort of the experiences side of things. And then when you look at streaming, ESPN aside, that they're holding their profit, but they're decreasing the number of subscriptions. So their subscription growth, if you want to use that word, is negative. So they've got 125 million subscribers, but they lost 700,000 subscribers over the last quarter. So that they're going the wrong way on that, which is a little bit concerning. It's tough because when you look at this stock, I mean, it is priced pretty attractively, frankly, but you want to know that they're going to make good decisions with the assets that they have. And I think that, for investors, again, the Snow White thing is just like, it's only $100 million that they lost on that, which isn't
only $100 million.
The size of the company, but it's just what kind of decisions are they going to make moving forward to leverage the amazing assets that they have, because they have an incredible array of things that they can push forward. Very strong.
Chick should be fired. Who did that movie?
Correctly and take full advantage of what they've got. So where they're at right now, I would be probably a buyer long term. I want to see, though, that they're going to make good decisions. But overall, given where the stock is, it seems to be a good buying opportunity long term. But the data definitely justifies the slide that we've seen. You don't
tell where that's coming
subscribers
from.
Losses. You don't want to see web visits coming down for the parks. Things like that. So there's bright spots, cruises,
We'll get rid of that
ESPN
Dean.
Plus.
Can't stand
but
it.
There's also some negative sides to it. It's just such a huge company. You got to take all of that into account. And when you do, I think that overall it's a good investment opportunity at these levels. So I would agree with the upgrade, but it's not the best investment opportunity out there. I mean, I'd put Amazon over Disney any day at these prices. So take that for what it's worth. But that's kind of where Lifefolio sits on Disney.
Landon, when you trade a big company like this,
Play
they
Sam
always
now,
get
okay.
drawn into the negative news, and they kind of miss on the very positive news. Like, case in point, Snow White. It's going to cost them $100 million. What you don't read is they won 60 Emmys for some of the things they put out, and they've got a bunch of winners as well. If you have one bomb, 2 winners, and you're back in the black on some of these. So how about cruise ships? 7 new cruise ships under contract. They'll have 2 new ones this year. And if you're under 10 years old, the Disney cruise is the greatest thing ever. If you're the father paying for the Disney cruise, not as much. You're not as big of a fan. But the kids love the Disney cruise. It's the best thing ever for them. So they've got so many good things going on, so many parts of this company that are surging, and they're investing in the right places. The problem, ESPN doing so well, but what's the backlash since now they're all in on gambling, right? How is the rest of Disney and their consumer base, their customers, gonna react to the fact that ESPN is now going full online sports gambling? So it's always you're weighing positive and negatives, but oh, by the way, online sports gambling, pretty profitable, Landon.
Yeah, it's one of the best things you can do. I mean, it costs $0 to take a bet, and you're making 10% every time you do it. So it's a great business. But yeah, I mean, my guess is that people mentally, they kind of separate, going to Disney World and betting on ESPN. I mean, it's the same company, but it's just 2 different things. And so I don't worry too much about that backlash. But you're right. I mean, you get the negative news on one thing. It's not the $100 million, I think, that concerns them. It's the, what if they do this to Star Wars? What if they do this to all the comic book movies, right? And that's where you're concerning. So the fact that they're pausing on Tangled 2 and they're going to reassess gives me confidence that they understand that they can't make this same mistake again and again. So let them learn from Snow White and move on. But yeah, you're right. They have a lot of successes and a lot of the failures or misses so far more around the general consumer. So you got to weigh that in as well. Like, what's the economy going to do? How do people feel about the economy?
Back to 310.
Down 11 points from March to April. People a little bit more concerned. That's going to pause people going to the parks, and you would think decrease the cruises, but the cruises are just have immense momentum right now. So maybe they'll lessen that momentum, but they're really killing it right now. So overall, what's the consumer doing with that? But again, that's such a not small, but it's not the entire business, right? They have so much going on. I think that they need to figure out with streaming, they've got to get the subscriber growth coming back. They were able to raise prices and get the revenue per user up about 4%, which is great. People are taking that, but they're also getting some cancellations. So let's keep those members. Let's grow the subscriber base. Let's strengthen the strategy around entertainment. Make sure that we defend those great brands, and then just let ESPN go crush it, because that's what's been working for them. And again, at these prices, if that's the strategy that they come out of this with, at these prices, this is going to look like a bargain a year or 2 from now, I believe.
You know what, Landon? They've got earnings in a couple weeks, but I feel like I heard that like from, the management of this company where, hey, we're going to do great things, but then another part of their business doesn't do well, and the stock price is the same price that it was over 10 years ago in 2014. It just feels like it's fits and starts here, and they don't have anything clear, even though they've got different silos of revenue generation. It just feels like one's not working at all times or two's not working at all times. Is that the concern?
It's because we're woke. Period. The cruise line I heard's good, but they charge out the ass. Yeah. I don't know where this. I'll work on it later, but just too many bells going off, driving me nuts. Especially when I'm not having a good day. We're back to 3:30 now.
Replacement, but I raised I only bought the 83 strike, so I'm just barely in the money here. So I bought the May 23rd 83 call, sold this week's 86 call. Now, Tom, the debit I'm at is about $4.25. It's trading actually a little over $4.50 now, so it's a little higher than where we looked at this. Now, here's the thing. You are spending more money than the width of this trade because you're buying further out, selling very short term in line with the expected move. Make sure if it gets to like a $486 level, you make an adjustment so it doesn't start turning down because of that. So either extend duration or move that strike. So Tom, this is, you're spending about $4.50 for something, $4 and change, for only a $3 diagonal, but it's longer term versus very short term, Tom.
All right, yeah, let's break this one down. 32 days to expiration, the May 23rd. Weekly options, buying that 83 strike call in the money by about $1. And then in the April 25th weekly cycle that expires in just 4 days, sell the 86 strike call. As Kevin mentioned, you're paying more. If you're paying $425 for this, $425 in risk on it, but you've got 2 break-evens on it. So keep that into consideration here. Anything maybe above the 83.5, 84 level is going to be profitability. You'll have that ability to roll those short options on a week-to-week basis also, or adjusting those trying to create credits on them, but maybe anything above the 90 levels where it starts to lose money too. So keep that in mind when you're buying a diagonal like this one. And Kevin went out, and that's why it's probably costing you more than the width of the call diagonal, is because you're going to get those opportunities to roll or adjust that short option repeatedly, which may increase potential profitability. But you can see here, you want the stock to go at or near $86 over the next 4 days. Then you start rolling or adjusting that short option, or you can just close the trade if the market's open. Also keep that in mind also if it starts to expand in price. But remember, if this thing goes too far to the upside and you don't make any adjustments or anything, or close a portion of it or all of it, then you're going to have to another break even to the upside. So this is basically a slightly bullish type of directional bias, but at the same time, you don't want anything explosive to the upside on that. And you've got some assignment risk on that short call in the next 4 days also, so keep that in mind. All right, good look at the call diagonal. Let's take another quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at GE Aerospace, ticker symbol GE. They report earnings had the open tomorrow. Expectations pretty high. This stock's severely outperformed the overall market so far in 2025. Stick around.
Oh well, one of them non-trading days.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Before we take a look at GE, let's take a look at the markets, which are off session lows, but not much. Still red across the board in here. The benchmark S&P 500 now down 2.6%. Dow Industrials not down 1,000 points, now down only 989 points, 2.5%. NASDAQ 100 down 2.8%. Off of those lows, and the Russell 2000 small caps down 2.1% on the day. So still red across the board. Maybe we get some momentum to the upside here soon. All right, let's get into a discussion about GE. The stock's done pretty well so far this year, up about 6.6% in 2025. So it's outperformed. It's still down about 17% from recent 14-year highs. Let's bring in George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent, here to help us break this one down. George, since the split up of GE and their business between Verona and the aerospace side and the healthcare side, stock's done pretty well, but they got earnings coming up tomorrow morning. What are your thoughts here on GE?
Well, I think bigger picture thoughts, you talk about how the stock is performing exceptionally well compared to the indices. I think that obviously there's a reason. I think if you look at their commercial aviation engine segment, the F-47 contract that Boeing got with the U.S. military, and I think if you look at who's going to be providing those military jet engines, you got to consider an American company like General Electric. So the other thing is the Trump administration is putting forth efforts to put together a 2026 military DoD budget, which is going to be expected to be over $1 trillion compared to about $850 billion, roughly speaking, for 2025. So that's a pretty meaningful increase in the mid-teens at the very least in defense spending. And so that's where I'm looking at GE as. I mean, it's a defense propulsion technology business. It's commercial aviation and engine segment. This is a aerospace and defense company now, and I think that's very poignant in this market environment. Obviously, we have a trade war, and you could also make the case that we have sort of a financial tug-of-war going on with the U.S. dollar down and global markets in a rout right now. But I think defense spending is probably going to be an area where there's not going to be cutbacks. There's going to be an expansion. So we have to keep that in mind with some of these hardware companies in the defense space versus the IT software companies in the defense space. These are companies like Booz Allen Hamilton, Leidos. They're still underperforming the markets, but I think if you look at hardware companies like Raytheon and GE, they've been better than market performers, again, from a defense standpoint. Now, you have to keep in mind, this is a post-split-up company. It's going to be a full year this quarter. It was April of last year that the split-off occurred. The estimates for earnings now for the quarter are expected to be $1.27 for GE, as well as sales around $9.05 billion. But what's important here is, looking at forward estimates for earnings as a standalone company this year at $5.42, which is pretty meaningful on a 12-month or 4-quarter basis going forward. $6.40 for next year. So right around 28 times next year's earnings. One would say that's still a little bit rich, but you also have to keep in mind that this is going to be an area that I think is interesting. And what I mean by that is the aerospace and defense segment of the industrial space.
Yeah, George, when I look at this company, and this was, of the spinoff of the 3 GE companies, this was generally known as the most attractive because of jet engines, both commercial and defense. And by the way, the services on those as well is extremely profitable.
Yeah.
But this is also a company that depends on, Boeing has 5,600 planes in backlog. They need Boeing to do well, obviously. And you're right, with a push to more domestic. I mean, you mentioned some of their big competitors like Rolls-Royce, Airbus that does other things. If you're pushing domestic, there's probably going to be a big push to something like GE. And, this is one of the more quality areas of GE. It always was, and it probably always will be. This has a pretty bright future, and defense spending and commercial spending probably not going down anytime soon, George, like you mentioned.
No. Yeah, no. I think if you look at Boeing, and we've talked about Boeing quite a bit, they're still quite volatile as a stock because of the uncertainty in cash flows. But there's more visibility, and Boeing also is an aerospace and defense company. Even though, again, the majority of their sales, more than 2/3, is commercial aviation, they still have a lot of defense. And I think there's a defense tie-in. I follow fiscal flows. Irrespective of DOGE cutbacks, the government's going to continue to increase spending for defense. And in this market environment right now, you have to consider where government spending is going to continue. And I think that's why this sector, or this industry group right now out of the industrial sector, is performing rather well considering the market. Again, not all defense companies are like I said earlier, the IT consulting, strategy companies, intelligence companies aren't performing all that well, but the hardware names like Raytheon Technologies, L3 Communications, I'm going to throw in GE, Boeing in that mix, performing well. So I think that's a backstop for this industry group. The other thing is, this is a company that's probably going to do some aggressive share buybacks, give some solid guidance. And if we do consider Boeing's export competitiveness, the dollar is down about 12% using the DXY index compared to the major currencies globally. I think that's going to be a boom for Boeing, and I think that again is going to spill over to General Electric.
Yep, and that aftermarket demand, maintenance, repair has been a bright spot for them recently also. All right, great stuff. Thanks to George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent here, breaking down GE into earnings. Kev, the option market pricing in nearly a $10 move either way in the shares. So I looked at something with the pullback that we've seen, vol dispersion here, Kev. You can take a directional bias. It's not about the direction. It's about the example trade that we've got here and the strategy. So I looked at something bullish. If you think this thing's going to rise post earnings, this takes advantage of that. Out in the May 2nd weekly options, so just 11 days to expiration, we're going to buy the at-the-money 177.5 strike call. Against it, sell the 187.5 strike call in the April 25th weekly series that expires in 4 days. So just a 1 week wide, $10 wide bullish call diagonal. Paying roughly about a $5.50 debit on it. So I'm paying nearly half the width of this call diagonal. And anything above about the 180, 181 level is going to be profitability on this type of trade, Kevin. But this is all about vol dispersion, and that's why this is a lower cost entry point on a bullish $10 wide call diagonal.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a bet that is really void of Vega. It's got a 1 Vega. It's going to probably hold in terms of implied volatility. And it's a move basically that you think the stock's going to go, from where it is now towards 187.5. If it does, you have you said 550. It's a little lower than that now, so you've got a chance to basically double your money if you get that $10 move on the upside that the market maker move is saying. So yeah, you've given yourself a little duration here. That's the lower implied volatility than the front expiration, and you've got a $10 wide spending less than $5 now for it, Tom. So you got a chance to double your money.
Yep, the debit you pay on it, we've got $550 up here, is going to be your risk, $550 per spread. Buying about a 62% implied volatility in the May 2nd weekly options, selling about 81% implied volatility in the near term. That's why it lowers the entry point or risk on this trade. You got some assignment risk on that short call, also into expiration over the next 4 days. All right, that's going to wrap it up for us today here on Fast Market. Stick around, though, right here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn, today joined by my co-host for the next hour, Caroline Woods, who's with us coming from the New York Stock Exchange. Caroline, unfortunately, things have only progressively gotten worse throughout today's session as what feels like a lack of catalysts and a lack of news upside is just continuing to weigh on these overall markets, as the Nasdaq now is actually down pretty substantially here, over 3%, which quietly, S&P is also down almost 3%, so we're in now a pretty substantial market sell-off this morning.
Yeah, it's a tough day for investors here. Every sector is in the red. The Mag 7 all notably lower. There are a few movers to the upside, including Netflix, which I know we'll talk about a little bit later in the show. But yeah, it's just a sea of red, as you can see from the heat map here. And I think that's exactly it. This market wants some headlines in terms of trade updates, and we're only getting headlines in terms of what President Trump is saying about Fed Chair Powell in terms of interest rates. And it's causing more uncertainty, and it seems like we have kind of an impatient market here based on some of the downside moves that we're seeing.
Well, especially because all of Trump's criticisms about Powell, that was like last week. So I tend to look at that as, okay, we already knew that Trump obviously wasn't thrilled with some of the commentary from Powell, and I know that those that closely follow were criticizing. I listened to the entirety of the Powell remarks. I wasn't surprised by it, even I don't really think it necessarily warranted now days of pressure as a result, but just my 2 cents. Can't argue with the price today, as like you said, we are pretty much all around the board red, with the exception being really Netflix. But we'll step into some of these individual movers today, as we always do. Of course, we'll kick things off with some of the largest names within our tech coverage. We'll also be going into various technicals in Apple and Meta platforms, and we'll be looking at Netflix today for FOMO, as Netflix is ever so strongly trying to hang on to a 1% rally here. And we'll close things out with Norwegian Cruise Line, which is getting some analysts mixed feedback. But start things off right now, of course, not endorsements or recommendations, but we'll start off with the overwhelming headlines that do entail all things Tesla. Tesla does have earnings tomorrow, and so that's been definitely the one to watch for the beginning of this week. But Tesla down about 6 3/4% today, Caroline.
Yeah, and this is just adding to steep month-to-date losses, down 13% now, and steep year-to-date losses, down more than 40% since the start of 2025. It's trading 54% away from the all-time highs hit not all that long ago. There are a few things weighing on Tesla shares today. Of course, we have earnings coming up. There's some analyst commentary about those earnings, but also there's this Reuters report that production of Tesla's affordable car has been delayed. According to Reuters, the global production of the lower cost Model Y, which was expected to happen in the first half of this year, is set to be produced here in the US, will at least be a few months delayed, and they actually say that it could actually be delayed until next year. And that's a bullish catalyst from some of the bulls on Wall Street have really looked to that lower cost vehicle as a reason for upside for Tesla. So certainly weighing on shares today. And then ahead of earnings tomorrow, we did hear from Wedbush's Dan Ives, who's been a long-term bull but has scaled back his price target and definitely is kind of sounding the alarm bells ahead of this earnings. It really saying, in terms of the headline of this note, a code red situation if Elon Musk stays at Doge. She said Tesla is at a major crossroads, and the turnaround vision must start on Tuesday night on the earnings conference call for Musk and Tesla, and really lays out a whole bunch of negative factors about Tesla, saying that it's become a political symbol for the Trump administration and for Doge. The stock has been crushed since President Trump's return to the White House. There's brand damage linked to Musk and Tesla, which resulted in terrible Q1 delivery numbers, his words, and much lower 2025 deliveries on the horizon. Talks about the protests and the violence towards Tesla dealerships and Tesla owners, and also points to the fact that the 25% tariffs has delayed future lower cost vehicles. So lays out the case to be cautious, but then says why be bullish? And the unparalleled innovation, engineering scale, autonomous roadmap, and robotics future will unleash massive valuation upside over the coming years. So clinging onto that bullishness, but it really seems like it hinges on Musk stepping away from his Doge role. So let's see what Elon Musk has to say on that conference call tomorrow night. Should also note Barclays reiterated Tesla as an equal weight heading into the report, but did actually lower its price target to $275 from $325, and said basically there's a confusing setup on the first quarter with weak fundamentals, but does point to the fact that any announcements from Elon Musk about stepping away could be a positive catalyst. But Tesla shares really getting hit hard now, down more than 7% right now.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was saying the same thing in so many words earlier. I was like, I think we need to hear from a different type of Elon Musk, and I'm just not sure we will. So I think that to see this narrative really shift, you have to hear that from your leader, and he has not been able to instill that confidence that I'm not sure if he ever really was so great at doing so, but he at least used to have more upside, more vision. I feel like right now being tied to so many, unfortunately, political, like right now, just issues, it's not been good for the brand. I saw Tesla over the weekend that had Tesla basically crossed out of their vehicle, which is just a weird thing to see. It's not every Tesla vehicle, it's not even the majority, but it's not good. I'll tell you that. I think we can all agree it's not great. And also, today is actually the year anniversary of their old 52-week low, 138.80 a share. We touched a year ago today. Important though, I know we've pulled back 54% from highs. We are still off of those lows though, 61%, which just shows the volatility of this name. Next name today though, Nvidia, no exception to that volatility rule, as Nvidia has also been somewhat taking it on the chin this year. We're down about 30.6% now on the year. We've been able to hang off of lows by hang above lows by almost 25%, but another name that's seen a repricing of 38% from highs. And when you speak to the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, I mean, I think you have to consider Nvidia, given just its highs and its barometer type nature it's been for the overall market for over a year now.
Yeah, it's down 6% today, now down 12% this month alone. So Nvidia was once that high flyer, but as you said, trading 40% off those highs that it once was. And it's not that there's a huge difference in the fundamental story. We haven't really seen that breakdown yet, like some might argue we've seen with Tesla with the weak Q1 delivery numbers. But there's of course the link to China and the new licensing fees that come with that, and there's this report now, or there are reports that a new Huawei chip, it was just announced, and that we know China has been searching really for a domestic alternative to Nvidia's chips, and according to these reports, Huawei is preparing to start shipping its 910C AI chips to Chinese customers as early as next month. According to Reuters, the chip matches the performance of Nvidia's H100 chips by integrating actually two 910B processors into a single packaging advanced integration, into a single package using these advanced integration methods. And it effectively doubles the computing power and memory capacity of the original 910B. So more memory, more power there. And this of course follows the US administration's decision to require those export licenses for Nvidia's H20 chip sales, which we really learned kind of a dollar amount tied to those last week, which further, caused further downside to Tesla shares once we saw the numbers there. So we'll see. This 910C chip could become the new preferred hardware for Chinese AI models, and that's certainly a test or a threat to Nvidia here. But if you take a look, Nvidia shares down 6%, but we're seeing weakness across the board in terms of chip makers. It's not just linked to Nvidia. Broadcom down 5% today, AMD off sharply, ARM. I mean, I don't have a single name on my AI watch list that's higher today. So we're seeing really selling pressure across the board. But Nvidia, really the second worst performer of the Mag 7 today, based on the fact that the Tesla has the lead there.
And also, I could echo that with my watch list also showing not only just in semiconductors and AI, my watch list as far as all the tech names I look at, not a single name in the green except for, of course, Netflix. And next time today, no exception to that rule, Amazon's down about 3.8% today. But I will say that to defend Amazon, because unfortunately for Tesla and Nvidia, we've had some very specific company news where I can understand maybe why we're seeing more of a drag on those shares today. But when it comes to Amazon, this Raymond James note is a downgrade, yes, but they're just moving a little bit less bullish after being a strong bull on this name, correct? I mean, strong buys, the rating they previously had, now with an outperform rating.
So it's still a bullish rating, but the analysts at Raymond James sees limited monetization progress among other pressures. So to your point, Raymond James downgraded shares of Amazon to outperform from strong buy. The price target now is $195, so that's down from $275, which was its initial price target. So that's a huge cut. Amazon's currently trading around 166, 160 and change. So there's still more than 15% upside from current levels, according to Raymond James. The analyst says, we take a fresh look at the Amazon investment cycle, supply chain, logistics, AI, other bets, and based on uneven macro tariff and steepening investment intensity, walk away with a bias that the street is underestimating EBIT pressures in 2025 and 2026, and thus downgrade from strong buy to outperform as we look for greater investment or ROI visibility. Says regardless of tariff stickiness, further supply chain and logistics diversification likely create a drag for Amazon given its China exposure and also rural U.S. demand side platform exposure. They're still constructive on the company's AI prospects and their long-term investments, but they say rising rate risks and then that limited monetization progress that I mentioned make it too tough to stick with a strong buy rating for Amazon. Instead, they actually have a few other names that they prefer, including Meta, which is also lower today, Uber, and Mercado Libre, MELI.
I hate long winners.
They prefer those to Amazon, but still an outperform rating.
Oh, shit.
I will say, if you take a look at the how that compares to other analysts on Wall Street, the majority of analysts are in the buy camp, which an outperform rating still fits into that. About 94% of analysts rated as buy. Median price target is $257.50 according to LSEG. So 175 is, or 195, sorry, is quite a bit lower than that, but still implies upside from here. Amazon is more than 30% off the highs though, and this price target only implies about 16-17% upside from current levels. So doesn't necessarily seeing it regaining all of those losses.
Okay, and last but not least here today, looking at a name outside of the Mag 7, but still I would definitely say one that's very important to the overall AI tech discussion. That is Salesforce today, which is also down now about 5.25%. Trading lower after D.A. Davidson downgraded the stock from neutral to underperform. So this is a bit in contrast to Amazon and the optimism that's definitely still, I think, being at least read from the analyst community. Today's move with this downgrade in D.A. Davidson on Salesforce, a bit more of a shift in tone, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, so this isn't still a bullish rating by any means. They weren't even bullish to begin with. So D.A. Davidson downgraded Salesforce to underperform from neutral and then slashed their price target from $250 down to $200 a share. So if you take a look, Salesforce is down 30% so far in 2025, but is trading at $234. So this analyst sees more than $30 downside from current levels. Also removed the stock from its best of breed bison list. And other people say bison, in Buffalo we say bison, so if you're wondering. And I was curious about this best of breed bison list. I guess it's an ode to their Montana roots over at D.A. Davidson. That's why they include the animal there. But they basically say that Salesforce is neglecting their core business in this effort to pursue what it calls a premature AI opportunity. In fact, says Agentforce may not even fit into the definition of an AI agent and appears to be more of an addition of AI capabilities to existing tools. And they basically say AI revenue may be overstated. So they expect further deceleration in the organic growth of the non-data and AI clouds to be the catalyst for this underperformance. It is a contrarian call though, because if you take a look, almost 80% of analysts rate Salesforce CRM as a buy. So this is just one of a few, very few sell or equivalent ratings on Wall Street. So taking a little bit of a different view, but we're seeing Salesforce down more than 5% today. Hard to say if it's because of this one analyst call or if it's because, tech in general has been seeing weakness all year, at least until this point. And, we've certainly seen other names actually get upgraded today, which we'll talk about a little bit later in the show, and they're lower as well. So it's hard to say what's really headline driven and what's just negative sentiment overall.
It is, and that is so true. It's like hard to tell what right now is actually like a fundamental update in the narrative, like what we talked about with Tesla, and what's just right now a re-rating or analysts accommodating the fact that these names have all been repriced to the downside pretty substantially. But we'll be focused actually on two other names in our Mag 7 discussion, Apple and Meta Platforms, as we do dive into the technicals of both of those names coming up next. So stick around, we'll be right back.
Hell.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Petalides, host of Trading 360 and The Watch List, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing
Technical difficulties today, the market.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for the Chart Master. Let's send it to the studio where Jenny Horn is with Rick Ducat to look at Apple and Meta Platforms. Both names in the red, both down more than 3% today.
Apple,
Jenny and Rick,
Meta.
take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Caroline. So we will start off with Apple here, as we're talking Apple and Meta Platforms, but Apple today not catching any sort of break with the overall market as it's pulling back now 3.4%. And Apple specifically has seen such a momentum shift. I feel like this is somewhat of like the stale word, the safe haven of tech, and obviously not as of late, was we're down 27% from high. So firmly in now bear territory.
Yeah, no one's safe today. It feels like it's kind of gone from not very great to
not very great at all, I guess you could say. But
Yep.
anyway, so trending downward here off of these highs
Apple?
that we hit near 260. We had our a triangular type shape there, but then we've steepened in terms of our trajectory, falling for the most part along this downward sloping trend line. I had previously made a channel here by duplicating it, putting it across these lows. It doesn't match up great. It's fairly close to where price closed a few times here, but really, you know, not a great boundary here. Probably a better place to be looking for potential support would be all the way back here where price bottomed out almost a year ago, near about 180. So 196, our green line to the upside, was another major low point there on August 5th, a key low point for so very many stocks that has been, it seems to be pretty convincingly breached so far. The day is young, you know, it's still not, well, I mean, the week is young, I should say here. There's still a lot that could happen, but we are seeming to be holding on below 196 for right now.
The week really is young. I was talking about this morning about like Tesla as if it was already Tuesday morning, and I was like, we have a whole trading session left. No, we have 2 whole trading sessions left. So we have lots of time left in this week, lots of time actually for Apple ahead of its earnings, which are coming up in the coming weeks, but not really. I mean, it feels like right now this market is a day by day, if not hour by hour type right now activity. But when looking at Apple longer term here, I mean, does the bigger picture give you any degree of bullish sort of faith in the long term, or does longer term only paint how much pain we felt as of late?
It's hard to say. I'd say where we are at right now stands out because we're at this small volume node. That's the only real source of volume around 190 that's anywhere close to current price. So if there was a place to try to make a stand, I mean, it seems like this would be one place to keep an eye on. And then below that, like we mentioned before, that 180 level, that comes fairly close to a -3 standard deviation channel, that solid red line there. So 3 standard deviations below our linear regression line. So that area, 178, 180, around that point, that could be a stopping point potentially for this stock here. Now we can see as well, though, if we were to move back to the upside, our red line here represents
did you hear me snoring?
point there near about 208.42. That could be a point to watch.
I always wondered if I snored.
To look at our longer term chart here, well, that area where we bottomed out recently does stand out in terms of the volume here, near around, you know, the 170 to 180 region here. Really, it's not a great situation. We are looking like we are crossing out of the boundary of our longer-term blue trend line here. So a long-term trend line on our 5-year chart is being breached here as we speak. So a potentially worrisome situation.
Okay, and so now to shift gears here, away from Apple, obviously lower, not looking too far away, but now talking Meta. So Meta Platforms was, remember the 20 consecutive win streak we were at? I believe it was 20 was as high as we got. What a difference things have obviously, I mean, price has really carved out for now itself, but also earnings coming in the near-term horizon, not really so imminent, though, also down about 3.5% today.
Fairly consistent downward sloping channel type shape here. We had our high point here. We were about 741. Connected our subsequent high points here, and then this is a much better fit for what I was talking about in our last chart, where you can simply duplicate the trend line and put it across the lows so it matches up. So a better example of
Me snoring
here. Now this gives us.
You've got to be kidding me.
The downside near perhaps 465, 470 around that area. But like our last chart, we have broken through the point. This green line here, our darker green line, 496, that was also broken here, and we are heading lower to our second major source of support on this chart that stands out here. 450, our light green line here, that was about where price bottomed out a few more times. So definitely moving lower here, breaking below important support.
Oh God, look at Meta.
I guess the best you can say for right now is that it's not oversold at this point here. So beware of that happening.
Under 460.
That 30 that could signify further weakness.
Okay, so also when we look at Meta here and we sort of assess some of its long-term trends, this name has fallen about 17% on the year, which actually does not make it the worst, not the best of the Mag 7, so somewhat falling in the middle. But long term, what are we watching here for the chart?
So the volume profile point of control, the area of heaviest trading, comes in right around 507, pretty close to the -2 standard deviation channel, and we've fallen below both of those levels and fallen below 496. So we're giving up some pretty important support. We did make new relative lows beyond our previous low point during those tariff-related turbulent days here when we had all this news flow. And you commented it was really such a difficult environment because it's so headline-driven. Everything can change so quickly here. If we were to keep moving lower, though, another volume node right around here near about 475 or so, that could be a supportive area to keep an eye on to the downside here. If we were to look at our longer term chart here, you can see that our 5-year linear regression line, our long-term line of best fit, well, we're slipping through that area too. So by one measure, we are starting to lose our footing at this idea of fair value that also happens to line up with this bigger, longer term volume node that stands out on this chart here. So all in all, kind of a difficult day for across the board, it seems like.
Yeah, and in real time, I was just keeping my eye on the overall markets, which are only seeing some of the selling pressure actually pick up, as I was just watching with the Nasdaq down about 3.5%, and Meta also seeing some losses steepen ever so slightly on the session. So we'll be watching, obviously, price in real time. But now sending it back to, of course, Caroline Woods, who is standing by in New York.
Thanks to Jenny Horn and Rick.
Caroline.
We're going to take a quick break, but coming up.
Damn, you look sexy today.
Talking about a winner on today's session. They're not easy to find, but we do have one, and that's Netflix. Will be our FOMO segment.
The green stock of the day, Netflix.
From the streaming giant after the break, and we'll talk about what the analysts are saying as well. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Boom, boom, boom. I found my wife.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
I'll be there.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
It's a bad situation.
For you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Next Gen Investing. It's now time for FOMO, and we're finally talking and moving to the upside after covering about 8 of the biggest laggards in tech. We're talking Netflix, which is up about 0.75%, so giving back some of its strength, but still hanging on for dear life. So now joining us is, of course, Dan King Hall alongside Caroline Woods from New York. So, ladies, finally we get to talk some good news, because I know our day has probably been dominated by moves to the downside with the overall market.
Yeah, finally some good news here. I'm glad that Netflix is holding on to a gain, Caroline. It's hard. You're hard pressed to find one, because I saw when you all were looking at the heat map earlier, and it was just like
very, very little green on the board. I wish your pants, what people can't see, could bring some of that positive momentum.
I tried to break out the green,
Right.
but it's not having any impact on the market. I was actually taking a look at the S&P 500, and 1, 2, 3, maybe 10 stocks are positive out of the 500. So it's
Wow.
a sea of red. So I do think that it's notable that Netflix, which reported last week, but it.
With the reaction.
This is the first time
Right.
we're seeing the reaction because it was Thursday night,
That's
Friday
right.
was the holiday, so
Exactly.
this is the first time, and that's
had a long weekend to process it, and so that shows that it's solid. The street really likes these on an adjusted basis. They reported earnings of $6.61 a share. That beat expectations. Revenue top $10.5 billion, and the street liked the guidance from Netflix. They guided for the current quarter above expectations, and then for the full year, they stuck with their forecast. The expectation of between 43.5 to 44.5 billion. They also beat on operating margin. That was 31.7%, more than 30%. The street was looking for just below 29% for operating margin. So again, the guidance looks really good for them. And then what you see now is analysts reacting to this in a very positive fashion. Analyst after analyst is boosting their price target on Netflix as a result of this, including JPMorgan Chase, which they increased their price target to $1,150. So it's interesting to see they continue to ratchet up, because often we know when a stock gets to the $1,000 level, it gets difficult to reach and climb above that level. But you see analysts after analysts increasing their price target to around that range. You got more than 30 analysts who are in the buy camp. Only a little more than a dozen who are in the camp, so the sell side view seems to be largely bullish on Netflix. And then you pointed out the perspective of comparing this, or I think Jenny may have brought this up, to the rest of tech. It's really been an outperformer, and there are some who say this should have been a member of the Mag 7.
Yeah, I think if there was a re-rating of Mag 7 names, seeing as Netflix is the only one in positive territory so far in 2025, that this would certainly be the most magnificent of performers, up 10% year to date, up 5% this month, up 60% over the past 1 year. And if you take a look, it's actually up, it's only down about 8% from the all-time highs, which is quite different than what we've been seeing with some of the actual Mag 7 names. So you mentioned analysts even more bullish, because they were bullish heading in. About 76% of analysts, as you make reference to, in the buy camp. The median price target has been coming up. What's the commentary like from these analysts? Because it seems like heading into this report, it was, this is the name that even if consumers pull back, they're not going to cancel their Netflix.
No, they're not, is what the view looks like. And the view is that this looks like a good defensive play, especially in this environment where you have so much pressure on the overall market in terms of how they spell that out. MoffettNathanson, they've raised their price target on Netflix to $1,150 from $1,100. They are keeping buy rating on it. They expect just the advertising revenue to hold up for Netflix. Barclays raised price target as well to $1,000. They previously had it at $900. Now they do have an equal weight rating on it, and they're maintaining that rating. But they see that as a defensive long play for Netflix.
It just seems like
again,
it's too high.
That kind of consistent theme. Similarly, JPMorgan Chase had that view about it being a defensive.
Well, it's
play
pulled
here.
back. What are you
Morgan Stanley
talking
has
about?
raised their price target to
People?
$1,200 this year. They're keeping an overweight rating. They consider Netflix being relatively resilient in this tough macro environment where we're seeing so many headwinds affect so many different.
It's going to 970.
Especially within the tech sector, but they seem to be more insulated. And you even heard some commentary about that on the earnings call with one of the co-CEOs. I don't recall which one of them said this, but pointing out that historically speaking, people aren't going to give up their home in entertainment in an environment where you see some deterioration in the economic picture.
As long as the content slate is good, though, too,
This is
because
true.
I think that's what's important. I think that to speak to really kind of the defensive nature of Netflix, if you take a look at the very few stocks that are actually higher today on the S&P 500, Kroger, Kraft Heinz, Ulta Beauty, actually, so maybe that's a makeup skincare
lipstick
staple.
indicator.
and Kraft Heinz and Netflix. So I think that that really speaks to kind of the staple nature. So no tariff impact on Netflix.
Yeah.
But as it relates to the consumer, any talk about what maybe a pullback in terms of eventually ad dollars could mean for a Netflix, or
That's a good
Seems like there's still
question.
bullishness.
I think in terms of their commentary on the call, they said they kind of noticed a theme that analysts were asking this question about, how prepared are they, especially when it comes to the macro environment and any kind of slowdown there. They said, quote, we're paying close attention clearly to consumer sentiment and where the broader economy is moving, but based on what they're seeing now, there's nothing significant to note. They said subscriber retention stable and strong. It's good to see that, especially with the the metrics that we get on subscribers going away. They haven't noticed any upticks in cancellations or anything like that when it comes to the ad-supported plan. And then they also announced that they're raising prices in France. And the other thing that I thought stood out to me on the earnings call was the fact that they feel like there is more opportunity to penetrate further in the U.S. So that was interesting because I thought their growth would come more from overseas, but they're clearly not. They don't have all of the households in America yet.
Well, I guess both probably are the priorities.
Yes.
Here in the U.S. and overseas. Yeah, no, I was taking a look at the headlines. They expect that they'll roughly double advertising revenue in 2025, and actually
What
offer
an AVGO? Where'd I see
So
that?
that should be. Could be
more
interesting.
sports.
Going to live events. Diane, we'll leave it there. Thank you so
All right,
much
thank
for
you.
shedding some light on
Broadcom.
All right, up next, look at the latest headlines from the Trump administration on
Broadcom's all the way down to 132
Plus, we'll get
a
some
couple
tips
weeks
from
ago.
first-time home buyers
That had one heck of a run.
economic environment. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Well, 10-year note. Uh-oh. Crickets. Best not to trade if you don't feel comfortable.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl?
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to welcome in Jeff Pierce, of course, Senior Manager of Derivatives Trading for Charles Schwab, to discuss the latest on Trump's push against Powell. And of course, joining me is Caroline Woods, my co-host for the hour today. So Jeff, I mean, I can't even believe the news cycle in which we have to report on, but this is the nature of these markets, and this is the nature of right now the times. So walk us through some of the latest on Trump versus Powell, which was, I think, probably a ticking time bomb there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth noting. I mean, it's, not talking about it for the sake of just it's an interesting story. It really is having an effect on the market. I think we saw this kind of 90-day pause, some of that uncertainty come out around tariffs. Now we've got this aim at the Fed. Your point, President Trump seems to be aiming at interest rates this week and last week as well. The Fed is. It's really taken the full attention of the market. Last week we saw Powell comment on policy in a way that was unusual for the Fed chair. Over the weekend we saw, of course, Fed President Austin Goolsbee discuss economic activity in relation to tariffs. The president has not been pleased with the rates staying unchanged. He's called out the Fed several times recently to cut them while claiming there's little to no inflation in the U.S. and that it's on the decline for energy and other things. Most recently, as you're probably seen, he took to Truth Social saying preemptive cuts in interest rates are being called for by many. He also said that with these costs trending so nicely downward, just like I predicted they would do, they can also there can also almost be no inflation. Then, of course, he talks a little bit about the Fed chair needing to lower interest rates. Reportedly, the White House is investigating.
I didn't know what to call.
Make some changes within the Fed, but Powell's term expires in May of 2026. And
CCL is getting cheap again.
The president cannot remove him under the law.
It had one big bounce right here.
While there can be almost no inflation, there can be a slowing of the economy unless Mr. Too Late, a major loser, lowers interest rates. You left out the
Mr. Loser.
The inflammatory part. But no, I think that
she agrees with me.
If I was just taking a look at the CME FedWatch tool, so we've seen this play out before, right? When President Trump was president last time, he also pushed Powell to cut interest rates to zero, and he didn't necessarily do that for quite some time. So it's not the first time we've seen the president pressure the Fed chair. I was taking a look at the CME FedWatch tool, though, and at least based on the May 7th expectations, Mark doesn't think the Fed's actually going to start cutting.
I think we're certainly still looking at June being the best number right now, but the Fed is still in wait-and-see mode, and that's not surprising. But their position could certainly get difficult if they have to fight high inflation and slower growth at the same time. The playbooks for those issues are certainly at odds. As you pointed out, according to that Fed tool, markets are expecting the Fed to start reducing rates again in June. It remains to, really remains to be seen, and this is part of the Fed's issue, is how long these tariffs are going to go on for. Maybe more importantly, how much of a lasting impact are they going to have? We've seen consumer sentiment fall, but so far the hard data really isn't pointing in that direction. The issue is that the hard data so far could be showing consumers and businesses really buying ahead of these tariffs. So there's a lot of data to be seen. We know, obviously, the Fed is data-driven. Until we see the actions from the tariffs in those numbers, I think the Fed is probably going to continue this wait-and-see reaction, regardless of what the White House is saying.
So, Jeff, just continuing to speak on tariffs a bit, I mean, right now, is there any degree of optimism on the tariff front? I know we're on this 90-day pause right now, but I mean, as far as commentary from Trump on tariffs, we haven't really gotten much of an update.
Right. I mean, we hear little bits here and there about negotiations happening with these countries, especially since we've seen the pause. But really, I think it begins and ends with China. And of course, we saw today that China said it would retaliate against any countries that cooperated with the U.S. on trade deals that hurt China's interest. At the same time, the Trump administration is reportedly planning to use tariff negotiations to pressure U.S. partners to limit their dealings with China. So right now, there isn't a lot of hard detail updates that we're getting around these tariffs. Now the question, of course, is are we going to see something soon? It seemed like last week the president was trying to hint towards negotiations going well, but we didn't see much come after that. So the market's going to continue to really react to this news story, I think, between the Fed and the White House until we get more details, especially if we hear something in the way of China.
China.
I think a great point. Great place to leave it. We so appreciate it. All of the
At least the
insights on
options are
this,
cheaper now.
unfortunately, a very important right now aspect of the overall stock and price activity in these markets. So Jeff Pierce, thank you so much. But now to shift gears here and focus a bit more on what to watch if you're a first-time buyer. Right now, some trends we're seeing among these younger generations. For that, we'd like to welcome in Annie Hall, the author and founder of Money Essentials for Women. So Annie, thank you so much for being here with us today. This is a great topical conversation, especially we're just talking on rates and tariffs and pricing concerns. So all that to be said, I mean, walk us through some of your really first those that are right now looking to be in the buyer and mentor market.
Yep, danger.
Absolutely. So I think right now the hardest thing for everyone is, of course, getting that down payment, right? Saving up enough money for a down payment is
I got an F minus.
Very hard thing to do. So I think what most people want to think about right now is how to actually make that happen. And
I have no excuse for that.
Into chunks. I know that sometimes saving up that big down payment seems like a huge amount. So the more you can figure out the total amount that you
I didn't think it was going to be like this,
down payment,
for one.
and then work backwards to say this is the
I thought it was more like 5%. Used to be less than that, Richard. Used to be just 1% of the time you could win if you bet against me. But I have to say 10% is a good number. Jimmy agrees. Right now, until the market changes. Yeah, I saw that. But I don't know if that's the reason. But I'll have to give you some credit. Nobody's talked about that today. They've talked about everything else but that. La la. Yeah, I paid attention to it. I thought about it even today. This morning. Yeah, I did. Nike's reversed. Nice reversal on Nike. PLTR is going down more. Bearish divergence. All that frickin' dinging going on today. And I don't know what chart that's coming from. George.
Estimates just going forward into 2026, $2.56 are estimated.
Robert, we're going to have an enormous rebound here and close.
5 estimates. It's trading around
Probably
6.5
not.
times 2026 earnings. It's very cheap, and even with sales estimated to be at around 11.3 billion, it's trading at a very small fraction relative to sales. In terms of price to sales, it's trading at a discount. So I think Loop is looking at this from a valuation standpoint. And the other thing is the company's maintained quite a robust profit margin of around $910 million in net income on $9.5 billion in sales. And that's irrespective of the fact that the company spent about $700 million, roughly speaking, just in interest on the debt alone last year. So the profitability profile is still intact for Norwegian. Valuation, revenue growth estimates, earnings estimates are still intact, but the price has come down significantly. So this is, again, sort of an opportunistic buy that Loop Capital has with their call.
Yeah,
It sure
and
is.
This is the smallest of the cruise lines as far as market cap, also as far as its fleets, but not by actually a whole lot as I'm looking here. But still definitely seen as, I think, one that is not as like a massive behemoth as like Royal Caribbean, but for some reason that somewhat inflated it, also been somewhat of its weak point. So a bit of a mixed picture for Norwegian, which is down today, obviously, but we will leave it there. Appreciate the examples and the commentary on what the analysts are saying today, George Chillis. That'll also do it for us for Next Gen Investing for this Monday. Coming up next, we have the watch list.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's another tough day on Wall Street where you're seeing the S&P 500 down 3%, selling across the board. Traders saying something has to come. It either has to be something signed or some good news out of Washington as we continue to just drift lower. We have a big show for you today. Frank Ross of Angel Oak Capital Advisors will join us to discuss the latest on corporate credit, Fed policy, and market volatility. David Kudla over at Mainstay Capital will share insight on 4 levels of investing and navigating this challenging market. And our panel ready to talk all about Code Red for Tesla. What does that mean? Well, we'll explain. And the slumping sales, some of the brand image problems. Elon Musk, where is he going to go next? Is he going to stay at Tesla? Is he going to stay at Doge? Is he going to do it all? It's not necessarily working. A lot to talk about, right? Let's take a look here at the markets first. I mean, in the morning it didn't seem too bad, but it has been drifting lower throughout the day to the tune of over 3% for the S&P, Nasdaq, Dow, and Russell, and the S&P at 5,105. And that is down 176 points. The Nasdaq 100 is down 654 points. That's 3.5% loss. The Dow is down 3.2%, and the Russell losing 3%. So all these averages are lower. This is the 10-year bond yield continues to move higher. That's at 4.4%. And the dollar has been under pressure. It's at 3-year lows, and that's usually not the picture when bond yields are rising and the dollar is lower. Oil and gold are mixed. Gold, the safe haven of $105 as usual, and just hitting new highs. That's the as usual part, because it seems to be where people are running to is an overcrowded trade. And the 10-year bond yield, they did that. There's the dollar, 98.11. Bitcoin, 86,825. Interesting, Bitcoin's been getting a bid lately. People have been turning to it, up 2%. Kevin Hanks, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network. Oh, it's heating up. I mean, President Trump is not holding back on his feelings pertaining to Jay Powell and saying that he should be cutting.
Hello, Nicole. Yes, we're getting headlines from the Trump administration, but we're getting the wrong headlines, frankly. We're getting headlines about the relationship between Donald Trump and the Fed chair, which is not uncommon for a contentious relationship between the president or the administration and the Fed chair. Most presidents, if not all of them, want lower interest rates, but it's not been so out in the open like it is now. And those are the headlines we're getting, and the market is looking for other headlines. We're getting rumors about the defense secretary. We're getting all the headlines for the wrong reasons when this market is waiting for headlines on trade talks and trade deals and a better situation based on these tariffs. So that's what the market is waiting for. We're not getting it. We're getting headlines of the other part, or the other reason that we don't like, frankly. So the way you're looking at it, the market was heavy to start the day. It's made a couple attempts to rally, but every hour that no headlines come or no announcement comes, the market gets more and more negative. Now, that being said, we've got some earnings coming up. Like tomorrow afternoon, we got Tesla, Boeing on Wednesday. We've got Google Alphabet on Thursday.
Boeing on Wednesday?
There could be some big names, but this is still a market driven off of headlines, and we're not getting them today.
That ought to be a good one.
And you know, the VIX
I might do a video
throughout
on
this whole thing
earnings.
as markets are selling off. The VIX is going higher. It's just showing more fear
I just don't like doing
volatility
nothing.
ahead for the next 30 days. I think people are becoming very accustomed and somewhat desensitized to some back and forth action. You know, they're just not used to huge swings anymore. We'll see how they have to
I'm done
deal
with them.
this. You know what's interesting is if Powell wanted to cut, he may have said, you know, I think it's time for a cut. Now, I wonder if he'll do it because he'll say, maybe I won't cut now because President Trump
Just did.
Everybody's just going to think I bowed to President Trump when I was going to cut anyway. He certainly didn't sound like
Well,
it
the
on
hard
Thursday.
economic data says that he should be ready to cut, right? Wages on non-farm payrolls were lower. CPI was lower. PPI was lower. The main inflation metrics that we look at on a monthly basis, the hard data has all showed lower levels of inflation, led by energy. levels that have come down.
He should cut.
One of the things that President Trump and the Trump administration
I agree with
talked
Mr.
about
Hickey.
was lowering energy prices and lowering the 10-year yield. Well, he's got, the 10-year yield, even though it's crept a little higher, it's still only 4.438 is where it's sitting at. You've got oil prices lower. So you can make the case that you could lower interest rates like he did during the final year of the previous administration. It's very tricky where Jerome Powell is right now, and this relationship is very contentious. The good news is the hard economic data is telling him that inflation is coming down, but a lot of people, a lot of Fed members, they're all talking about caution because of tariffs. What they didn't do in the past was project, which is what he did last week at the Economic Club of Chicago, and that's what caused the serious dust-up between the Trump administration and Jerome Powell. So it's going to play out over time, but at least right now, the relationship is contentious.
Well, and I would say if he cuts today or tomorrow or this week, that's because of the pressure. Because on Thursday he didn't sound like he was cutting anytime soon. He said we're in a position to wait for more data or whatever. So, look, I don't know.
He's behind the curve, babe.
I mean, the next meeting in May, we'll see what happens. Netflix, what do you think about this now? This has been a different story. In a sea of red, you'll see a green name and then
I slurred today.
What's going on there?
Yeah, but Tesla's only up a small amount compared to where it was. It traded as high as 1,018 today. Now it's barely 975. It's barely up on the day. That said, they came out despite really tough comps from a year ago. They came out with pretty solid numbers, and here's what they did.
What'd they do?
Reaffirmed their annual revenue forecast. They assured that it could withstand any economic downturn. The entertainment has proven highly resilient in this market. No shifts. Here's something interesting. They've seen no shifts in consumer behavior, and their quote, still got hundreds of millions of folks to sign up. So really positive out of the clear winner in terms of streaming, which is Netflix. So despite and worries about the U.S. consumer, we had good retail sales data, good news from J.P. Morgan, good news from Bank of America on spending, good retail sales. Now good news on the U.S. consumer based on Netflix. So a bunch of good news on the U.S. consumer, but like I said, barely up on the day, only up $4.70. So way off the highs of 1,018, Nicole.
All right, good to see you, Kevin Hinks. Thank you very much. See you all week. We're going to be busy. Let's take a look at the bigger picture. Frank Ross is here, Managing Director, Senior Marketing Strategist, Angel Oak Capital Advisors. Thank you so much for being with us. What's on your mind when you're looking at the markets here today?
Well, Nicole, you and your colleague were just talking about headlines a second ago. I want to add one more to that. Last week we had a fund managers survey that showed that 49% of hedge fund managers and asset managers now expect a hard landing. That was a dramatic change from what we saw the month prior with 11% expecting the hard landing. I was listening to you both talk about the Trump tariff trade threat as well as Jerome Powell attempting to thread the needle. And truthfully, we think Q4, he may have orchestrated that soft landing. It was there by all measures, and now with this trade policy and the volatility that's resulting from it, it seems to be much more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, the tariffs and were a lot bigger than people had expected. It was a lot more of a hedgehammer coming down. Sledgehammer coming down. Nobody really thought it was going to be as big and as widespread as it was, but that was the president's plan, was to sort of shock everybody and then make all these negotiations after. They certainly jostled the market with that. What about corporate credit conditions? Where are we there, and what are you watching for specifically? Are you worried?
Specifically, we're not worried. We're not in crisis mode with this. You've seen spreads widen out from essentially all-time lows in January and February. High yield was around 270 basis points. Right now, you're about 400 something over. They've widened out as a result of this volatility, but that's given us the ability to nibble around the edges, so to speak. It's made an attractive entry point. Really what we're watching for long term is that maturity wall that's coming up over the next 5 years. There's going to be about $1.5 trillion of corporate debt maturing. And what's important to remember is a lot of this debt was financed at rock bottom rates in 2020, 2021. So at Angel, if we're actually looking outside the corporate credit box right now, we find a lot of opportunity in MBS, ABS, CLOs around the edges. There's an $8 trillion market of securitized credit that actually has wide spreads. And when you think about something like MBS or American Housing, there's a lot of very good things to like there. The fundamentals are extremely robust. So with corporate credit, we're nibbling, we're taking bites, but it's not something that we're going to jump into, just given that at 400 over, spreads are still pretty tight.
And the credit cracks, which, you know, are just starting to appear a little bit. I mean, when will you know that there's really a problem? What will be a red flag to you?
Let's wait a few more quarters and see how earnings continue to shake out. I will say this, as I was reading this weekend, we go back to 2024. That was the most corporate bankruptcy filings that we've seen in 14 years, stretching back to 2010. So is that a leading indicator? Potentially, but the U.S. consumer does still continue to spend, which is a good outlook for corporations moving forward.
I didn't realize there were so many corporate bankruptcy filings in 2024. I mean, it seemed like it was a good year.
Really?
It did, because it seemed like it was generally a good year. The market was up over 20%. You know, what do we blame that on?
You are seeing right now about 15% of the top earning consumers in the U.S. continue to spend.
I'm shocked with that too.
Impressive clip. That bottom 85% has continued
not
to
really
be hamstrung by inflation.
By listening to the market, everybody thought we were very, very bullish, but I never thought that. And he's saying that there's a lot of bankruptcy filings done in 2024. I know it costs me $1,100 more a month to run my business. I know that for a fact, on average. It's the highest increase I've ever had dealt with during any administration. I think even my little paper towels that I buy went from $18 to $25, $26, $28, I think even. 30-some% increase on my paper towels. That's just one item out of everything. 33% increase on my accounting fees. In 4 years.
Attractive entry point for our strategies.
All right. Well, it's great to see you, Frank. Thank you so much. Frank Ross, Managing Director, Senior Market Strategist, Angel Oak Capital Advisors. Thank you.
Nobody complained about that, though. It gets me. We had the highest inflation ever in my lifetime, and nobody complained about it. But me, especially chicken, God, $14 all the way to $32 for 5 chicken breast halves. I'm saying, hello, anybody out there? Well, I'm afraid to even take another trade. I've had 3 out of 3 go bad on me. The options are cheap. That's a fact, Jack. 5130s. I gotta erase that one. We still might get a little bit of run, but we're getting close to support. We're getting close to a squeeze too. By looking at the ready, set, go. I got rid of some of that ding ding, I think. I erased a bunch of my alert systems. Only got
Whether you're an
2 of them running up
investor
now.
or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis,
Well, should I?
patterns, moving averages,
being in the
and
now.
much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach.
About bought it
It's
there
interactive
because I
learning
seen the
at its
squeeze
finest.
start.
Tune in live or on demand.
That'd be up 50
Head
bucks
over to schwab.com/coaching
on the
and
5130,
start learning
60,
today.
70, 60. 7. Ooh, damn. I've been up 80 a contract there.
Trading the
Big
trending
money.
games every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market.
These are the 5130s.
Ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Well, well. That's what happens when you're scared.
Welcome back to the watch list. Time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we're seeing throughout
These
the
right
day.
here, I was going to get them at $4, $4.10.
Here on Schwab Network. And Tom, before I get into the names and the actual trades that you
Two
found,
ready just in case we get a little knife here.
Run to gold, which is up over $100 today, and some
That's a pretty good sized candle. We've had a couple right there.
Yeah, Nicole,
Come on.
it's just more sitting and waiting, right? And we're not getting any good news on headline front, whether it's trade tariff negotiations. Earnings haven't been bad so far this earnings season. The banks did pretty well. Some of the airlines last week, but now you're going to start getting into the meat of what we're seeing here as far as earnings goes. I just don't see
There's 130
any type
bucks.
of probability where some of these companies start giving good guidance at this point because of the uncertainty that's out there in the overall market. Now, that being said, all it's going to do is take one tweet or one negotiated deal on the trade front, and that could easily pivot us and turn us around to the upside. But right now, it feels like, I'm not going to say a bottom's in, but it seems like the sentiment is getting so poor right now. And that's typically when you want to start looking for opportunities in the markets, just due to the fact that the sentiment from traders and investors at this point is so sour that it could easily just turn on a dime. But that being said, will earnings be the savior to kind of help us while we await, maybe more clarity on any of the trade deals that are getting negotiated right now? And it's just, we don't have any good news right now, Nicole, so I'm not surprised to see the market pulling back.
And a lot of folks say it's going to take one tweet or one headline or maybe just a slew of negotiations on tariffs and say, hey, we did well with this country and this country. But there are a few things that are happening, and that's the thing that is, the question mark. For example, when we talked about
Look at that.
NVIDIA
There it goes.
and other chips like, and Huawei.
I missed
and
it.
it just becomes our deals changing for the long term, stuff like that. But I do agree that it's going to take
3 white soldiers.
because it could be good news. Also, there's a lot of rhetoric.
So I saw the squeeze coming.
Well, it's just between Trump to Powell. Powell's not saying anything. Let's talk about gold.
Yeah.
Okay, Barrick Gold, your thoughts?
Well, stock's up today off of highs. It was up over 3% earlier, now up about 0.5%. It's up about 30% so far this year, so it's had a good run. And it should, right? Because you look at the price of gold, gold futures hit all-time highs today, up over 30% this year, up over 43% over the last 12 months. So it's had a great run. It's being used as a safety play by a lot of investors at this point, whether they're going on the back of central bank buying, the uncertainty that's out there, the geopolitical risks that are out there at this point.
I'm
So
gonna
gold's
try to
been used as a proxy
try it
for
again
safety
here.
at this point. And I think that's why you continue to see people piling into this. But now you start looking at valuations of gold. You start looking at overbought scenarios in gold with the RSI near the 75 level.
Heck yeah.
For gold futures.
Scary.
At this point, typically we don't see those last very long when we see overbought conditions on a technical basis. That being said, Barrick's having a good year. They report earnings on the 7th of May, so we'll get some clarity on some of their pullback on expenses, start trying to grow those margins up a little bit. Their balance sheet's pretty decent also, and with the price of one of the products that they mine at record levels, it only helps them. But we did see some bullish activity in here. Really short-term positioning, probably based on the early pop that we saw in the stock. April 25th, weekly options that expire in just 4 days. Trader bought over 6,000 of the 21 strike calls. Only paid an average debit of
Okay,
about
get ready.
24 cents for those. So the break even at 21.24 over the next 4 days. That's only about 5% above the current share price in GOLD. So yeah, people continue to use some of these miners as proxies for gold futures, and gold hit an all-time high, and this trader thinks that we're going to continue to see GOLD rise into the end of the week.
Yeah, and look, a lot of people have been raising their targets too. We've seen that. What about United Airlines? I mean, we heard from the company last week, and we saw an up arrow, and they gave us a couple of scenarios for outlooks, which people actually liked that. Sort of a bull case and a base case type of thing. Correct me, with more clarity, please. But look at United Airlines and the trade you found.
Yeah, pretty good report last week and the week before. Delta, pretty good report. You got to look at that chart that we've got up there. In United Airlines hit all-time highs in January, then pulled back. It's down over 40% from those all-time highs. But it tells you right here that no stock is immune from the macro events that are going on in the pullback in the overall market, because it was...
They're charging out the ass, airlines are.
Airlines, they swung to a profit in the quarter. Revenue hit a record high. If you looked at their guidance moving forward, they raised that a little bit. They're pulling back on capacity here domestically. That's always a bonus. When airlines pull back on capacity...
I don't understand what they mean by capacity.
Prices go up, margins improve a little bit. And then you got crude oil on the back of that, Nicole. You got crude down near $62 a barrel, off nearly 3%
I've never heard that before.
today. That goes straight to the airline's margins. Now,
prices
like I
were
said,
already
we're not
up.
immune to what's going on in the overall economy.
That's what I
in the
argue.
market at this point. So that's why you're seeing the 2% pullback here.
See, I get on I get on here in the internet and I look for airplane prices all the time because I want to try to find the best way to get the cheapest price. I mean, $1,000 to go to Cancun or to go to Punta Cana, Jamaica. I got I used, 2018 I paid $600. On average, $600 $700. In 2015, I paid good money for that one because I went to a nice resort on the That's one heck of a beach. If you ever get to go to Jamaica, Negril, that's where it's at. Anybody ever been there? Jamaica, Negril? I heard one girl call it Negro. I said, come on, girl. It's not Negro. Nobody's been to Jamaica? You got a bunch of people in here, man. Come on, you need to get out. Shit. We're waiting for a big knife here, but I don't know if I'm going to get it. I can put it in an order for $460 and jump in it, but I want cheaper. I always want cheaper. Tightwad. I got my orders in. I'm waiting for the send. Jump in this trade. Oh, $450. There it is, 450. Come on. There's 440. Now we're talking. Camptown races 5 miles long, doo-dah. Don't run all night, don't run all day. I need to get it in this trade, somebody bet on the bay. No Jamaica here. Anybody been to Jamaica? Double top. Well, I could have made 120 there. Maybe 140 if I could have got 450. Maybe. You got out at 520. Well, Nicole's back. Troublemaker.
So the question here is, I saw something from Ed Yardeni that said, don't be so quick to write off 2025. But right now, an investor will look up and say, oh my goodness, we're down 1,200 points. Again, they can't take it anymore.
Well, and Nicole, good afternoon. I think it depends on how you're investing in 2025. And I think Ed Yardeni, he's looking for a better second half of the year. But if we're talking about right now, today, this week, this month, how do investors need to be investing? And, really what it's been about is to be away from U.S. stocks. We're at peak uncertainty right now.
Oh, that's not true, you idiot.
And very poor sentiment. So that brings us to, if we look over the past couple of years, you can buy an S&P 500 index fund and do very well. A buy and hold portfolio did very well.
There it goes.
Diversified with periodic rebalancing, where you bring it back to that same level of stocks, bonds, or cash that you started the quarter with. Those are all fine in a continually rising market. But now that's level one, level
The chase is on.
3 investing, we call it. Now what you need is level 4 investing, and that's tactical asset allocation. And that takes us to places like Europe. We compare Europe to the US right now. Their monetary policy, they're easing, we're on hold. Their fiscal policy, Germany has a spending package, the EU has a defense spending package. We have fiscal austerity here with what's being done through Doge and cutting back on government spending. So, and better relative valuations. We like Europe a lot, we've been there for a while. Also, liquid alternative investments. I'm not talking about illiquid alternatives, but these are, you can buy through an open-end fund or ETF or ETN. They're available on the Schwab platform, all platforms that have daily liquidity, but you take advantage of hedging strategies, long-short strategies to do well in a portfolio, to actually do well in an environment like this. Components of your portfolio like gold that have a positive return while you're watching today and U.S. stocks are down and bonds are down.
And you said you're watching gold. That might be somewhat of a safe haven because the talks with, or no talks, the situation with China is becoming more serious, and that concerns you, right?
Yeah, it does. And it's become the ultimate safe haven in this market because concern about the dollar, concern about what these policies mean for the U.S. dollar. We've seen the U.S. dollar come 10% off its highs last year, and that's problematic. And what's interesting is the dollar is declining as bonds are declining, which is not the typical reaction.
The chase is on.
Makes international investments more attractive because the currency exchange rate, if you're unhedged, and gold is just with central bank buying, some of the dynamics there has been a very attractive asset class tactically for us to allocate in our portfolios, and obviously been a tremendous hedge.
And so at this point now, tell me more about what you think when you look at the debt and what the whole big plan is. Because folks are thinking that the president is trying to lower rates, lower the rate environment, so we can pay down the country's debt, which needs to be refinanced. In the meantime, they're seeing all these stocks down 20% or more. 2/3 of the S&P 500 is down 20% or more. Are there going to be some great opportunities here? And is the big plan working, or maybe can it work? Is that the question?
It will work.
Yeah, I mean, and if that's the plan that Scott Bessent and President Trump had thought through, that worked until early April, and we actually saw bond yields coming down. It came down from a high around 4.7, a little over 4.7% on the 10-year, down below 4%. I think when they got worried, or when we all got worried, is when bond yields started moving back up. And so we had the stock market going down, bond yields were no longer going down, but we're coming back up. And that's, again, part of that concern about the U.S. economy, what's going to happen with tariffs, what's it going to do to inflation, what's it going to do to recession. I mean, our base case for 2025 is what we call stagflation light. Okay, it won't be as bad as the 1970s, but we have all the ingredients for what we define as stagflation. In that environment, there's some places we really need to avoid, but it does create some opportunities, like in gold, which is an uncertainty trade and an inflation trade.
Right, understood. So what do you think else are you watching? The labor picture, how much you're worried about inflation, but the labor part of it has become part of the rhetoric. Last Thursday, we heard Jay Powell talking about exactly that, concerns about possibly rising.
Yeah, that's the concern for the Fed, really. And we knew this was coming. They would be between a rock and a hard place. The economy would start to slow. And I would submit this isn't an exogenous event or part of the normal cycle. This has been self-imposed. Whether you believe in what the tariffs policy is to accomplish long-term or not, it could create a recessionary environment in the U.S. We are seeing a slowing of the economy. We're seeing earnings taper off from expectations. And if we do, move to a recessionary environment, certainly labor comes down. So, it's a question is which way does the Fed lean on its dual mandate? And I think with Powell, it's pretty clear. He doesn't want to cut. I think he's leery about cutting rates, or they, FOMC, about cutting rates into a still inflationary environment. But the keeping rates where they are is probably the path here for a while. I know there are forecasts for as much as 5 Fed rate cuts this year, and for as little as 1, we'd be closer to the 1 or none. That's been our base case. We just think it's going to be tough in this environment for them to follow through with multiple rate hikes if it's the second half of the rate cuts, if it's the second half of the year.
Look, I mean, one cut is not going to make a lot of people happy, namely President Donald Trump. You have folks pricing in 4 cuts this year, and we just showed the heat map, and all the Mag 7 are down. People want something, glorious and optimistic to hold on to for 2025. What's the takeaway, David? What do you tell them so that they don't feel terrible?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
he said, yeah.
look abroad, specifically Europe, and I laid out the thesis.
Okay, Jimmy's getting ready.
Why it's attractive in this
environment,
and because of trade policy. More countries looking to trade with Europe because of what's going on with tariffs.
We had a double top right there.
So Europe and the broader international foreign stocks we're at 3 times the allocation we were last year in many of our portfolios for overseas exposure. Gold, we think, continues to perform because until something changes, and that something is we've got this standoff between China and the U.S.
Yeah,
we're really at peak uncertainty, and in that regard, there's been a lot of negativity priced in. But there's some value-oriented stocks that are still doing well. Consumer staples we like because consumer staples tend to do well in a recessionary environment. So there are areas.
Okay, 480.
We look forward to a positive return if we stay with the type of environment we're in now. But there is hopefully some hope on the horizon that the tariff policy, some deals get done. They haven't yet, which is a little bit concerning. 11 days into this 90-day a moratorium or 90-day delay on the tariffs, we'd like to see some deals get done with countries and really get some relief and some confidence that we're going to get out of this stalemate, this standoff.
I don't think it's a good idea myself.
Okay, David,
the way he went at it.
Let's talk again soon and sort of regroup on this. I mean, if you're closer to the 1 cut rather than the 4 or 5 cuts,
Donald Trump.
Like you certainly have some optimism on investing abroad, maybe some certain sectors that might be more.
He's used to people, snapping your fingers. I used to be like that.
Safe haven. Great to chat with you, David. David Kudla, CEO, Chief Investment Officer, Mainstay Capital Management. Thank you. Still ahead, Ed Siddell standing by, EGSI Financial. He's talking about the timing of what's going on here. Look at what's going on here today, down 3% in every single one of the major averages. Is it time for some trade deals or something to make an impact?
Do.
trading the trending names every day.
Okay, I'm getting ready
I'm
again.
Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless
Kinda went a little
customization
support.
and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and
$4.
insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
370.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash
Can I
management
get one
solutions,
right?
all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for
Across
cash
Little Wild at
withdrawals
the sports
worldwide,
arena.
no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting. And
I
start
waited though,
investing
I
in
was
stocks,
patient.
bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Can we have a little bounce, please?
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pedalides. We welcome Ed Sedell, CEO, Chief Investment Officer at EGSI Financial.
Magnificent.
Here,
Shame on you.
Markets selling off. And the question is, people are trying to stay cautiously optimistic, but are starting to worry about what ifs. And I'm hearing asset managers now talking about hard landing. So if it's not done by Memorial Day, it's a recession. You know, people are putting up some sort of ideas that are tough. And
There it is, 370.
soon. What do you think needs to happen?
Oh, you son of a bitch.
There's two things that need to happen. You know, first of all, we need at least one domino to
Attention
fall.
deficit
Some
disorder.
trade deal with the U.S. And then everyone else will start to ink that deal because no one wants to be standing when the music stops. And then the other thing that needs to happen is we need to pass that reconciliation bill and the continuation of the current tax code. But my biggest fear when we're talking about taxes, they're actually talking about raising taxes. And in any way, shape, or form, that really goes against what Trump's promises were. And it brings me back to George Bush when he said, "Read my lips, no new taxes." And so if they raise taxes, I think that there could be issues there going forward. But those are the two things that really need to happen to give a little bit of certainty so that we don't have a recession and the market recovers.
And at what point do you start to say this is a buying opportunity for X, Y, or Z? What do you buy and when?
You know, we've been dollar cost averaging buying in over the last couple weeks, albeit very little, but we have been cautious buying in. There's been some great opportunities all the way across the board, almost in every sector. But again, you know, you really want to make sure that you have enough cash on hand just in case we get another big dip. But if you're completely out and you're sitting cash on the sidelines, you're really missing the boat. When you look at what retail investors have done as compared to institutional investors, the retail investors have really come out ahead. And if you look at the amount of equity ETFs that have been bought, it's over $230 billion of inflows net this year.
Not today.
So a lot of people are still buying. I think it's a great buying opportunity all the way across the board, but you really do need to be cautious.
Here's the thing. As President Trump ramps up his rhetoric against Powell today, more so in the last few hours, I mean, now it's said that he's even exploring how to get Powell out of that lead role because Powell's tenure ends.
Get his ass out of there.
Is it too much chaos for the markets? Like, does something just need to happen? Because if we start to hear that there's back and forth, it's like the market's not going to go higher, is it? Is it going to climb some wall of worry, or, you know, the Fed chair is going to be ousted?
Nicole, I agree, because there's so much uncertainty. If that happens, it's just too much chaos. And really, when you look at what Powell did right before the election, and when the economic data was stronger and he lowered rates, and now when economic data is weaker all the way across the board, it looks like we have negative GDP numbers, for that first quarter. As far as employment numbers, all the economic data is showing a slowdown right now, and they really should be lowering rates. And if you look at the EU, they're lowering rates. They lowered it 0.25%. They're already talking about lowering it another 75 basis points before
This
the
is
end of the
horrible
year.
for me today.
And it almost looks political, but I believe that he made such a big mistake, a faux pas, if you will, when he kept talking about inflation being transitory, and he was so late to the game on that he's afraid to make a mistake. And in reality, what's going to
have at
wind
least
up
one
happening
winner.
is he's going to be late to this game as well, and he's going to be too late in lowering rates, and could cause a recession, because we really need rates to lower for a couple reasons. Not only for the economic growth, but we've got well over a third of the U.S. debt coming due in the next 18 months, and we can't afford to pay at this higher rate. So
No, we can't.
If he does not lower rates, and lower rates soon, it is going to be a negative score on his legacy.
Here's the thing. I mean, there are some people who think
I agree with
1
you.
in 5 rate cuts.
You listen to CNBC
that we don't
this morning.
necessarily need a rate cut right now.
Powell was like a king. And I'm going, what? He's been behind the curve all the way from day one. But you're dealing with progressive liberals. They want this market to crash, make Trump look bad. Okay, Jimmy. I tell you what. This is horrible. Well, you're right, Magnificent. Instead of 10%, 100% against me today. La 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 la. Come on, baby. This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
What about Code Red? Do you know what Code Red is for Tesla?
No.
It's a little bit about Elon Musk. Doge, stay with us.
I know what Code Red is for me. Get the hell out of here.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and
I
estate
need
planning.
345 to get even.
We're experiencing technical
difficulties.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, You can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Well, this will be my fourth.
I have a question for you.
Dad.
Sure. When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations.
Dad.
Someday it'll be their turn.
Welcome back to the watch list. There may be anxiety in the markets right now, but there's also a lot of anticipation for those Tesla earnings due out 24 hours. I mean, basically tomorrow.
Tomorrow evening?
I'm joined by Brian Mulberry, Client Portfolio Manager, Zacks Investment Management. Thank you so much for being with us. Tell me a little bit about, you said, I see you're playing open-minded, right? Because I did see there could be some surprises and good news. What do you think is the most likely scenario right now for Tesla?
The most likely scenario is definitely a decline in unit sales on the automotive segment, but also continued strong growth in the power generation segment. So there's not necessarily a one-for-one offset there. Automotive still makes up roughly 80% of revenue, and you have power generation growing at 180% over the last 3 years, but still only makes up 10 to 12% of total revenue. But there is a segment there that is growing to a point where it could offset some of the loss in the slowdown of unit sales. So kind of a silver
That's
lining.
one heck of a sell-off on SPX.
And definitely, another component that could come online, and we hope to hear more about this.
177 points.
The services segment in full
That's
self-driving.
like double.
This is another piece of technology that we expect to go much like power generation, that will simply be licensed by other OEMs and used as service that Tesla can just absorb and further monetize as they've already developed the technology, just like they're doing on.
This is the worst trading day I've ever had, Randy. I've now got one winning trade out of this game today. I'm still in this sucker. You did. Well, I've stuck around waiting and waiting and waiting, and I thought I had it here. I called it out, and I didn't take it, and it ran 300 points, 250. And then I'm trying to get back in it, and I had my chance. Now I'm down on this one. I'm 4 for 4 in the red. That Washboardjim, he's a horrible trader. Ain't a Yankee. Everybody will leave here and say, damn, Washboardjim's, he's a piece of shit. To 50.74 by the end of the day. I'm stopping it. Funky. I will stop it today. We want some funk. I even had a deep sleep today, a heavy nap.
Business and so much of an innovator himself personally, the more time he spends doing other things, it feels like maybe there's a little bit of lack of progress on some of the really big technologies that Tesla's been trying to grow recently. I think we'll find out more tomorrow. Honestly, they're obligated
Tesla
to tell
has
us
a good
more
team,
about where they are.
but
And it would
I
be
hear
a
where they're
huge
coming
boost
from.
to the stock to let us know that full self-driving is coming along, and is at a point where you can see something like driverless taxis being monetized sometime soon. I know that they're available in certain marketplaces, but scale is the question here, right? Can they operate at scale? I think Tesla definitely has the capability and the capacity to churn out robo-taxis in a quick amount of time. That segment could also be something that grows underneath the services umbrella, where they can monetize it and again add back revenue that they're losing in the per unit segment on the auto side. So we just need to learn more about that. It could offset some of that concern when it comes to just Elon Musk and him being a part of the government versus being the CEO of these companies.
All right, great to see you, Brian Mulberry, Client Portfolio Manager, Zacks Investment Management. Good to see you. Thanks so very much. That's going to do it for us here on the watch list. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides. Download our free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. We have you covered. Thanks for watching. Market on Close. Caroline Woods next.
It seemed like it. Just one good shot there.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
On any device.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network.
Sorry, Jenny. I like you in your pink dress, but we have to... Go get some more water. Oh, nice little candle. Hully, hully. Well, we're at a resistance right here at 5111111111111. I'm almost even. I didn't add down there. Figured I'd probably lose that too. Okay, can we break it to the 200, please? Or triple top? I'm green. Oh, there we go. Can I make back my losses? Come on, Caroline.
Is at least seeing a day of selling, and I know we've become kind of immune to these days, but 7%, I mean, still substantial and stark move to the downside, but at least moving on an update. I feel like for so long we would talk about the upside this name was seeing without any real news or any real catalysts to change the narrative. And so with the repricing of the overall market, well, I can definitely...
The news will be
why
Trump, Elon goes back to Tesla
individual
and leaves Doge.
especially exposed to AI. I don't really understand why that entire space has been hit this hard. With Tesla, unfortunately, I kind of do. And I know we mentioned this earlier, but today is the year anniversary of its 52-week low made last April 21st when we saw shares, I mean, at 138.80 a share. So we're still, I mean, well above that level. And I do like harping on that because I feel like with so much of the pessimism, it's important to remember that we are still right now at 224. I mean, nearly $85 above where we were just a year ago. So all that to be said, news today is that they're delaying production of their more affordable car, their Model Y. This was said to be accretive for their margin story, which has taken a hit, as well as that mass adoption. And right now, all we keep saying is there has been some substantial brand damage done. Now, does that mean that it's permanent? No, of course not.
It's not been done.
At various brands that have this perceivable brand damage.
You guys are making it all up.
Came back from a massive E. coli, I mean, scared pretty strong, actually. Another one, Bud Light, is a famous brand that had some perception and sort of PR issues.
Now, if I sell this thing, it'll pop.
Have been able to come back. It does not mean that Tesla right now will forever be this political read, but this is, I think,
There's
the
430.
concern that so many
There's
of those
okay, there's
analysts
450.
and sell side that's just a bit more pessimistic. I remember actually Ross Gerber saying, like, hey, you really hate to get political because even
Randy, thank you for bringing me good luck.
if things turn unfavorable, then we can see the tide somewhat shift. And I think that that's exactly what we've seen, unfortunately, with Tesla. But even outside of that, even outside of public perception, I think you have to consider that
What do you think about that magnificent
mass-marketed vehicle with delays until potentially even next year. And so are we going to hear a different tone from Musk? Are we going to hear one that, I mean, really sticks with its guns and outlines
What do you think about
and
that?
timelines? I doubt that, just because that is not the Musk we've seen now for several of these earnings calls and as well as just investor updates.
Well, Dan Ives over at Wedbush says Elon Musk is facing a code red situation. you know, as they head into earnings, mostly because his exposure to Doge. So it sounds like he really wants him to step back.
460.
So maybe we won't get an outline of all of that, but I think that, you know, even the bulls sound pretty cautious here.
480, 490.
This is actually one of our least rating convictions. I know that right now its buy rating still stand over 50%, which is the average of the S&P 500 stocks, but it doesn't really appear to be that way as more and more of this pessimism continues to flood this name on, unfortunately, very Tesla-specific news. Also, I do always think it's important to note, we talk about these stocks being overvalued, especially like your Nvidias, Apples, Teslas, but Tesla is still the highest on forward PE of the Mag 7, and by a lot. I mean, it trades at 93 times its forward earnings, which is now almost triple that, more than triple that of Nvidia. So that is insane, and you have to be able to post growth when you have a PE that on a forward basis is that high. Actually, excuse me.
I'm winning again. I'm 1 out of 4, which is odd.
Well, we'll see what Tesla has to say, and or Elon Musk has to say when Tesla reports.
Well, today, 75% of the time, voting against me, you would have won. It's very disrespectful to my followers and not fair to me, my ego.
I know, so H20 is expected to be that chip that's taking that $5.5 billion.
Caroline, can we still go out? I got one winning trade. You know I love you, especially when you wear your green pants.
Market, we're seeing the fact that it's preparing for these various new AI chips as an alternative right now to the H20 line as far as Huawei is concerned. Huawei does plan to begin shipping its advanced 910C AI chip to its customers in China as soon as next month. Per reports we got from Reuters, the chip does achieve performance that's expected to be on par with NVIDIA's H100 chip by using 2 of its 910B processors combined into a single unit, as well as utilizing these more advanced integration methods. But again, following news last week that we were seeing these various licensing restrictions placed on the H20 chips, this shouldn't be a surprise. I'm actually surprised that we saw as much of a reaction to the downside as we did, because this was something that was floated under the Biden administration. We were waiting for it under the Trump administration. This is outside of the various trade tension drama right now. This is a very much a matter of, I believe at least where they're coming from, is national security. Your most advanced chips that do tend to historically see some degree of curbs or restrictions placed when exporting to foreign entities. So to me, this is its own story. And this is something where NVIDIA has had to adjust its technology to export to China before. I have faith that they'll do it again. Another one that is today on a pretty substantial fundamental
Victory is
shift.
my battle
Now,
cry.
if Huawei is able to produce chips that are equal, if not, I mean, more efficient than NVIDIA, you have a big problem. This has been our market leader in the GPU space and the data center build space for so long. It's very hard to imagine that, I mean, crown not really going to anyone, and somewhat just seeing the rest of the AI sort of, you know, divide amongst these various companies. I don't really know what that looks like when NVIDIA has been so dominant in these markets and also in the AI build for so long, Caroline.
Yeah, shares of NVIDIA down almost 6% right now, down almost 30% so far in 2025, and down almost 38% from the highs. That being said, this is a name that, unlike Tesla, analysts aren't as mixed on. There's still a lot of bullishness on the street. I saw Susquehanna just reiterated it as a positive.
And I was saying the same, and I was like, you know, NVIDIA still does have that power amongst the sell side. So, I mean, yeah, there's definitely
Give it
still
another
a
shot
feeling
today.
like, hey, if you're a believer in semiconductors and still the mass capex that's right now still expected to be poured into AI, NVIDIA is still a leader and a force. And you look at the charts of, I mean, like some of its competition. I know I'm talking about, you know, that 2-horse race, or right now whatever is seen as the closest leader to NVIDIA there isn't really one. So for that reason, there is still a feeling of, I think, that this name will continue to, I mean, as far as their guidance, there's been no concerns, but any update from Jensen Huang, because last week we had, I think, a week that did not go in his favor because he was all over the world, I think, trying to put out some of these fires, and I do not envy that man's job right now. But NVIDIA, yeah, down still about 30% this year, and about 37.5% from high. So firmly, again, in bear territory here.
Okay. All right. We'll leave it there. Jenny Horn, thanks for breaking down those movers for us.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right, let's bring in our next guest, and that's Gareth Soloway, Chief Market Strategist at Verified Investing. Gareth, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's kick things off. I know you have some charts for us, and we'll get into those in just a second. But first, just want to get your thoughts on this market as we kick off another week pretty deep in the red here.
Yeah, it is a nasty day. S&P down over 3%, and I think the kicker here is that basically the markets are looking for something concrete on trade. We've heard a lot of promises. Oh, we're getting close to deals with Japan, Europe, and many other countries, but there is nothing concrete out there. And we're still
this is the guy. This is the one that has that kind of voice.
Accelerating quite a bit.
There's not
And
much
it's
the
telling us
Feds
that
can
there's a
do.
changing character going on. No longer is the U.S. dollar that safe haven asset. Treasuries could be looked at as the same thing. Yields up again today.
Wow, look at that break here.
Again is very, very problematic. So investors are looking for
Trump says the
basically
Feds
any
could
trade
help.
deal to give us hopes. I think you'll get a big rally if you hear a concrete announcement of a trade deal. But at the same time, every day that goes
It's
on,
at 490,
a trade deal,
right at
more
resistance.
harm is done to the U.S. economy.
Gareth, did you think that's the expectation, though, that we're going to just get an announcement and it'll all be behind us? Or could this be ongoing for months or even years?
Yeah, I think months and years is correct. But one thing I know about the markets is that it looks for that immediate satisfaction. So you'll get that initial reaction like we had a couple Wednesdays ago when the tariffs on Europe were greatly reduced. So you'll see that type of reaction. The hope comes back into investors, and that's a very powerful emotion. But ultimately, what I expect is that it is going to drag on for months, and then that will ultimately push us towards a recession later this year.
You think so?
And that plays out in the market how?
Yeah, so I think, again, we're getting closer to those lows from about 3 weeks ago at this point. I think, again, you'll probably chop around. Maybe you'll get a little bit of a rally over the next week or so on some trade deal announcements. I think Trump is going to feel pressure from the stock market coming down today and maybe tomorrow for announcements like that, and that'll give us a short-term reprieve. But once we take out those lows from about 3+ weeks ago, watch out below. I think we're going much, much, much lower.
Okay, so we're bringing in your S&P 500 chart here. You're paying attention to what level exactly on the S&P 500, and what does that much lower look like if we do break through those lows?
Yeah, so this chart's an amazing chart. So the first thing we take note of, and it doesn't go back far enough for everyone to see, but let me just explain it. It's basically going back on the logarithmic chart to the 1929 high before the Great Depression. It then connects, and you can see it here, it connects to the dot-com high in 2000, and we've just tagged that high over the last couple of months, basically
The Great Depression.
to January of 2025. Now, what this means is if we have big bubble collapses in 29 into 1930, obviously the stock market crash and Great Depression, and then the dot-com collapse, we hit this trend line again. You can't assume this is just your run-of-the-mill 10 or 20% drop in the market where we zoom to new all-time highs. You have to be a little bit more cautious here from a technical analysis standpoint that this could be greater. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a Great Depression, but something between the dot-com blow-up and then the Great Depression, again, maybe a Great Recession again. I do think that is a possibility.
So
Damn.
the S&P 500 is down
You're no good.
32% year to date. So what would those losses look like when you talk about crash and collapse, but maybe not quite as bad as, the Great Depression?
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't get that bad. No one wants to see that, that's for sure, and we'd all be in a big trouble at that point. But I think what you have to think is now you're looking at the 30 to 50% type move from start to finish. Again, when that low is put in, it's harder to say. But considering we were down about 20 on the S&P, 20% on the S&P just a few weeks ago, it wouldn't be outlandish to see 30 to 50% as a decline, possibly more if the trade war extends. But my hope is that enough pressure gets exuded via the stock market and investors, maybe a little bit of the trade war gets pulled back, maybe some deals are struck, and maybe even more free trade could kind of keep us from that worst case scenario.
Wow, 30 to 50%. So is that how likely do you think that actually is?
Wow. So I think unfortunately it's almost an inevitable scenario in that it's just a matter of time, right? So we have this scenario where the U.S. debt has climbed dramatically. We have this scenario where inflation is now being pushed up because of tariffs, was never down to the 2% mandate, which handcuffs the Fed. You have a lot of scenarios here where we haven't had a proper recession. And remember, recessions are normal processes of any cycle. You have expansionary periods and contraction. And because of the Fed's intervention and the U.S. government spending so much money, it's kind of we've been on a drug high, if you will, where we've been just enjoying the good times for far too long. So in the very least, I think we're due for a lost decade of stocks, much like we saw after the dot-com collapse in technology, where we could be at a point where we don't see new all-time highs on the markets for 10 plus years.
Wow. All right. So
You're full of
let's bring
shit.
in your NASDAQ chart, because something tells me that that's not going to look any better, seeing as it's a lot of the same heavy hitters that are on the S&P 500. So tell us what specifically you're paying attention to on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, so the NASDAQ chart here, this is a great chart because it shows you that we're in a parallel channel. And the parallel channel basically marks the COVID lows, which is a little off your screen, the low from the 2022 bear market low, and then the high from the 2021 bull market, which we just tagged that high end of the parallel. So on a basic, just short-term correction area, what I'm looking to do is buy when we get down to about 13,800 on the NASDAQ. For me, that's only a shorter-term swing trade, meaning that I'll hold it for weeks or a couple months, but we should get a tremendous bounce. So again, the bigger picture is that S&P logarithmic chart. That tells us something bigger is at play here over the next 5 years, let's say. The shorter term on this one here is telling us that we'll probably go down to the low end of that parallel trend line, which is just below 14,000, and then we can all play it for a significant technical bounce here.
Okay. And that would be a short-term bounce or a longer-term bounce? Are these just trades?
And again, and that's a great question, right? So for me, I'm not a long-term investor because I can read the charts relatively well. For people in the very least, that would be an area to start nibbling maybe on longer-term portfolio positions. For me, I still think we ultimately go even lower after a significant bounce. So for me, I'll look like for a bounce maybe from 14 or 13,800, maybe back to about 16 or 17,000, but then start taking profits off the table, maybe holding a little bit for that extra run. But again, for me, it will be a big bounce, but ultimately not the ultimate bottom in the market.
Okay, so not the ultimate bottom for the NASDAQ. What about for Tesla? Because Tesla shares down 7% today ahead of earnings, and Tesla's already been beaten down so far this year, down more than 40% in 2025. So is Tesla any closer to a bottom according to your chart?
Boom, baby.
So the beautiful thing here is that on a shorter term basis, Tesla likely goes lower in the near term.
$5.
But there's a trend line that extends out from the low of January 2023.
We're breaking the 200 right now with a double top break off that resistance line, which is right above 51.18.
level, and that should be
Yay.
a level for a significant bounce. So I would say this level could be tagged in literally weeks the way Tesla is trading. And for me as a trader, as a swing trader, which is buying and holding for days or a couple weeks, this would be a great opportunity for probably a 10-20% bounce off that level.
Okay, and that's the 170 level.
Yep, correct. Basically 180 to 170, right in that vicinity.
Okay. All right, we'll keep our eyes on that level. And then finally, gold. You have a chart for gold as well. Obviously, that chart looks much different than the
Jimmy
major
likes.
averages and Tesla, at least so far this year. Tell us what stands out to you in terms of the gold chart, and maybe for those investors or even traders who have some FOMO about getting in, or is there still time here?
Yeah, so at least in the short term, I think gold is very close to, if not at a top. There's two parallel channels. One goes back to the 2011 bull market high. The other one goes back to the post-COVID high. And both of those trend lines merge right together to essentially mark today's highs. And what that tells me is that the probability is we're closer to the end in the near term of the move up. We should be seeing probably 8 to 10% correction on gold. I think once you get that correction, it becomes a buying opportunity again based on the fiat situation that the U.S. has itself in the globe. But for me, I certainly am not chasing. And in fact, for full and fair disclosure, I am pretty heavily short gold as of today for a short-term pullback here on the metal.
All right, we'll leave it there. there. Gareth Solway, Chief Market Strategist, Verified Investing. Sounds like some tough times to come. Thanks for filling us in.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, we'll dive deeper into Tesla and discuss how the current macro environment is impacting the company. We'll be right back.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Boom, baby.
Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations.
Been a long day today. Now, I've already got behind on the clock here. I see it's 3:22 Eastern Time, so we got to be careful. Tomorrow could be a good day. Not anything better than today. But as of now, I'm almost even for the day, so that'll be a win for me. 6:40. Boom.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed
690,
to
710.
develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Just 2 good wins at the end of the day just makes the whole difference. Thank you, Lord. I didn't give up. Although I was down, you came and saved me. Back from the resurrection. By the way, church was the band at that church and the singing that they had a song that was just like I've never heard inside of a church before. It was beautiful. I don't know if I can even think about wanting to perform these guys. It was the best I've ever heard inside of it. Just that first song was like, wow. It was amazing. And the vocals. I want to sing in their choir because I really think they're definitely the best. I won't be one of the main ones, but maybe if I get better at singing, I will. I've never sung much gospel. Just in the stands, but man.
Remember, on their last earnings call, they had guided investors to new products throughout 25, including that affordable model in the first half.
Oh, he loves my gambling.
Obviously, tariffs are going to make it very hard for EVs to stay affordable, especially if they're reliant on parts outside the US.
All right, so let's talk about your expectations for tomorrow. What specifically is on your radar for the numbers, but also what you want to hear from Elon Musk?
Yeah, look, I mean, when we look at the broader industry, we obviously still look at the fact that
as long as he gets his 10%, he's very happy.
Uncertainties, we have anyway taken down our broader sector forecasts, not just for the broader EV market, but for light vehicles in general. And
well, that was a good play.
There's going to be a lot of competitive
that wasn't what I needed.
For all EV makers. Model Y, which was 5 years ago. So, I mean, any indications as to what's happening regarding its product cadence, the timing for the affordable vehicle, and ultimately how they can navigate this uncertain period with internal cost reduction, that's going to be a very important driver of their profit margin story.
But you know, Tesla's been losing market share despite the fact that they were actually cutting prices. And now cars are expected, EVs are expected to just get more expensive. Elon Musk has pointed out that Tesla, even though they make their vehicles here, they're not unscathed by the tariffs because, you know, they do have to source materials from outside the US. So if they were losing market share despite price cuts and now they're going to get more expensive, what's the takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, the takeaway is that the competitive environment is just going to get even more difficult. The only silver lining is that relative to other EV operators, Tesla is somewhat better positioned because they are a little more vertically integrated. They have a fairly local supply chain. They do make a lot of cells with Panasonic in their Gigafactory at Nevada. So yes, of course, there is a lot of reliance on China content, similar to many other EV automakers, reliance on rare earth components, battery components, touch screens. So all of that will increase supply chain costs. But I think relative to the rest of the industry, it may not be as large. So we'll wait and see to what extent they can provide a little more color on that topic during earnings and to what extent that may or may not change their timelines around the affordable vehicle launch.
You know, speaking of that competitive advantage, Tesla for quite some time has had this first mover advantage when it comes to things like scale and price. How much of a benefit does that actually provide?
A lot of benefit, baby.
More automakers are getting into the EV space. Is Tesla still
A lot.
well positioned?
Look, they still have good market share. Yes, that market share is coming down, but to be honest, that was to be expected because it was a very, very large number to begin with, and it's very hard to sustain that. The other aspect is that the next wave of buyers is more price sensitive. Customers are also willing to pay a premium for hybrids, not so much on EVs, so that doesn't help. Hybrids, in fact, are significantly outselling EVs. They were up, I think, 47% in Q1, whereas EVs were up just about 20%. So the share of hybrids has actually gone to 12%.
I mean, I didn't have a real big day, but I came out green, or averaged out. So that makes me very happy, because I don't like red days. I just don't like them. So I'm going to give myself a good, fair, average B minus. B, I mean, I should say B. I'm going to say B. So what do you think about that? Funk, do you agree? Say yes. I think you need to say it. Magnificent. I didn't ask you. Oh, God. Oh, Asian tuna cakes. Oh. These Asian tuna cakes are bursting with flavor and ginger and garlic. That looks very yummy. Two 7-ounce cans of suitable tuna, sustainable tuna, 2 large pastured eggs, 1 scallop, 2 cloves, tablespoon of Italian fat leafy parsley, 2 tablespoons of coconut aminos. Never heard of that. 1 fresh ginger, toasted sesame seed, I got that. 1/4 crushed red pepper, ooh. No, I don't know about that. I'll take the red pepper flakes and shove it. We came back to the previous resistance and bounced off of it. Yeah. Caroline, can we see you in your green pants before I leave today?
Morningstar. Ahmed, thanks so much for joining the show.
Thank you so much for having me, Caroline.
All right, so Alphabet and Meta both up against antitrust hurdles. Let's start with Alphabet, and if you could bring us up to speed on the latest there, because they have separate issues with Google Play, with their ad tech, and with search.
Yeah, for sure. So Alphabet right now, as you pointed out, in the US, they're facing 3 different antitrust cases. The one that I think investors are most concerned about is their Google search case. Because as you know, that Google search contributes majority of the firm's top line, and also a lot of its free cash flow.
God.
So that obviously matters a lot, especially during a time when we're going through a period of disruption in search, as more people interact with generative search.
But I was taking a look. You have a $237 fair value target on Alphabet, significantly higher than where it's currently trading, around 147 right now. So does that mean that you think that Google essentially doesn't get broken up, or you're still bullish even if it does?
Yeah, so first of all, when we're thinking about the sort of breakup argument, especially in the Google search antitrust case, we think it's unlikely that Alphabet's sort of Android or Chrome will be forced to, Alphabet will be forced to divest these businesses or these products. On the ad tech side, we're not as concerned. If you think about like the actual sort of contribution to Alphabet's overall value, we ascribe roughly an $80 to $90 billion value to the ad tech portion of Alphabet's overall business, and Google Play similarly is not as important. So when we're thinking about antitrust, our primary sort of focus is on search, and there we think it's unlikely that the government will be able to exact a remedy that would sort of entail material value destruction.
What's the timeline in terms of when we'll know?
So right now, I believe today, the government sort of presented their argument to Justice Mehta, who is the presiding judge on the Google search case. Google's going to sort of have a back and forth with them. We're expecting Justice Mehta to issue his judgment or what remedies he believes should be enforced sometime in the middle of 2025, so sometime in the summer. And then we're expecting Alphabet to appeal, and for that sort of to take upward of a year. So there is going to be some near-term uncertainty, but overall we think that it's not going to be a material value event.
And from a stock perspective, it doesn't really seem, obviously big tech in general is lower this year, has been taking a hit, but it doesn't seem like it's because of some of these regulatory obstacles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's a lot of like sort of macro pressures weighing on the stock as well. If you think about Alphabet's advertising business and sort of like
Very nice, huh?
sensitivity to a bad macro environment. So there's a lot of like other than antitrust sort of issues going on that are impacting the stock as well.
Okay. And then turning to Meta, Meta faces claims that it built this illegal monopoly through the acquisition of WhatsApp and Instagram, could be forced to divest those businesses. Bring us up to speed on what's happening there and how likely that is.
Back to $7.40.
So our sort of read on the
$7.50,
Meta,
$7.80,
on the Meta
$7.90,
case is that
$8.20.
It's going to be slightly harder for the government to prove
I'm out of it.
against Meta. The first thing is
$8.40,
that
$8.80,
the deals, the WhatsApp and Instagram deals, the deals in question,
$9.70, $9.90, $10.
Secondly,
Jesus
the
Christ.
government sort of definition of the market
Oh boy.
So if we're thinking about Meta's apps, including Instagram and Facebook, and we asked anyone, any user, sort of what substitute people would think of TikTok or YouTube Shorts or Snapchat.
I'll take that C.
And some of these apps are not, YouTube and TikTok are not included in the competitor set. So I think there's some market definition problems. But overall, we think that Meta's quite well positioned. I think some of the downdraft on Meta stock is actually related to their sort of investments in LLMs, and then obviously sort of like their sensitivity to a broader macro slowdown, provided that 80 to 90% of ads are by small businesses or SMBs on Meta's properties.
Yeah, despite those macro headwinds, though, you think Meta stock is undervalued, and you have a fair value estimate of $770 a share. Is that right?
Yes.
Jesus.
And it's currently trading at $485 right now. So
That's a good looking chart right there after you pull it
First
up.
of all, I think investors are perhaps underestimating the impact of hyper personalization and the impact of generative AI when it comes to advertising. And the actual uplift that could provide the return on ad spending. So if you're an advertiser and you can specifically target, if you're a pet sort of food manufacturer and you can target whether a user like cats or dogs and sort of personalize the ad in a very sort of detailed way, there's a lot of value capture there that we think is going to sort of like accrue to companies with the best platforms, aka with the best reach of users, but also the best tools that they can build on top. And we think Meta, from that perspective, is really well placed. And again, we're slightly more optimistic than some of our peers on the actual monetization. Because I think that's the big question for Meta and for Alphabet, is the monetization of these AI investments. I would say we're slightly more optimistic than some of our peers on generative AI monetization.
Okay. All right. Bringing it back to the regulatory landscape and really the antitrust appetite of the Trump administration, these trials are really seen as a kind of a test of that appetite from the Trump administration. And heading into it, there was this expectation that this is going to be a pro-growth, regulatory-friendly environment for these companies. Yet, Alphabet and Meta are facing the possibility that they might get broken up. Do you think that's still the case? Obviously, you don't expect that either company is going to get broken up based on what you said, but how much of that has to do with the current Trump administration?
Yeah, for sure. Caroline, in November or in October, I believe, we actually published a piece and we sort of laid out our thesis, which was that a Republican sweep would be the best case scenario for big tech. Now, obviously, we don't have a counterfactual, aka we don't know what would have happened if there was not sort of the election did not pan out the way it did. But certainly, we were surprised by sort of the focus on big tech and the continued focus, almost like a continuation of the previous administration's policies when it comes to antitrust regulation. Now, again, there is a bit more nuance. Like, for example, the previous administration's DOJ proposed that Google, for example, would not be allowed to invest in any AI startups, so that would have put its investments in Anthropic at risk. The current administration sort of took that back. So there is some flexibility, but overall, I think the emphasis has been pretty similar to the previous administration from an antitrust perspective.
Okay. Well, we're out of time, but I'm curious about your thoughts on what that means for deals and potential other regulatory headwinds as we look forward. So you'll have to come back and talk about that. Ahmed Khan, thank you so much for sharing your insights.
All right, thank you so much, Carolyn.
It's Ahmed Khan from Morningstar. All right, coming up, we'll discuss the commodities market with Scott Bauer. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab.
A modern approach to wealth management.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services.
17 more minutes left in the day. It's been a
Schwab
long day.
Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
So, was my snoring really that loud? Give us 20. How dare you?
Would start taking some profits in gold and putting them to where there are some other massive shorts out there and start buying that in. And to me, that's the treasury space.
Okay, so we could potentially see yields come down then. What about Bitcoin? Because Bitcoin isn't acting like the broader market. We've been seeing this kind of diversion in terms of how it's been acting, and Bitcoin's actually higher today. Still nowhere near the highs, but how bullish of a signal is that to you?
Well, it's getting more interesting. The fact that over the last several weeks it really didn't move that was, that stood out. People were looking at the correlation of Bitcoin to the markets, to gold. Now that we are starting to see it move higher a little bit, and this is by no means any sort of breakout, but now that we are starting to see that, I think you're maybe getting some of the institutional buying out there that's looking at this and say, all right, you know what? Maybe instead of gold, and here's another reason why maybe we're going to see a little bit of a short in gold. Maybe instead of gold, maybe there is something to the store of value with Bitcoin, because that narrative has been off the table for a long time. That narrative of, Bitcoin gold correlation, risk assets, people want to go to Bitcoin, that has been off the table for a while. And if this grind higher, I'm going to call it a grind higher, and Bitcoin continues, boy, that narrative may be back there, and you could really see more people flooding into it.
Okay, I know you were looking for more like 70 to 75 to add to your positions in Bitcoin. Would you buy at 87?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. In fact, when we did see the big drawdown just a short while ago, I did have some bids in, didn't get filled. I am absolutely not chasing it.
Okay. All right. Let's see. What about in terms of oil? Because oil actually is lower today, but still trading around $62, $63 a barrel. There's a lot of talk about recession entering. We've been talking about it for quite some time. The possibility of a recession. If we are heading for a recession, where would oil be?
Sub 60 for sure. My target is really 55, whether we hit a recession or not. I think with OPEC coming back online, and just the caution that we are seeing out there in our economy, the caution, consumers are pulling back, even though that last retail sales report was much stronger than expected. That is because, we think people are kind of front loading those purchases ahead of the tariff situation here. So as we see consumers start pulling back, well, that's gonna be the case for oil as well. And with more production coming online, yes, the busy driving season is coming here, but right now there is far more supply than there is demand.
Okay, so no dip buying as it comes to oil.
You think so, huh, buddy?
Your take on silver right now. Silver is modestly higher today.
Modestly higher. I still think it is very underappreciated, especially compared to gold. That gold silver ratio.
More supply than there is demand, he says.
I really think that if we get a dip, let's say we get a dip in the commodity space in gold and in silver, silver's really where I would want to put my assets in. That I believe has more upside at this point than gold does. But again, I'm not buying into this rally here. I would wait, for any pullback. For me, I want to see silver sub 30.
Okay.
$14.90.
67 right now. So a couple
Well,
dollars.
that hurts.
Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. Thanks so much. Always enjoyed chatting with you. Coming up, let's close out this market session and get the big picture from the team at Charles Schwab.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise. From bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any
Oh,
device.
jeez. You might get your 20. Oh, there it is.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Caroline Woods. Just a few minutes left in the trading day, about 10 to be precise. It's time for the big picture. Let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. Liz Ann Saunders is Chief Investment Strategist, Charles Schwab, and Cooper Howard is Director and Fixed Income Strategist at Schwab Center for Financial Research. Liz Ann, Cooper, great to have you both here. Liz Ann, the good news is we're off the lows of the session. The bad news is stocks are still firmly in negative territory today. Want to get your thoughts on the market weakness and what has investors so downbeat today?
Threats of the independence of the Fed. I think, it's not always easy to pinpoint one particular thing for why the market does whatever it does on a single day, but this one is, I think, a pretty easy one, and it just adds to what is already an incredibly heightened period of uncertainty. So I think that's the culprit today.
Liz Ann, the post on Truth Social from President Trump wasn't necessarily a huge surprise, though. He even hinted at potentially terminating Fed Chair Powell's job last week. So talk to us about the importance of the independence of the Fed.
8 more minutes.
And how it can impact
8
the
more
stock
minutes,
market
and the
long
Fed,
term.
they can't do everything to pull it out of the
The
market.
idea of the full faith and credit, and that applies to the government and is typically applied to treasuries. But I think certainly the full faith part of that applies to central banks' independence, and that's I would say, a global phenomenon, not just a U.S. phenomenon. But I also think that there's a realization that if for whatever reason, through an act by the administration to oust the Fed chair and put somebody else in, which doesn't really appear to be something they can legally do at this point, that any move by the Fed to preemptively start easing policy aggressively, given that their mandate doesn't suggest, might not have the intended effect of boosting growth or boosting confidence. If anything, it could possibly put upward pressure on the long end, sort of defeating the purpose of a lot of this. So I think you're right that this is not a brand new expression from the president, but I think there's a lot more sort of thought that's gone into, all right, what would it look like, and what would the implications be for markets if the Fed was pressured to, or there was a change in leadership and stepped in sooner to ease policy?
Okay, so Cooper, to bring you into the conversation, we aren't seeing a lot of buying interest in stocks, but we're also not seeing a lot of buying interest in bonds today. 10-year yield trading around 4.4%. And to kind of touch on what Liz Ann was saying in terms of the president pressuring the Fed to lower rates, based on the CME FedWatch tool, we're not seeing that the market's expecting the Fed to actually cut, at least in May.
Yeah, I think that the market's still expecting that the Fed is going to cut interest rates, and that's our view right now. However, it's the pace and the timing of when those rate cuts are going to come in. And I think that really where we're seeing a lot of the movement in the Treasury market today kind of goes to what Liz Ann was talking about, and it's largely due to Fed independence or concerns about Fed independence. And you had mentioned that yields aren't necessarily too big of a change, and that's a little interesting or
Just strange
in terms of what you usually see when you usually see a significant sell-off in the equity market.
The narrative's always doom and gloom when the market's having a day like it was this afternoon, this morning. And then the narrative changes. 2560, 2610, 2680, 2690, 27. Oh gosh. I mean, it's really hard sometimes to kind of 2860. Woo! Can't believe I wasted 3 trades today. Well, if I took all them 3 and added it to this, I'd probably had a good $20,000 day. We had a lot of rain this weekend. Oh my gosh. 34? God darn it. These people nuts. Yes, we could have ventured. There's just an ugly day today. I mean, look at that dip. Continuous. $345 to $3,400. Well, didn't really move much compared to that dip we had. That was a nasty dip today. Everybody has to admit that. Okay, well, that's crazy. That's called a snake if I ever saw one. I mean, I had 3 different spots that I thought we'd break out at, and we did not. We did the 4th one, and the 5th one we did, and the 5th one I could have made a ton of money. But shoot, after having a rough day like that, I just wanted to get out even. And then I got back in it and ran it up to 7, and it's $34. Oh well. So I was 3 for 3 today. 3 for 6. Batting 500. Well, sorry I wasn't on par today. It just kind of shocked me. We just kept going down and 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 down most of the day. And then maybe the first hint was when we finally started moving a little bit. I should have probably put that into consideration. I kind of did because I wanted to wait for a pullback. And I got the pullback. And then it pulled back again. That's crazy. You can make money in this market every day if you just have enough patience. But I'm going to get out of here. I've got a headache. I want to relax and watch some videos and get off stocks off my mind. So, yabba dabba do, YouTubers.